Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
The Acer Predator pre-show, where we will do nothing but talk about this fantastic, delectable delight of Counter-Strike. That's right, you have got two teams who have been putting hours upon hours in various team jerseys, in various locations, touring around the world, trying to master their craft. And they'll be doing so now down under. It is going to be FaZe versus Astralis, a grand final, the culmination of what has been a week of Counter-Strike here in Sydney. We've got the crowd all riled up and some of them covered in cream. Chad Burchill is joining us here as well. You do have quite the scenario, Chad. Quite the transformation, like a beautiful butterfly. You've risen from the bed of cake.
We don't need to show everybody at home what I'm wearing, Alex. That's fine. I've got the shirt on.
Can we not do that?
Do you want me to step out to the side?
Can we do that?
Need an okay from the producer.
Okay. I don't think the producer cares.
Just give a leg.
All right. So
He cares,
apparently. He cares. All right. Never mind. So let's stick to it.
No fun.
What a
No
party
fun for
pooper.
us.
Why? Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, he said, okay, peer pressure. I appreciate you, Sydney.
Are we good now?
We've got the green light.
All right,
So if you could just take a little step to the side, we can see what he's wearing.
How far do you want me to come?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, there it is. It's a chocolate-covered towel. He wasn't expecting to get covered
This
in
is
cream.
how good we are at this. He actually matched his towel with my shirt.
Oh
like
my
we're
God.
color matching even in contingencies.
You see, now this is a truly trying test because I have to be serious and do an opener and talk to you when my colleague is wearing a bath towel and a dress shirt. That's just not, it's not easy to do. But we do have some Counter-Strike to talk about, Chad.
Yeah, we definitely do. We got a big one here. Astralis
Yeah.
has taken on FaZe. You know, when you think back a couple of months ago before Olaf was off this roster, this was one that we would definitely favor FaZe in every day of the week.
Sure.
But coming in today, I think the stark favorite is Astralis by a mile.
By a large margin. Yanko, you've got a taste of being up on that stage now. You think that's going to be giving the catalyst to at least a stronger FaZe Clan?
I think they're a bit more skilled than I am playing on the stage, so I don't think they're going to have much trouble with it. Yes, FaZe has been underwhelming this tournament. They have been underperforming. Their T-sides have been looking pretty abysmal, but this is the grand final stage, right? This is the rivalry of FaZe versus Astralis. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen it manifest itself here last year in Sydney with the whole veto mind games and playing cobblestone and all that stuff. So I'm sure they're going to step it up for this particular game because they do have the edge historically playing against Astralis.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, while we talk about Astralis being as good as they are, we have to remind everyone about how exactly everyone got here. In Group A, we did see FaZe Clan. We got to see exactly what FaZe Clan were up to. They took what has been described as perhaps not the most predictable of routes to get to this grand final, Yankee. It was a bit of a mess, a bit of a trip, and a bit of a stumble.
It was the biggest scare they've had yet, probably, you know, losing that best-of-3 series versus Renegades, right? Then barely scraping through versus Greyhound. That was a very, very close series. Finally managing to secure their spot in the playoffs where they did dismantle of Fnatic, and then they had the semifinal against Tyloo, dropping a map to them for the first time ever since the core of this team was formed. So not an easy or a smooth way to the grand final for FaZe, but I guess they're here, so that's what matters.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what kind of normally we say, what did we learn from their trials and tribulations to the grand final? I feel like we've learned quite a lot, and it's not all good for FaZe Clan. We got to watch them, you know, worked by Tyloo, lost a game to Renegades. It has been close.
I think stumble was a really good word to explain their situation right now. But a positive note for them is it's been an upward incline from the stars, right? Yeah. Nico's been hot every single game they've played. Guardian's had his moments, and then obviously Rain as well. So this is the trio. If they can keep firing on all cylinders like we saw yesterday, it's going to be fantastic for them. And Karrigan and Exista adding in their little bits and pieces.
The issue is, for FaZe, that should be a bonus, right? Nico playing well, Guardian, Rain, everyone performing. But for them, it seems like at the moment it's a necessity to get through these games and even to make it to the grand final. And against such a drilled and in-form opponent like Astralis, they're definitely going to need more than that.
Yeah, and it's terrifying. And when you do kind of change it over, and as FaZe are well and truly aware, they just said, I think I saw a tweet from Karrigan, he tweeted out saying, we're coming into this as underdogs, no pressure. I guess that's quite a luxury. When you think about the names in that team and you're going into a final as underdogs, it's quite a, I guess, quite a luxury experience.
Yeah, if this might put a bit of a dampener on the scenario, but if we put in this context, the fact that FaZe with a stand-in, not a star player replacing Olaf,
sure.
It's fantastic that they've made the grand final. Now, we've heard from Karrigan before saying we're a consistent team and we make the grand finals, and they're happy, well, they're obviously not happy that they're not winning the titles, but they're happy that they're consistently a top 2 team in the world.
I agree. It's a very weird dynamic for the moment, at the moment for FaZe, because they missed their star player, right? We talk about it time and time again. Olaf Meister, you might not see it in statistics all the the time, but he is an incremental part of this team, especially when it comes to their T side. So you can't say that it's a success for them to make it to the grand finals, but even the core of this team with Guardian, Nico, and Rain, right? You have enough firepower to win tournaments still until someone like Astralis shows up.
And they did. Let's take a quick reminder of how they got through these groups. I mean, we got to see Astralis essentially just flex on everyone they came across. We wondered whether they even broke a sweat throughout some of these games, Yanko.
Yeah, I mean, it was insane. You look at this, the highlight reel against Mouse Sports on Nuke. That's where Device had a blinder over first half on the CT side with the AWP. And I mean, they put so much fear into Mouse Sports. They had to pick Dust 2 in the semifinal yesterday, right? So they haven't missed a step, especially on those CT sides. Really, the one map they lost was to Mouse Sports on Inferno in overtime. So it's going to be very difficult for FaZe coming into this one with their shaky T sides to rack up rounds versus the wall that is Astralis' CT side at the moment.
Yeah, if you put that into the context in a best of 5, right? Astralis have FaZe covered day in, day out. We've seen how weak, you know, these T sides are from FaZe. There are going to be maps that crop up where they need to have a good T side, and it's going to be non-existent.
And Astralis had 2, you know, big series versus Mouse Sports where, you know, they have the luxury of vetoing Mirage. Mouse Sports is the best team on the world on that map. Against FaZe, they might even decide to let Mirage through and veto something like Cash instead, right? I mean, they basically have a 7-map pool at the moment, and they just adjust based off of their opponents.
That is something that we've always described on Analyst Desk. We always it was always theoretical. It was always something that didn't exist and couldn't be comprehended. And now we actually get to take a look at roughly what that can look like with their Dust 2. I saw your tweet, Chad. It was perfect. Do you want to give us a little quick summary of what your thought process was when you watched Astralis play Dust 2?
It was just along the lines of if Astralis are good at Dust 2 as well, everybody else is going to have a very bad day.
Yeah.
I used some more colorful
language.
But
that's
the sentiment.
Yes, a good sentiment.
But just to build on that point, this is the perfect storm. Right? This is the fact of the matter that everybody else has just dropped off a cliff. Astralis are the only ones stepping up with the proper preparation. Mouse Sports kind of gave them a little something yesterday. Needed a little bit more, I think, to mean if they were going to be a contender. But coming into this with the map change, with Cobble going out and Dust 2 coming in, and Cobble was their perma-ban, and Dust is a relatively easy map to play that everyone's been doing for years. It's like, this is fantastic.
It is fantastic. You know what else is fantastic is I have the great pleasure to introduce who will be casting this game when it is announced. Now, I know this is something that they haven't got all the opportunities in the world to do, so Sydney, please be my favorite crowd ever and give a very warm welcome. Your casters, Lauren Pansy Scott and Jason Moses O'Toole, who will be casting you through the finals. Guys, grand finals, best of 5, and FaZe having to put up a fight.
Yeah, for me, this story is that kind of, can anyone overcome Astralis in this tournament? I mean, they are by far and away. I think Kerrigan's right with the underdog. Obviously, you can't think that going into it necessarily. No. That's just kind of like to kind of help hype up and take the pressure off a little bit.
Yeah.
But Astralis has them beaten. The map pool, as the Des mentioned, they're the best fundamentally sound team, the fewest mistakes being made. But the one thing that can counter all of that is the individual power of this FaZe roster. Will any of those stars show up today?
That's what we're waiting to find out. You know, Nico on a grand final stage, is this his time to really just push that further forward? There's so many opportunities for these guys to really tear them apart. And again, I feel things do change slightly when you do get to those grand finals. Things always look a little bit different. Map pools get a bit skewed, and just the way you see the games play out does get a little bit different.
The tough part is it's usually FaZe that kind of crumbles under that kind of pressure.
That's
those kind
the worrying
of changes.
part.
Yeah, it really is. They've got a big test here. I mean, they have to stop getting second place in these finals. Getting second place is not good enough for this roster, and they're going to try and take the trophy here in Sydney.
I think that's the gauntlet set, isn't it? Pretty much. It could be the springboard for the new era of Astralis. Magis comes in, all starts going right. They could do that perfect run. And
another
now
Danish era.
It literally is just another one waiting to happen. So again, this is a perfect example for what we could be seeing going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited for this one. I just can't imagine anything better. I think we're going to send it back to Alex. They're going to take it from here. So thanks, boys, and we'll see you soon.
Thank you so much. That's Lauren and Jason. They'll be casting that one. And yes, indeed, you could be winning a record for casting the quickest grand final we've ever seen in a best-of-5 environment. We don't know what FaZe is going to show up. That's the big conversation. And one of the linchpins to the success of Astralis, who throughout health issues and travel and whatever it is, Device is still hitting hard, and that's terrifying.
Definitely, and especially considering this matchup, right? What goes best against a loose play style and people trying to pick fights? It's a good op on the CT side, and Device, I've been repeating myself a lot, but I just love how he moves around on that CT side with the op. Very difficult to predict where he's going to be. We were talking about that Mouse Sports game on Nuke. He dismantled their defaults towards that yard area, so it's going to be very, very difficult, even for someone like Guardian, to match up against him.
Yeah, and on the other side of things, Chad.
Yeah, Guardian, this tournament, you know, he's the guy who's been bailing them out when FaZe have needed someone to step up. And I think we all look at Guardian and the guy who repicks time and time again with that AWP, and we go, what is he doing? But he makes it work, you know, he makes that bloodlust work, and it's amazing to watch.
It is amazing to watch, and actually we are going to watch something right now regarding Guardian. There we go, that's something, thank you. Let's go ahead and take a closer look at Guardian as he talks about that AWP role in depth.
Those 20 seconds we have on freeze time, I'm always looking at the economy of the opponent team. I'm looking if they have a sniper rifle or no. I'm looking at our economy, if I can afford to do something. And I look at a lot of stuff. It takes a lot of factors during those 20 seconds to decide if I can go for it or not. So for example, on CT, if I know we have not very good situation with the money, then I take those shots and peeks. But if we have very good situation and we have a lot of money and the opponent is not in the best shape, then I'm not doing anything. I'm just playing my default. So it takes a lot of decisions to make during those 20 seconds. I don't really care what sniper is playing against me, because I understand sniping role and opening role different way probably as they do. I'm looking for easy frags. Op is much more stronger against riflers than snipers. So what I'm going for is killing obviously the riflers and getting the easy frag to make the advantage for my team. And then we can regroup and play 5v4 much more comfortable than being in disadvantage. So there's different snipers, and some of the snipers are better in something than I am. But I would say I'm more consistent as the others. Even if I'm on 0-15, I know on the other half I can come back very strong. So I believe in myself until the last round. And I think the other snipers don't have that kind of mentality. I think that's the difference between me and the other snipers.
So one thing I've learned from that is also that Guardian, honestly, he is winning this staring contest. I can't. He just doesn't blink. It's insane. But what also learning from that is that he seems to have put a lot of thought into mastering his craft, Yanko. I guess that for me especially was quite enlightening, just because I didn't realize just how much of a thought process is going into every single round. I
love the beginning of that interview. You know, I take into account the money situation, how well the opponents are playing, is there an offer? And then when you watch him go, it seems like no matter what the situation is, he just goes for it time and time again. It always feels like Guardian is one of those guys who is aggressive no matter what. And you know, sometimes, as Chad pointed out, it is frustrating to watch, right? When there's 5v3 and he keeps re-peeking and gives away an advantage. But that's just Guardian, you know, that's what you get. Sometimes he can win you the round by himself with those moves. Sometimes he's going to make it a bit more difficult. And I don't think he's a guy where you want him to change that, because then you lose his unique power, so to speak.
Yeah, I think the fact of the matter is, if it works, it works. And that's the thing. And we do see it work more often than not. It's always he goes for that second kill and you get it and you go, you should have been punished, dude. Like, there's no way you should get away with that. But he's so skilled, he can make it happen time and time again.
So actually, the picture you're painting here is quite a fun one. You're painting Guardian as an AWPer that does the basic side of things differently, and it looks wrong, and like he shouldn't get away with it. And then on Device, you say, watch his demos do exactly what he's doing. You've got the two different sides of the coin.
Device is systematic, right, in his approach. The fact that the team actually builds around him to get picks, and that's something which is, I guess, unique with the AWPers nowadays. It seems like a lot of them have just been left to their own devices. Whereas, old mate here, he gets built up into positions where he can go for the picks. He is set up on the CT side to get Molotov'd in position, and that's what you want.
I think it's also a matter of, you know, Device just has so much trust in his teammates and in the system that they run and in the calls, right? He knows that if he misses his shot or if he doesn't go for a massive play and falls back to a different position, that his teammates will be there to pick up the pieces, right? He doesn't feel pressured to go for those aggressive re-peaks time and time again, like that he has the weight of the team on his shoulders, which is great. That's why he is, you know, for an AWPer, he's leading in least deaths per round alongside Zipex up there, and that's something you don't see very often.
No, and I can't wait to see these two duke it out, even though Guardian does say it's much easier to kill a rifler than another AWPer, so perhaps we won't see that head-to-head in the server all too often in this best of 5. Someone we will be seeing throughout this best of 5, though, is Stunner, and he has bravely waded out into the Kudos Bank Arena. Let's see what he's up to.
I'm still tasting the chocolate. I just want to throw that out there. It tastes great. In case anybody was curious, it does taste great. But I'm down here in the VIP zone. It's really comfy over here. We got these nice couches, and I've actually secured some time here with a family that has come all the way from a city known as Melbourne. Did I get it right? Melbourne? Okay. How about that? I'm here with Chandon and Alex. These guys have come all the way here for the Intel Extreme Masters. Talk to me about bringing your son out, man.
Well, he has been a great CSGO fan for a very long time. Like when he was 9 years old, he wanted to play this game, and it was too much blood, and we were scared about it. But finally, we realized it's actually a really good game. So I let him play it, and he's really into it. So this is a good experience for him to have, so we wanted to bring him here.
Well, he's getting the showtime, or excuse me, the show of a lifetime here. What are your thoughts on the whole event so far, the atmosphere?
It's amazing. The crowd here is just so wonderful. You can't get this experience if you stay at home and look at this from the TV. So this is just amazing.
Well, amazing it is. Now, I've talked to Alex. He doesn't really want to talk to you guys, but I'm thinking we make a little bit of noise for him. And this grand final coming up, we're going to be going into FaZe and Astralis. It's game day, baby.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
It's time to break things down. It's going to be time to see what FaZe can do versus the Great Danes. And indeed, they are strong in stature, just like the very animal. And now we question what on earth they can do versus the FaZe boys. They do look like they've just got a system. Everyone slots into it. It's very rinse and repeat. It's very easy to replicate. And it does feel like what they're doing right now, what we've seen, 2 map losses, 1 map loss?
One.
IEM Sydney, that was against Mouse Sports. That's it.
Yeah, they were on a 14-map win streak after that, and the other loss came in Marseille. That was in a series to Liquid, where they lost the first map 16-14 Mirage, and they won Overpass and Cash 16-3, 16-3. So for Astralis, a lot of these games haven't even really been close in their wins, and surprisingly so, it's been their very, very strong CT sides, right? Even the old Astralis, when they were dominating, it was more of a case of very good strategies on the T side, right? Very good calls, good adjustments, everyone doing their job. But here it's been impressive all around.
And that's the kind of what is so scary for every team. You speak to these players around the venue, you do just hear admiration for what Astralis have done.
Everyone had the vibe, right, going into Marseille that they were the team to beat, and then they went and proved it. I think the thing is we haven't seen the peak of Astralis yet because they haven't had to get tested. If you don't get tested and you can just do the basics, you just do your prep on the other team, you just do your default strategies, maybe run your game plan. You don't need to go into those pocket strats that you're saving. So here, if FaZe are actually going to test them, they're going to push them to the limit, I think we're going to see even more strats come out of the back pocket.
I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah.
You think that they've kind of still got a couple of pages we haven't seen from the strat book?
Well, I don't think they've been saving anything, but when you look at their CT side's been so dominant, they didn't have to play that many rounds on the T side, right? A lot of times, Astralis even, that was their weakness. They were losing a lot of pistols. Now they're even winning pistols, gaining momentum, right? So they don't have to play 15 rounds on T side. They play maybe 2 or 3 gun rounds, and they close it out at the very start. So it's very scary for teams in that sense. There's not a whole lot to research, but I think for FaZe, it's a matter of, they're comfortable in this matchup. Even though this is not the FaZe anywhere close their peak, they still can come into this game and show us something that we haven't seen yet from them in this tournament.
And speaking of something we haven't seen, I think something to note is just the adjustments that they made on certain strategies. We actually have a comparison here of the old B execute they did on Overpass and the small adjustment that they've made on the new one.
Okay.
The strategies are almost exactly the same, but this here kind of revolutionized the way that teams were taking B. It's the flight path here with those Molotovs and this one smoke that Glaive throws in that I really want to focus on. You're going to get an overview look here in a second, and you see this is when Kirby was in the team. Kirby and Glaive would peel left, and they would attack the players in water and pit and try and frag out there and wrap onto the bomb site. Now, this is the old version. There's a smoke heaven, there's 2 Molotovs, Graffiti, and CT, and they just have a couple of simple flash with Zipnik coming through, pincering through Monster. Now, you're going to see the new version in a second, and you're going to go, Chad, what's different here? But it's the way that they attack the bomb site. Glaive is actually peeling out to the right.
So this is the new one?
This should be the new version. The smoke is actually a little bit deeper, and they actually peel out to the right-hand side as opposed to the left-hand side. I think it should get to it eventually. Here we go. Oh, this is the old version still. Okay, so this is where they peel left and they wrap around the bomb site in that direction. You're going to see on the new version, they're going to peel around to the right. But the sentiment here is, it's just small adjustments to strats that they have that teams don't really know how to deal with it.
And that's very good because this is like a set, this is what we call a set piece. And that's when someone is studying you and they look and they say, okay, so when this smoke and these Molotovs fall, they're going to peel left, they're going to try and pinch us in water. And then you just make an adjustment, you throw the same thing, they think it's the same execute, and they try to counter you, and in fact, you're one step ahead and already...
This should be it here.
Right. 5 people all facing the same direction, all with nades in their hands. One good flashbang, and I'd imagine everything's just disastrous.
Well, the hero of this strat is actually the Zipnik's Molotov sandbags, round in, round out, right? That sets the pace. It means that they can take water, and once he sets that tone, teams, you know, they're going to stay away and clear that up. Here they are. See, they peel out to the right-hand side. They take the duel against the monster players instead of taking the duel against the pit players. This here, like I said, small adjustment. You know, just a tiny adjustment there, because if those monster players stayed there, they wrapped around pit, the duel's actually better for them, because they have they're going to take them coming up the high ground. They see the top of their head. They have a more advantageous duel, the CTs, in that environment.
Yeah, and so Overpass was where that gorgeous execute, and we do know some real crazy stuff that Astralis have got. I was speaking to Rain just last night, and he was saying their HEs, man. Their HEs are ridiculous. If Rain is getting annoyed by HEs, I mean, I haven't seen that man smile or look angry at any point in his life, so he's just neutral. And he was you really struggling with these nades.
Yeah, and especially someone like Rain, who we regarded as one of the best players in the world on the CT side of Overpass, right? Him and Fur being aggressive a long time ago. Now we have FaZe vetoing Overpass. We have SK not even seeing them in the playoffs. But yeah, I think unfortunately for Astralis, that's going to be the veto yet again for FaZe when we come into it. But still, you have examples like this on almost every map for Astralis. They're just such a good team with preparation, with changing things up every time from tournament to tournament, that make it so difficult for teams to study them and prepare for them.
Does talking vetoes get a little devalued now? It's a best of 5, just because we just have to start talking about the order. But just to rehash the bans for me.
Well, I think it's still going to be Overpass for FaZe. And that might be interesting, what it is going to be for Astralis. We've seen them veto Mirage for the majority of the tournament, but that's because they were facing Mousesports. Do they want to veto Cash because FaZe always picks it? We've seen they're strong on Cash as well, beating Mousesports dominantly, beating Fnatic dominantly. So I don't know if that's them feeling our Cash is might be better than we thought, or let's not give it to FaZe. They're most comfortable on that map.
I think while Astralis have the luxury to veto whatever they want, FaZe actually can throw in a curveball, right? Because they have been really good at Overpass historically. It's just not something that's clicking for them now. Sure, if they want to leave that in instead of something else that Astralis look more prepared on, because right now FaZe's map pool in terms of best of 5 is very
Target
weak.
a strength perhaps instead.
One of the more interesting swing maps in this final might be Train. We've seen Astralis veto it time and time again. I think also, again, playing against Mousesports, they're pretty good on that map, so you don't want to play them necessarily on Train, and we'll see how they feel versus FaZe here and who picks it or is maybe just left to be the 5th map.
Let's have a little look then. Let's take a look at this veto process. Let's see if I can summon it with my magical veto hands. There it is. So bye-bye Nuke.
Yeah, there you go.
FaZe,
so
you said it.
They've gone off script, right? And Nuke is one that even takes more, I guess, teamwork and strategy than that of Overpass, right? At least Overpass, if Nico has a blinder of a game, if Guardian's hitting everything with the AWP, they can contest. Nuke, they actually need opening moves just to get ground, to find trades and force Astralis to rotate.
And Astralis will take out Mirage.
Yeah, that's an interesting one from FaZe. You know, I guess I don't want to think that they looked at that Mousesports game and that scared them off, because, you know, that was just a very dominant performance on the CT side. You don't really think that that can be repeated as easily, but maybe, as Chad said, they just don't have the confidence in their own Nuke.
So let's just reveal them all now, and we can kind of take a look at the order and talk
stock
about it. Yeah, exactly, take stock. So as we take a walk through it, FaZe got the first pick, so they'll be choosing which battleground we venture into first. We have Cash, Overpass, Astralis pick. That, I cannot wait for that Overpass. We're guaranteed to see it as well. Train, as Yanko was talking about, and then, oh my God, that's a spicy ending if we ever get there. Inferno and Dust 2.
I think the interesting thing here is Train being the 3rd map in this scenario means that we probably will or could see a 4th, because I can't see the FaZe guys being flat on all of these ones. Now, the first 2, case should be a brawl. That's where we're going to get a really good indication on if FaZe are here to play or not. That's where they need to step up individually and show us that maybe they've done a little bit of research, maybe they've gone on 1 or 2 pocket strategies, and they've got things, because that is their home map at this point in the tournament. The Overpass one should be a punish. They should get absolutely manhandled based off everything we've seen. And then Train, if Case is a close game, I'm expecting potential, you know, could be an upset there.
So, Yankee, you were talking about Train, and it is going to be potentially the last map. If as Chad is suggesting, Cash could be close, Overpass a stomp. Train, just kind of rehash exactly what you were saying there. You're suggesting that we didn't get to see Astralis looking.
Yeah, I mean, they just didn't play it, right? They have other maps that they pick, and when it came to a 3rd map, it was a strong map for their opponents, so they just veto it in the 2nd phase. But you look at their team, they have all the ingredients for the map, right? Have a good B player in Zipex, they have a great operating device who can move around a lot, even a secondary opera now in Dupree. Some of the iconic Astralis games did come on their T sides, and their wins came on T sides late in the game, so we know they have a good handle of that too. I think for FaZe here, what you want to see coming straight off of Cash, right, because they start on the T side. That game versus Fnatic, where they won convincingly, I think that was a bit deceptive. They won pistol 3-0 up. Next 2 gun rounds, you have no idea what they wanted to do. It looked like us playing the show match. Like, let's just stand around and let's just go away at some point and hope for the best, right? Not terrible use of utility. Yes, you want to go for fights, but at least give your players favorable duels, right? Give them favorable fights. So what you want to see, which would be a good sign for this finals, for it to be competitive, is see FaZe with a clear plan coming into those early gun rounds on T side.
And we are going to be getting closer and closer to this grand final kicking off. I think our boy Stunner has gone and climbed the longest ladder in the Kudos Bank Arena and is hanging out at the View.
Yes, the Vodafone View is exactly where I find myself, Alex Machine Richardson. I'm here with Tweede. We're going to try to make some sense of this grand final. FaZe and Astralis, just, you know, where do we even start with this one, Tweede?
It's going to be a tough one to decide, but Astralis just looked so dominant yesterday all throughout the series. A little bit shaky on Inferno, but, you know, it's just one well-oiled machine.
What can you do, right? Well, let's kind of break it down even further. We've got two players that we've identified we've got two players we've identified as heavy hitters. And we can kind of look at them now, Dupree and Guardian. Now, if we look at the numbers, Guardian is reigning in high here with the multi-frags. 26 to be exact. I mean, this hasn't been the best showing from FaZe thus far. However, they are now in the grand finals. So, I mean, overall, Dupree, talk to me about Dupree.
Dupree is a crucial part of Astralis, as well as, however, it's just, you know, one guy steps down, the other guy steps up again.
I mean, he does have all the necessary parts in terms of teammates. They are set up for success over there. They're really well-oiled machine, and we've seen them run through teams here at this event. Seemingly could be the case today if FaZe can't get a cohesion and get a good mesh together. But I'm going to have to say Guardian is out for blood. He's in good spirits. We just high-five backstage. He's really feeling himself right now. What do you think, man?
Guardian has to play the crucial part. As I said yesterday, FaZe is looking shaky. You know,
FaZe is looking a little shaky, and you are looking a little shaky too if you're not using hashtag PlayFaster on your favorite social medias. We did take a look at a poll, or excuse me, rather asked you about a poll, and well, perhaps we can just see where this one lands up. I'm pretty sure it's going to be really heavy in the way of Astralis, though.
It should be, considering yesterday's performance of Astralis and FaZe, you know.
It's really not that lopsided. 51% in the favor of the Astralis camp, but either way, I'm going to have to side here. I got to go with the boys in FaZe. I think they can put it together.
I'm going to take the other side, Astralis.
Oh, well, you said it.
I go with the device, though.
Kudos Bank Arena. It is almost time to kick this bad boy off. We're going to a grand final, a best of 5, one not to forget. We're going to enjoy the view here from the Vodafone View.
When Astralis won a lot, people wanted to adapt to their style. The way they play very tactical CS and have a game plan from 1 to 10 rounds. So people were adapting to how they're playing. And then we came along with a unique style of playing very explosive CS, very individual skill. And you can also see tendencies that Astralis have built in, that players have freedom to take more duels. So I think people are looking at each other when you look at competition. How are they improving and how are they the best team in the world? And can you copy some of it or can you not at all?
I think what makes it a really good matchup is that they have this explosive play style that we had a rough time playing against. It seems like we have figured it more out, how to play against it, be more aggressive ourselves, not just stay back and wait for them, but sometimes also get into their heads. I think it works really well for us. We saw that last event at DreamHack Marseille where we won quite comfortably, I would say. But this is something really different because now it's a grand final.
It's so funny when you walk in the tunnel, you are laughing, you're making jokes with each other, and I understand all what they're saying anyway. And then when you get on the stage, there's nothing called friendship anymore. It's just about being the best you can. They're probably gonna say some bad words about me while playing, and I'm gonna say the same while we're playing against them, 100%.
He got benched on the team and he then joined up FaZe and they did really good. So they have some kind of rivalry. I just like to play against them because they're a great team. Exist, he has surprised me a lot this event. He has played really good. So that's gonna be nice to see if he can bring that to the grand final as well. I hope he won't, but we will see.
We have adapted and improved since group stage. We knew we had some issues in the beginning and we have worked those out. It's always a grudge match, no matter when we play Astralis, if we are top 10 in the world or top 2 in the world. So no matter what, there's always going to be grudge, and it's always going to be a bittersweet feeling if one of the guys are winning.
Australian crowd was amazing, I think, compared to some around the world. I think you put it up the top. There was so much energy. Everyone was just, you know, your best mate.
I walked in this crowd, I was like, whoa, this is like literally insane.
It was crazy just watching some of the best CS on, you know, the home turf.
So tournaments like this don't come around often. You want to witness like how big this thing is. Esports is wild. It's definitely something you don't want to miss.
There was so much noise, so much excitement, so much hype. You could just feel it when you were sitting there. It was just so, it made you so excited to be there.
It was just an absolute no-brainer to make sure that such a successful event continued to build a legacy here in Australia. Now we're returning with 3 days of live action, just a massive tournament.
So we're talking 250 gaming PCs, over 500 SSDs, 112 players, including managers.
There's a lot of planning and preparation that needs to go into not only the event that the audience sees, but also making sure that in the back end, the players are having a good experience, that they enjoy Australia, because we want them to have fun as well.
There are a few stops in the whole circuit that are very special for different people. Sydney for me is one of them.
I think that's what kind of separates us from the rest of the world, where people here cheer for great Counter-Strike. It makes you proud to be an Australian, that we can put on a show in our own, you know.
It feels like I'm on home turf when you guys are shouting so much in the crowd. And I just want to say I appreciate all of you guys, even if you're against us or with us. You are so amazing, Australia.
Australia, this is your event. This is the Intel Extreme Masters Sydney.
Just Zipnix alive, and out of being pressured, actually crumbles Zipnix. All right, Clutch Master, let's see what you can do. Kio's giving away a bit of the game here, and there he is, Zipnix. It's a lifeline, it's a window. Zipnix can get a bomb on, he can do something with this.
He absolutely does. And there it is. More magic from Zipnix. He's gonna get the plant, and it's Nico, he's fooled.
He waits. The molly burns, and he now knows. Oh, Nico! He tries it, but nothing comes through. It's Zipnix from start to finish.
This is fast-paced. There's a headshot. Oh, it's the second. And the third. Sprays them all down.
It's the user bullying. Oh, that is incredible. That might be the game in itself. An absolutely brilliant play from Fallen. He's got goal walking in there.
Shiz just got absolutely real here in a packed out Kudos Bank Arena. We are ready for a grand final, a best of 5. The winner taking home this trophy. Let us bring in your team's first, Astralis! And taking on Astralis is FaZe, one of the most talented rosters we've ever seen, even though it has been rejigged. And this is a matchup that never gets old. There's personal rivalries, there's rivalries between the orgs as well. And this is going to be a great best of 5. On my right, Astralis, a team you could quite probably call not just the best at this tournament, but the best in the world at the moment. And you could say they're going to take the Intel Grand Slam over the next few tournaments. Let's find out what you, Sydney, think about who is going to win. Do you think it's going to be FaZe? Do you think it's going to be Astralis? One more time, FaZe! Astralis! Let's get a grand final underway. Sydney, one more time, it's a best of 5. Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get it on!
For those of you in the arena and for those of you at home, I hope you've got yourself your snacks, you've got your beverages, you've told your mum, your girlfriend either come and watch or I'm AFK for 5 hours because you're just going to be sitting down and watching this delightful best of 5 between some of the very best. Carrigan, he doesn't need a flag to get the crowd rowdy. He ain't got no pandering here. Just good old-fashioned hype.
Yeah, always the showman, Carrigan, isn't he? But he's going to need to put on something special today if they want to have a chance against Astralis here. They have a tall task, and it is a hard thing to say FaZe being an underdog in a grand final. I think the last time we would have said that was in Ulvensa for the Pro League finals.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, absolutely. That time versus SK Gaming, another opponent against which they struggled. And maybe one of the silver linings for FaZe, the 2 maps that they did lose to Astralis in Marseille are the 2 vetoes, Nuke and Mirage. We won't be seeing those 2 maps. So maybe they fare up better on some of the other maps we have in the pool at the moment. But the story of this grand final is definitely going to be FaZe need to step up their game. If they play up to the level we've seen at any point in this tournament or even in France, this is going to be a stomp for Astralis. So they absolutely need to play the best series we'd exist ever since he joined.
I think something we need to note here so people at home can really get the context of this, the FaZe guys are going to come out here and just have fun. They're going to play a loose brand of Counter-Strike, right? These guys are individually insane. They're some of the best players we have in the world. This trio right here, you could argue, is the best trio in any team we have at the moment. Sure, they're not all showing up at the same time when they need to, but when you just let these guys loose, when you allow them to be free, that's when you actually get the best out of them. Now, sure, they do need a little bit of structure. They do need those opening strategies. If Nico runs out and kills 3 people, what are you going to do about that, right? The answer on the other side of the server, Magic's Boy, Device, and Dupree, 1, 2, 3, the top-rated players right now in the whole tournament. So they need to step up. They need to continue what they're doing, and they are the stars for Astralis.
It is going to be so beautiful to see such different styles clashing in the server. You are going to have a loose FaZe Clan. They haven't got their full roster, of course, with the absence of Voloff. They brought in Exist as the stand-in, and they are coming in as underdogs where they will just be putting that aim to good use. They're going to be having some fun. There's going to be giggles. There's going to be Carrigan trying to keep things lighthearted because a best of 5 is a marathon, and FaZe, they are going to struggle to even get off the starting mark.
Definitely, and listen, FaZe has had their fair share of best of 5s, you know, over the last 6 months or a year or so, so they definitely know how the momentum can swing in a final. They know that it's a marathon, not a sprint, right? So hopefully they will also know that if they get off to a bad start, even though it's their own pick, they need to consolidate themselves, they need to keep grinding, keep trying, because Astralis is not going to let up.
Astralis have been relentless, Chad, and I want to understand exactly your expectations. You know the maps now. You've all made it clear Astralis should be winning this unless FaZe do something different, but I just want to understand how much resistance you think is going to go down now you know the order of those maps.
We really just have to take in present form, right? I can sit here and I can say that these guys are amazing players and, you know, Carrigan's calls and all this kind of... But the thing is, the current form and what we've seen throughout the tournament, FaZe have looked sloppy. They haven't looked a better version of themselves. Astralis, on the other hand, ever since DreamHack Masters Marseille, they've looked absolutely phenomenal. I'm expecting them to take this and show FaZe right now that this is their era, this is their chance to take the Intel Grand Slam. It's going to be a 3-0 stomping, Alex.
Oh my goodness, yes, FaZe will be stepping up to that plate. Yanko, your final thoughts, is it similar to that of Chad's that we do have the impending Astralis era upon us, and winning this would be a step in that direction?
Unfortunately, it is, Alex. I want it for the crowd, I want it for everyone watching, really for FaZe to step up and for us to have a competitive grand final here. I'm going to be a bit more optimistic than Chad. I'm going to give FaZe 1 map. I think they're going to click on 1 map, potentially even the first one, but I think Astralis is just too good at the moment, 3-1 for them.
Yeah, it's going to be such a tall task to overcome, and don't forget, IEM history for FaZe has been rather spotted. Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
Potentially turns now, Alex. You know, they lost 2 grand finals that they were supposed to win. Everything was for them, and they lost maybe now.
I love it. That's perfect, Yanko. Poetic indeed. FaZe, when they're supposed to win, they couldn't. Let's see what happens when it's on its head. Of course, here in Down Under, Astralis FaZe Clan, map 1.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Aussie, Aussie, Aussie! Sydney! Are you ready to crown an Intel Extreme Masters champion? Live into the pistol round. Astralis on the defense and FaZe taking up the offense. Rain's gonna be boosted up, taking control of middle, attempting to with that P250, taking some shots, keeping them honest. And it's very, very patient for FaZe.
It certainly is, and Glaive the mastermind with utility, but Magisk the first to fall. The first blow has been given. It's Rain towards Magisk, and Rain looking dominant towards middle. being assertive with presence. Building up here, and Glaive on the other side, going to be caught off guard, quite possibly. He's checking for middle, but Rain a little closer than expected. But while this begins, you're seeing that 8 hit off to the side, but Rain's a one-man army. The smoke's gone up, and he's keeping them real busy. Gonna make that rotation very tricky. Zipnik's doing what he can to keep him away. For now, bomb going down. FaZe flooded the site.
And this is a very quiet take of the A bomb site. There was no real defense mounted. Normally you get some shots off, and now they have to rotate over, and we see these vintage retakes all the time. But Rain with his P250, 2 players are being dedicated to hunt him down. It's got to come quick. Rain can buy a lot of time here, and he's surviving, not taking enough, and they have to go aggressive. They have to hunt him down. Kerrigan with 1 kill towards the A bomb site, but Rain does it all! A double kill! And that should seal the pistol for FaZe.
Rain so stoic in approach. He looked calm, cool, and collected throughout all of that. And he completely dismembered Astralis from start to finish. When they tried to get back towards it, when that bomb was planted, he was in their way. And maybe this is a good beginning for FaZe. Maybe this is the style they want to bring, that ferocity that keeps you guessing. And look at this, that follow-up.
That's so beautiful. He played that so perfectly, and this is what the desk was talking about. They need Rain. Rain had some quiet games yesterday. Everyone remembers cheering for his first kill about 10, 11 rounds into the game. He can't get to that slow of a start. Has to speed things up, and that opening pick did everything for FaZe on Cash. It's Astralis now on the back foot. Device has the scout. The Deagles are out. We saw Magis get some beautiful shots of this yesterday. And there's another one, the follow-up. He continues his tear.
Device up top, tagged good. Rain knocked back now. FaZe not having an easy time of this. Astralis going to make them work for their meal. The 4v5. FaZe still have plenty of options available, still have that utility to hand, but Astralis, as said, locking this one down.
Readjusting across the map as well. Rain is so battered, it's going to be tough for them now. They have utility. They can actually close the gap if needed. Dupree is actually pushed out of the B bomb site, and now he's going to start getting bold. He's going to start pushing at any moment, especially as pressure is felt, but the vents are open.
This is readable as well. If you're Kerrigan, you kind of know what these guys like to do. So smoke towards middle. This is going to put pressure because Device, Glaive, they already started to play away from this. But Glaive to find exist in middle. That's going to make it trickier. Nico, Rain, and Kerrigan this time vying for options, but it looks like a lean towards A. Is that Zipnik's to the chest of Rain. He's going to be winded after that. It's Nico and Kerrigan going to try and pull this one back together, but they've only got 20 seconds. They've got the rifles. They have no utility. Their options are limited here, Jason. Device's eyes are trained on this.
This is the FaZe disaster. That's a good shot from Kerrigan, though, but look at Zipnix. He's biding his time. He's waiting. A flashbang going to come in. There's only 8 seconds. All he needs to do is kill one. They haven't even entered the site.
Zipnix needs to land that shot as soon as he hears this. And the Deagle, it can be a cruel mistress, but he gets the job done, and Astralis turn it on a dime. We're back all even at 1-1. The gun's recovered too. Astralis doing what's required and keeping FaZe humble. No build, no instant way back into this. No springboard effect or run.
This is what FaZe is going to have to manage. This is why we think their T-sides have looked, the desk talked about, have looked so weak at times throughout this tournament. That's very unconvincing. Everyone spread out across the map. Nothing convincing. It seemed like there wasn't one set plan. It was kind of players being spread out and eventually just traded off by Astralis. Once they get that opening pick, they can start sacrificing 1-for-1 and still come out on top, and it's done perfectly, especially with the clock winding down. FaZe has to avoid that in the future. There needs to be one voice dictating where they go, and that's got to be Kerrigan.
Looks like Zipnix is the one to be getting the torrent of the T side if they do come his way, but he's not sticking around too close. You have to respect those Deagles. You have to respect what FaZe can do. And the smoke goes up. Zipnix does have an angle on this one Molotov, and I think he still has a flash to hand, so towards door in case they were trying to split it, but no, it is going to be that flood from main one. He needs more. Going to spray, and that's good for 2. The Deagle to hand now, just buying time. The support is on its way, but Kerrigan CZ is not bad at all.
Oh, that's a bold
He's
plan.
Got away with it.
Yeah, he has.
Kerrigan, how have you done that one? A 2v4, unlikely as it seems, but a nice bit of a way to play for Kerrigan there. Somehow getting the bomb down, but more importantly, Zipnix getting all of the opponents down.
Yeah, all 5 kills and ace in just the 3rd round of this grand finals. That's a good start for Zipnix, and he's not someone that you want to start feeling confident. Incredible individually, incredible mind games being played. He's one of the smartest players that we have. This is beautiful. Obviously, the benefit, a little bit of luck as he gets that second one through the body of Nico. But the plant is going to be quite nice for FaZe. Even though they don't get a whole lot of production on that kind of a buy, the plant is going to help them recuperate some of those losses moving forward.
Well, upgraded pistols again for the T side, but nothing too much, quite reserved. P250's a smoke on Carrigan, but that's about your lot. But Astralis, they're not a team to make too many mistakes on these rounds. We've seen them being very, very reserved in nature, very smart in approach, and the stack towards middle. Ooh,
that's brutal.
That's a headache the next day right there. So many players chunked down. Device trying to capitalize on that, but it's going to be probably Magis to handle it. Spots them down by the drop. Flash comes in, allows him a second or two to adjust. And back in we go. Tagged up, sticks around, sprays it down. And it's a massacre in middle. Nico's doing what he can, but it is nowhere near enough. Magis this time with 4 individually very, very beneficial rounds for Astralis. So you've got players now feeling good about this.
Here we go. This is where you got to see what the game plan that FaZe is going to bring out. This is the round they've talked about and Kerrigan has thought about overnight. That very first gun round when you're challenging head-to-head, and Guardian's going to have that AWP, 4 AK-47s on the rest of the players. Even actually Astralis with a good amount of AKs. Yeah, that's a nice sequence for Magis. He was great yesterday, and if he continues, that's a player who spent a lot of time really struggling to find impact in the pro scene on his former teams, and now he's got to be loving it. Astralis poised, and they want to get aggressive. The defense gets the opening pick, and Guardian is shut down early.
What a hefty blow to be given as well. Losing out on someone who could be so instrumental. Guardian, so capable of creating space for your team and opportune moments to strike, but that's been ripped away so early on. Bear in mind, Astralis still have all that utility that they want. They've got everything still beside them. We want to see that kind of, I guess, consolidated thought from FaZe on approach. We want to see something from them here.
The value of that kill is so incredible. One flashbang and Dupree pushes out and finds it. And they have so much utility still and with the player advantage. I don't know how FaZe is going to come back into this one. Astralis able to get that frag, and Dupree just sneaks away. No damage even being dealt. There's a good pick. Nico through the door. We know we're going to see this battle throughout the game. Nico lurking. Wins initially, but he is brought down very low. He's got to go passive here. Nade from Magis is looked on point, but doesn't do a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, Rain's pretty far forward here, a little further ahead from the others, but looking for his chance to find a way in. But Magis is there. The flash is excellent for Magisk as well. Might have been a team flash that caught Rain quite possibly. Bit of a blunder, really, if anything, and Magisk allowed now to play this one out. He's got control on this. They're sneaking their way through. The flash actually hinders him more than helps, and Exist they're going to punish. Bit of awkward action with the old utility going on, and Carrigan's going to tear it ahead. This is good for FaZe. The bomb's on Carrigan, and he's not crossed yet. Glaive stopped that, now causing issues. And look who's on the flank. Dupree tries to get ahead of himself there. And Exist stops it. This could be the round that keeps FaZe building back. Maybe Glaive can do it himself. Flashed up somehow. Somehow comes out of that still alive, but the time. 7 seconds, Jason. It's not a great deal, but with the bomb planted, the off plant's not bad here for FaZe.
No, it's actually beautiful. Even Nico with low HP, he's got the angle at forklift. That's the critical point you want to hold. He can have all the information, and Exist doesn't even have to try and help him necessarily. He can just play for himself. Now they know, and Exist is going to hide. It's all down to Glaive. He's got to go find the kills, and he's not aware of where Nico's gone, and it's going to be easy. Hidden in the cubby, and a single shot. That's a second round for FaZe. They're back on the board. A very slow-paced play towards that A-bomb site.
You felt with Guardian going down, that could have all gone very differently, but somehow they recovered. The flashes coming through hindered Rain, and I think it even hindered Magis to a degree in that round too. There was a couple that went a little bit astray there.
You can see the idea. I think actually, Rain, that was a team flash. That was a mistimed peek into the bomb site for him, or maybe a misunderstanding of where the flash exactly from Nico was going from door. But still, I mean, the fact that they're walking into the bomb site, Astralis could never really get a good read on how many players were committed there. They couldn't get the rotations over in time. Double op set up this round for Astralis. Glaive's got one of them, and look at the aggression towards door. Here comes another flash, and is Nico going to be ready? He doesn't turn, he's completely blind, and Astralis have opened up. The game plan for the defensive side is this aggression to find single picks.
That was so Magis, you were lucky to have your life. Guardian almost had you there. Spray comes in, but that was purely constructed to find players like Nico. 3 players put towards that. A complete switch up of approach here. Dupree pressuring Milliard, the solo AWP on Glaive on B, and then the other, of course, with Device. But that is a head to claim.
You can tell they've done their research, can't you? This is
just a little bit.
Yes, this is really, really cool from Astralis. Now, they weren't able to convert it the first time when they picked up Guardian. We'll see if Nico's out of the action. That is a piece of aggression out of FaZe that they can no longer use. The AK-47 much better at encroaching onto bomb sites than the AWP. Perfect counter flashes are going to delay things, and there's another kill. FaZe is being whittled down.
Yeah, the Molotovs are hindering approach as well. Magic's is going to be swept aside. Rain looking for the follow. Oh, he gets it too! Device! You blink and you miss that one, and Rain this time is unleashed. Finally put to bed by Zipnix, but this is dominance from FaZe till now. It is still a 2v2, but the bomb has crossed towards side. Guardian desperate to try and control this cross, but pressure now starting to be applied. He takes 1 point of that away. That's Dupree gone. Glaive trying to play this one back in. Nade goes through. Guardian gets a little damage, but Glaive, he's going in quick on this one. Eyes up one. It's not good enough. It exists there, and FaZe finding form when it's needed.
This is what we mentioned in the pregame. Astralis plays that so well. They get the opening pick, they get the perfect counter flash as well, they get the second follow-up kill in on the entry into the bomb site. But the one thing that can counter all of that can counter a perfect situation, is just the skill from FaZe. So many different players that can create, so many players that can just out-duel you, and exactly what happens. Rain gets a little bit of luck through the smoke, obviously, but I mean, you can't argue with the results of that round. It's now tied up 3-3 as we get a timeout coming in. Called by FaZe is, I mean, remember they stumbled earlier in an anti-eco as well with the AK-47s. They got to make sure that doesn't happen again.
Yeah, probably the point of discussion going forward as well. How do we continue this? Clearly aware of what they're coming up against. No second guessing about the money. They know what the situation is. The buy's been made from FaZe, and on the other side, money, of course, is a real premium for Astralis. Don't have a great deal of it, sitting around 2K, so most of them absconding from anything.
Well, Exist's gonna lead the way. Doesn't want to get too aggressive. They've got a couple picks towards this B bomb site. And this is much, much better for an anti-eco round. You really have to be happy about this one. 4 players for FaZe lining up towards this B bomb site. That spam happens every single round, so it doesn't give away the game. And they're just going to get into this site. They're going to play the trades. They're going to let the MAC-10 lead the way. Nico, even though he gets damaged a little bit, he's able to find a kill through the smoke, and they're all going down. Even Device being checked upon by Kerrigan.
You want to be seeing that MAC-10 getting the damage done as well. Build up those funds, try and stabilize that economy. Exist being nice play, just catching anyone trying to come through connector in middle. 3, and USPS, not going to happen. Good stuff from FaZe. 5 alive, bomb plants, money being built on SMGs. It's everything you want to be seeing from a round like that.
I think you got to be happy right now if you're FaZe and you're hitting the scoreboard. It's still early going, but Exist on 7. Kerrigan's going to be on 6 and Rain with 5. Those are players at times that get criticized for their lack of frag and lack of production, but here it's looking good. At least to start with. It's Nico and Guardian to round out the bottom of that scoreboard, and we know they can produce when called upon.
Got to be looking at Device as well to start building. He's had a quiet beginning in this matchup. Not yet to really get his mark on the scoreboard, but plenty of time for that yet. And a quick hit towards A. Zipnix is completely blind to all of this, somehow still alive, and oh, they're getting denied at the door, but no, they've stuck their way through. Guardian Exists, power on forward. It's a 3v3, and again, so much potency with FaZe. Now the bomb planted. Nico holding the back lines. It's a real shutdown here.
I think they might have to save on this one. They don't have any kits either. Very light on utility. They might stick around to try and get 1 kill and see if they can make something possible. That's a great call coming out of the FaZe camp. Abusing the fact that there's not a whole lot of economy in Astralis. They don't have the Molotovs to slow it down, and ooh, Guardian misses one. That's going to allow them to move forward, and actually they're going to go for this, at least initially. Flashbang in, and actually the follow-up from his teammate blinds Guardian.
No kit on Astralis, so time is of the essence. Glaive receives a face full of damage, and you've got to know when you're done, and it looks like Glaive certainly understands that. Dupree might have overcommitted a little bit. He wants to get those guns away, and he might at least get 1. Not going to get any more. And it will be round on the board for FaZe here, no matter how you want to look at it. Astralis have to back away, and FaZe pick up the pace and pick up the round.
Maybe a superficial retake from the Astralis side of things, as maybe they're just trying to keep the FaZe players in the range of that bomb explosion. They got an extra kill at the end because of it, so try to take what guns away that they can. The problem is that M4 is almost at this point way more valuable than the AKs are for FaZe. Astralis being beat up as the losing bonus builds. It's now at 4 rounds. 1 more and it'll be maxed out. Device, as you mentioned, still yet to get a kill. Such a crucial piece of this Astralis puzzle. He has that AWP. We know he can turn these rounds on his head. Device has gone towards the B bomb site. He wants to find an open duel.
If he goes too far though, look at Guardian on the other side, aware that maybe that AWP is still being retained. How is he going to try and use it? How can I get around that? There's your answer. It's like Guardian's willing to be around for this, and Device might just walk into it. Well, Glaive had impression. There it is. Guardian, you can see in the kill feed, does find Device, reading him like a book, going to shut that chapter on him. And even though Exist did go down, you've got to feel that FaZe should be able to pull themselves together here, but we've seen these rounds be very deadly. Zipnix does have the CZ. We do have some armor. Much else, though, beyond that. M4, of course, on Glaive. Smoke's got, Molly's go out. Xyp9x is forced out of position, and Hit comes in towards the site. Spraying in his rain again. Doesn't even to seal. Glaive but managed to get punished, and Guardian defining Xyp9x. It's all looking very good here for FaZe. They've stabilized. There was a little bit of a threat for a little bit of time, but the best thing Astralis can do right now is ensure that dupreeh keeps hold of that AWP.
It's pretty nasty. A really good start for Rain. A couple of those kills, he's been great, even with the smoke in his face at taking control of that cross. And yeah, they would love to take this off out of dupreeh. Guardian so fast at those shots, and obviously saw something that dupreeh didn't. He's shut down. The AWP is taken away, and even with the full losing bonus now, it's going to be another expensive purchase for this defensive side. Device is going to have that AWP on the board, and I think we're going to get an Astralis timeout here as they really need to talk things over. It feels at the moment like FaZe is trying to set up for a mid or B play later on. They're really enjoying this A bomb site, having a lot of success here. The question always becomes, when do they switch things up? When do they go elsewhere and completely fool Astralis?
I guess that's the question with Astralis right now is, how do we deal with this? Can we control this A hit? Is that something we can work upon? Initially, it looked like Xyp9x really had that in check. He was doing very nicely for himself, but once it got rolling, very tough to get back in towards it. So discussion time for Astralis. They need to work out how they want to approach the rest of this game because FaZe are going from strength to strength.
The weird part for Astralis at the moment that they might be discussing is the fact that that game plan they started with of ways to get that early pick on the CT side, the push out to get Guardian in the first gun round, and then the push towards Nico in the door the following, they didn't win those rounds. So even though the plan worked initially, falling back into the bomb sites, they still got punished for it later on. So it's a very weird situation to be in. There's the early peek, and Guardian's going to win that. Too fast for Device.
2 rounds in a round now. We've seen Guardian outdoing Device. That's going to be really getting Device's head, I can imagine, on this stage. And look at the damage. Magisk is the walking wounded, 16 HP. The Molotov goes in. Exist puts him out of his misery. And he wants some more. Stone cold. He was looking for that, but Xyp9x does win out. At least shuts that avenue down, and dupreeh is trying to keep together this A site. It's looking rather flimsy, this defense, but somehow they've kept it just about together.
That's a big kill for dupreeh to get. Nico was looking to kind of take advantage of all the mayhem that was caused, all the different rotations. He thought he found a gap in it, but dupreeh gets there just in time. But it's put him out of position to help Glaive. He's all alone in a 1-on-3, and that smoke isn't going to stop anybody. Rain's going to wrap around the bomb site. There's another smoke in his face, and actually just spraying through the corner. Great play, and Xyp9x. Did he create any magic? Low HP on both Astralis players, and it's desperate now for them.
Desperate times do call for desperate measures. Rain and Karrigan, of course, sitting pretty. Now, Rain just doing so well for this side currently. He's reading the game really nicely. dupreeh, again, put into this position. But how much can he get done? What can he do with this? Bomb plant comes in. He knows one's on site and one obviously isn't, but he's creeping his way out. I'm just going to bet, pray that Rain is not looking towards him right now. Karrigan not stepping away from default for a second. High flash. Forces him out. Karrigan's there. Well controlled by FaZe, and this T side is something we haven't seen from FaZe in a while. This is a bit of a different look and something we've been desperately asking for to come out from them.
That was really cool. I mean, they go patient. Once they take that bomb site, they're very, very slow to actually get in and get the bomb plant. They want to make sure they know exactly where Astralis is coming from on those retakes before they kind of make their decision. So, well done. This FaZe is looking much, much different from what we saw throughout the rest of the tournament. They've had to fight and struggle the whole way to get here, dropping a lot of maps. Astralis, on the other hand, with relative ease, they went straight to the semifinals out of groups. They only lost 1 map in this whole event leading up to the grand finals. That was an overtime loss to Mouse Sports just yesterday. Otherwise, it's been a pretty comfortable ride for them.
A little bit of CT side aggression towards main, but they're trying to make use of what limited they have on Astralis, which is small amounts of utility and the upgraded pistols and the armor now on the other side, of course. Perfection of a buy. FaZe have it all. But they have struggled sometimes to have that kind of cohesion in these rounds, but at the moment it seems like it is locked in here for these guys. We've seen that real competitive mentality. Up and over the red box we go. Have a little look down, see if anyone's pushed up towards middle. This is good from FaZe, keeping a lot in mind here.
Look how far Nico is. He knows he's been punished earlier, but he's going to love these fights. This is warm-up for him. Just a little heat check as Xyp9x and Device continue to challenge, and Device is just going to keep at an off angle. They're not able to connect with that until just now. The spray comes through. Down to just 3 players on Astralis, and that's really the danger point. They wanted to get aggressive and eliminate one of the extremities of this FaZe setup. Guardian going to be very aware of that smoke, and he spots out Xyp9x just as he pulls a nade. That's going to be frustrating, but he's pushed him back at the very least.
Ooh, damage on Rain there, but you've got to see more than that. We've got Deagle still up. Dupree's done some terrible things with his before. Magic's going to find his connection, but still staying alive is 4 for FaZe. Bomb site under control. Dupree gets shot in the back. Not going to get away with it this time, and Magic's locked away. Into the cupboard we go, and Exist drills him through the door.
8-3, Astralis, they need to get started right now. This is running away with them. Not a whole lot of time left for them to claw themselves back into this. It's going to be another AWP on Device, but this is a disaster for him. He's 0-9 at the moment. He has yet to get on the board, and that's such a, you know, we always talk about Device, the way he opts, it's so unique and he's so mobile, but if you can't find that first pick in these rounds, if Guardian's going to continue to outduel him, he's going to have no impact.
We might just see it again as well. Both AWPers going towards the same side of things. Not quite aggressive for Device, clearly not, you know, had the spawn or feeling it out quite the same, but we do see the mid-aggression coming through as well. The counter boost could be something they consider down the line, but Rain is doing so much damage. Can't get away from that though, as much as you might run and hide. The nade's coming through.
He looked up, he knew it was coming, he was waiting for it, he thought he might have enough space. Yeah.
Not gonna happen though, but still. 4v4. Not too much gain, not too much loss. Always tricky though for a CT side, because you do get spread pretty thin. Still have Device over by B, so he can be left to his own devices. Excuse the horrible pun. Glaive pushed up by middle and 2 towards A. So FaZe can still overwhelm wherever they go.
This is a really tough position for Glaive though. It's not ideal with no support. Xyp9x can rotate back and forth if Glaive gets some information, he can call him to at least bait, but that's a very, very exposed spot. Obviously wanting to stick around. I think Kerrigan's going to end up throwing a little bit of a fake. Here comes the utility. We'll see if anyone bites on it. Molotov out as well. How much does he commit? Does he want to go for a kill? Because meanwhile, the B bomb site is where the real action is occurring.
If it's going to happen, it's got to be now for Device. He's going to steady himself. The deep breath before the hit comes in, the smokes, the Molotovs, it's all being made. The bait's there and he's falling for it. The Molotov burns, but he stands tall this time. First kill on the board and the support has arrived. Glaive swiftly gets round there, and the last 2 players for FaZe are struggling to find their approach. Device is doing what he needs to. It was a long time in the making, but those 2 kills were integral. And you can see that little breath to himself there, just knowing that, all right, job done now.
Yeah, sometimes the first is the hardest, and he's at least on the board now, so that can make him feel a little bit better, can calm down and get into the game now. A nice hold. That fake doesn't do nearly enough. Kerrigan goes down without a fight. Still have the lead at 8-4, and they can still wreak some havoc here. They can still do a lot to the economy. If they're able to win this one, that reset. There is Dupree and Device with plenty of money built up, but the other 3 players would be in a nightmare situation. It's going to come out pretty slow pace. Nothing given away by FaZe early on. Just a default spread across the map. And this time it's Dupree and Glaive towards the B-bomb site. Device is going to be in middle with Magisk.
Couple of early exchanges. No one really walking away too badly. Exist got a little bit, Magisk as well. But no harm, no foul thus far. No one finding an easy way in, but with Dupree's aggression, that could be quite fun if they do go for this. They've got the double smokes probably being put down towards mid right now, it looks like, with Nico and Rain in those sort of spots, but could be the case if they fancy it with the B lean to support, split through the vents. But 3 players, this could be read by Astralis. They might have full information or just an idea or an inkling as to this being the game plan. Maybe someone's heard something.
Well, usually there's some pressure being applied to Door if they're going to head towards that A bomb site. You know Nico's going to be there. This time he's not. No one in A main either. So this is a really, really nice call from Astralis. A risk on the defense. Glaive actually breaks it up. There is those crisscross smokes. As you mentioned, it's only Nico and Magisk goes hunting for the information. Dupree can't find that first. Device in the bomb site. The nade could do it, but Exist backs off. He's got a hold, and there's another frag.
Yeah, Device keeps going. That's 2. The third would be perfect for him. The Guardian slips away into the night, but the spray through the wall. That'll do the job for you. And Astralis reading the play well. Good positioning, and that's what you want from Device.
That's what you want from Xyp9x, 16-8. He's having a really nice start, and Device, you're exactly right. Inside the bomb site, not pressured, not forced out of his spot, just hits the easy shots, not going for anything crazy, playing within his means. And they're clawing back into this. Astralis has arrived on the defense, 5-8 now. And the last buy here for FaZe, Astralis might shatter their economy right at the end.
Well, it's move FaZe now. It's their turn to try and adjust, see what they can bring back through. The answer has clearly been given, and might be seeing that CT side aggression towards A main as well. Magisk there, raring to go. I think there might be a flash put through. Yeah, a couple going in, and off we go. But FaZe not really vying for that early, but they don't really have much step towards this map, and those deep nades working so well. Mouse Sports were punished by those as well.
The boost coming in now, and this, I think now you can see Nico's edging over towards door. If he gets in there and he can actually cause some attention, they'll be able to mask if they want to move elsewhere across the map, but it's a delayed take towards mid. A lot of damage is done towards Guardian. Rain has already gotten out though, and if he can open things up, and he does it again, there goes Glaive, and now Guardian, he takes his moment. The spray forces Device off the angle, which gives Guardian the freedom, and Astralis has no information. They don't know how many bodies are out mid. They don't know if it's 0 or 5. And that's really going to hurt if they try and rotate into position.
It's only Rain really stepping forward so far, but we saw what he could do just on the opening round. Magisk on the other side. Not exactly unfamiliar with this. Ooh, Device just about gets away with his life, but it's Xyp9x who's going to deal with the flood again. 1, 2. He's actually going to readjust for the third, but Nico reads it well, but by now they're looking rather slender in teammates. You only got Guardian Nico now. Nico, though, wants to do what he can, tries to pressure down towards Highway, but buying a couple of seconds for that to happen. There's a world where that kill came through and it'd be a different situation, but it is a 2v1. But Guardian has looked supreme against Device until now. But he's got to go against Magisk to Guardian. Bomb going down. One player pushes forward. Oh! It's quick as lightning! And now the 1v1. Device quaking as Guardian looks dominant on this site. Device without a kid either. An uphill struggle at all occasions. But Guardian stills himself, steadies the nerve, spots up, gets it! Impeccable play from Guardian. You can take nothing away from this man. That was nothing short of brilliant.
He had no business hitting those 2 shots. Magisk, that aggressive angle, I thought that was going to be it. Guardian with such low HP as well. As the Molotov starts to spread, that final kill. And what a champion. Those are the kind of plays that FaZe, if they can bring them out more frequently, obviously you can't rely on it, but that's what can just ruin everything for Astralis with their smart tactical play. Guardian just crushes them. 9-5, and yeah, you have to take a timeout after that one. You need to take a deep breath and figure things out.
God damn. How do you deal with that one?
This is just disgusting. That's so fast, and obviously he misses that, it's over.
Yeah, that's done. That Guardian was so low on HP. He was down below like 20 or something. He was on 18, possibly. I'm not 100% sure, but one bullet would probably have done the job there. So that's the man you want turning up in the finals for you, if you're FaZe as well. But this is only the first half in a best of 5. We've got a long way to go.
It's going to be a very, very long game. Long match. Kerrigan watching for the reverse boost, I think. And now, yeah, this is much more convincing. Molotov going to try and imitate some of that mid-control. Molotov out, but the footsteps are being heard by Glaive, which isn't going to pull any rotations away. But once again, Rain has found the open space. It's Exist to find the kill. He's quietly been very solid, and Glaive actually saves Xyp9x's life, but for how long is the question? All of his teammates are falling. He's trying to readjust his position. He's out in the open. He's gotten one. Somehow still alive, and he's given his team a 3-on-3.
Somehow in all that madness, he steadied his nerves, but there is still threats aplenty for FaZe. They have the numbers, but oh! Dupree! Around the back, but still they maintain numbers. Device this time, put to the question, to the task that Guardian excelled in before. A 1v2 retake with the AWP. Never easy here on the CT side, of course. And it's Nico and Kerrigan against you. He's looking. He's working his way forward. Every angle could contain a threat, and they are standing stoic in nature, still as anything. Device now gets put down. It's Kerrigan to close out the first half here, and what a way to get this one started, Jason.
Well, we all had questions about FaZe, if they were going to be able to show up individually to challenge against Astralis, and that first half they've answered it, and it's yes. 10-5 heading into the second half.
We always knew this was going to be a brawl, but a 10-5 half favoring FaZe might surprise some. Astralis throughout this tournament had looked formidable, but now they've met quite possibly their match.
Seems like it. We were all wondering if FaZe was going to have their players showed up, but they've looked really spotty when they haven't had the individual level that we've come to know and love out of them. It's actually been Device who is quiet. Same with Dupree and actually Glaive. And there's some individual effort on the Astralis side. It seems like at times they've tactically outplayed FaZe throughout some of those gun rounds, but just not having the firepower to finish it up, which is kind of a scary prospect for this Astralis side. It's Exist, though, leading the way for FaZe, which is probably some contributions they didn't quite expect.
No, absolutely. It's always a nice bonus. But the one thing we heard on the desk as well is the fact that we haven't seen much of the Astralis T side or the depths that they can go to because we haven't really had to see it.
They have been pretty dominant, haven't they?
They've been really good. Even the basic stuff works incredibly well. Dupree's success in not only the games, but the opening duels as well statistically has been phenomenal throughout this tournament. So looking at him going forward is going to be interesting what he can achieve on this T side. But Astralis now need to really quite dig deep in this one. If FaZe start rolling, the fact of them having fun is terrifying. If they're starting to just kind of loosen up and enjoy this match in only the first half, it's a little scary, but we are getting this one started up. A bit of a simple, easy hit A. Smokes go up and it's red already. There's 3 players very dedicated here. Look at this crossfire coming in. Rain prepares himself. Good damage done. Going to be decapitating Dupree, but it's going to be Glaive to fight forward. And it's not going to be working out just yet. Exist tries to still himself as they tried to get in towards the site, but they've broken in. The bomb not to hand yet, but easily recovered at this point.
That smoke, that late smoke might actually help FaZe. He can actually get an angle, but Matt just shuts it down. He hears the footsteps of Kerrigan. He knows exactly what he wants. Guardian, the last one left, and that spectacular clutch earlier with the ult, but surely not with the USP. Or the P2K, excuse me. That's a nice headshot. He's building upon this, and now he's got to find out where Glaive is, but no. Shut down. He found some open space and he found some opportunities. And Astralis barely holds on to the second half pistol.
Guardian's a scary player, isn't he? We're seeing that coming through now. Just that P2K and AWP doesn't seem to matter, whatever it is.
I mean, those were very quick shots. And I mean, that was actually not bad on the initial defense for FaZe. That Rain was in like a one and done spot, wasn't he? He gets that kill out towards door, and if he doesn't find like a second kill within the first 2 shots, he's just done with, he's over. So some investment for FaZe in this second round, going for that element of danger, but there's only armor bought up on Rain and Nico. The rest of them are saving as much money as possible, wanting to have that utility, benefit of the cushion of this scoreline.
Nico, let's see that Deagle do something. Been a while since we've seen it come truly alive. Great work from the back line, so this is a very quick pinch. Astralis have been surrounded on all fronts. They're trying to fight their way forward, but this is very deadly. Guardian tries to find that space to operate. Magic says no, and he says no again. Kerrigan goes down. So Exist and Rain now, even with everything seen and everything red, couldn't quite get it to work. Device just on the other side. The smoke, Rain's there for one, but Exist sneaks through the door, but this is shut down from Astralis thus far. Exist knows that he's going to be very limited in what he can achieve.
Almost might as well just fall back here. Keep that CZ in your hand if even possible. You know you're going to get kind of locked into this doorway. Magic watching for the exit. It's an easy kill from him. There was a lot of damage done to Astralis right as they went for the exit in A main. I think that was a grenade that flew in. They've at least sustained something FaZe couldn't do in the first half. So they're starting to build 7-10 as they come back into this. FaZe going to have to sit around out. Mostly just unupgraded pistols. Not a lot of utility, actually just one flashbang on Exist, so probably a plan of where that wants to go. Maybe pop flash in towards A main and just swing out and take fights, and that's exactly what we're going to see happen. But can they find the timing? That's going to be the question, if they can get it done when they hear the footsteps. And it's actually the bomb coming that way on Glaive, so if they get this right, this could be a tough round for Astralis.
Yeah, not as easy as they'd hope, but obviously no armor. Flash is great, but the spray down, not bad either, but Nico and Guardian going to connect well. They've actually picked up rifles too, and the bomb's now left in a very treacherous position. Nico up to put his life on the line for it, but nothing came through there. Guardian now without the armor, getting punished a little on the first, but he needs to be clean as anything.
Oh no, that smoke. That smoke actually cuts Astralis off from making a play, but coming right through. Device doesn't need vision. He's got 4 kills in the round.
All right, well, you know what, Jason? I'm kind of happy that it worked out this way. I'm happy to see the 3 rounds back for Astralis, because you know that means we have a closer game.
Well, I mean, even Guardian, the cool thing is Guardian with that AK-47 could have actually done something. We've seen him do some magnificent things in the late round, in the clutches that he's been in with the AWP first, and almost the pistol round as well in a 1 versus 3. That could have actually turned quite dangerous if he'd had the time to relocate. Either way, fourth round of the second half. The rifles are out and Device has his op, and we'll see what he can do on the T side. He got battered on the defense. Need to pick it up here.
Down Astralis are in much of a hurry yet. Bomb still down back in middle. Testing the waters, but Rain looking for information as well. We saw Dupree doing this somewhat on the other side, so a bit of a parallel in that. But utility being exchanged and both teams forcing each other away. As Magisk is the one testing that. Zipnix showing a little by the door.
Astralis has actually forced out a lot of utility from this FaZe side, and now they've taken a scalp. Rain goes down and checkers. FaZe can't do a whole lot to slow down any hits. It's just kind of counter flashes if they do come in, but that one frag is going to open a lot of space for Device to try and find a pick, and Nico is the one who's going to equalize things on Dupree. That's towards A main. There's some of those counter flashes coming in. Now he's in his locked horns with Zipnix. At a standstill between the two of them.
Oh, an exist. Heads on over. Flash goes in. And job done. Exist. Hit and run on that. Shuts the door. Had enough. 3 players remain. Astralis now losing out on these positions. And Nico's on the hunt. He's looking a little hungry. A little bit of bloodlust comes in. And he might just get a fair amount of it. Device on the corner too. Nico, he reads it well. But Device outdoes him. And Glaive comes alive towards A. There's potential now. This was a 2v4 almost.
Oh, Device, that's gutsy, making that cross with such low HP, trying to beat the rotations, and he does exactly that. And because of it, he's now fooled FaZe. They likely, because he's dinked, think he's playing passive with that op, the long range out towards middle. So Kerrigan has to be very cognizant. He has to be aware of the fact, but now it's been given up. The op rings out. They know exactly where he is.
And that's all they need, apparently. Diffuse going to come through, and the play back in from FaZe was great. You're starting to see Nico looking into it. Exist feeling hungry as well. These guys are really starting to put up the fight. The double AWP as well coming over for FaZe. A lovely touch.
See how that works for him. That's Astralis actually doing, getting beat up on that T side, losing way too many players. The pop flash in towards main. Zipnix scared to make a move, locked in towards the left side of door, and it's FaZe who goes hunting him down. So very aggressive defense to try and find some frags when they're down a player, and it works out perfectly. Timeout now called for Astralis. They're down 8-11. Even with the pistol, that first gun round doesn't go their way, but they want to fight right back into it. They're going to invest more. This time they won't have an AWP on Device to play with.
Desperate times here for Astralis. Purchase-wise, a little bit shoddy on a couple of fronts.
It's still relatively early in this map, but this is actually a very important round for Astralis. If they're going to be playing from very far behind, if they can't win this, they'll have to save. FaZe will be able to get up to 13, and all of a sudden you're down 5 rounds, and you're on the verge of losing the opening map of these grand finals.
Well, if there's a play in the book, this is the time to break it out. You've got UMPs, you've got Galils. The other team does have the SMG on Kerrigan, but I mean, still, this could be quite something.
They've gone for mid-control, though, FaZe, and actually it looked like Astralis was going to have a very fast-paced round towards A, but they pumped the brakes right on the verge of it. It's a retake strategy on A coming out for FaZe, so this could work out perfectly. How aggressive do Nico and Exist want to be in to try and rotate into the bomb site and stop this? And I don't think they can be that aggressive. It's Nico with an AWP, so he's not at mobile.
No, the cross going to come out now. You can see them trying. Nico, he's going for a little bit of a look. Gets sent packing, but Guardian's going to do what he could and finds Dupree. Zipnix in the meantime does get tagged up, and the flank coming out from Kerrigan could be very timely. Device might have to keep a little bit of a tab on that. Seems as though he is, but Kerrigan going to try and outdo him. The angle's good for Kerrigan. He takes down Device. Now Magisk gets called in. The backup arrives and he delivers as well. It's a 4v3. And the CTs keeping control of this retake still. Zipnix, Glaive dedicated towards the side, looking for a way to get this one under their control. And that's exactly what you want from a player like Magisk. And Zipnix now needs to do it all in the 1v2, but the time is ticking and they do not have a kid. He might have just done enough for Astralis. Desperate times did call for desperate measures, and somehow they got that round on the board.
It's okay, though, if you're FaZe. I mean, you have the op to play with. You have both ops, actually. You're going to invest in this round. All 5 players from Astralis going down, so you want to challenge once again. Magisk again answering the call like he did yesterday. A hero so many different rounds, and he holds that angle perfectly. And he's the one that bought enough time for FaZe to just eventually bail out of that retake. So UMP is going to be dropped over. SMGs, CZs, whatever they can buy around these double ops. Both of these teams on the verge of being reset.
Guardian is in the right place, quite possibly at the right time if this works out. The flash is good though from Astralis, forcing him away in this quicker pace. Oh, it's all Rain! Gets 3 kills, Debris, Device, Matches, they're all gone! FaZe stacked their authority on that round, and it's Rain destroying them.
It looked like for a moment Guardian was in the perfect place for Astralis to take advantage of it. Great pop flashes, but Rain comes out of nowhere. Look at this, the savior. That is a huge, huge round, and Astralis facing the prospect of a double eco, a double save. They go for the CZ, the armor buy. Dupree's got the Deagle that we know he loves. More pressure towards the B bomb site. It's fast again. Rain's called upon once more. And so far holding strong. He's got to manage 2 choke points. He gets caught out in the open. In transition, he's dropped, and it's Kerrigan up next, but the bomb is on the ground.
Yeah, these CZs not really having the potency that Astralis are dreaming of. 3v3 isn't bad, but it's not good. Device getting pounded right now. Down to 12 HP. That spray gifted over from Kerrigan.
Look at the flank coming in from Zipnix. He's up highway. He's gone through A. They were so patient. They've bought him a lot of time, and they have actually one smoke. That's on Zipnix. He's not going to be at the B bomb site. He needs to go into checkers to help them with the cross. Kerrigan wants to challenge in front of the Molotov. Will Magic expect it? Yes. It's Nico, 1 versus 3.
Nico towering above them. They're all a little wounded, and this man is deadly. Device creeping his way forward now. Expecting a flank Nico. Does give away a bit of the game there, bit of sound made. Not sure if they've completely heard it, but I can imagine they might have an inkling. And Nico, how much can he do in this one? I think he's realized that this is a little bit beyond them, and money, if you have a little look down the sides, it is not looking good for FaZe. This is the right option for Nico. He's going to back away from this, and we will see this game carry on forward.
Astralis pulls out a miracle in that round, and FaZe, they're benefited because Rain was so dominant in the previous round. All 5 players surviving. They have just enough built up for another purchase coming in. Rain is going to have a full investment, and everyone should have a decent amount of rifles actually around this AWP. Nico needs to hold it though, so I'm not sure I enjoyed this call to go in the hunt, trying to keep the money low, trying to take as many things away, but exposing himself to some element of danger that doesn't come through. So all is safe for him. 12-10, and Astralis fighting themselves to stay in this opening map. Rain's going to have a solid buy, Guardian as well, and you imagine Nico will drop that over. So another challenge here for both of these teams, as no one blinking. Device has that AWP. Magis on 23 kills, at Zipnix on 21. He had a really hot start, but Magis has caught up in a big way. And a late tactical pause coming out from FaZe as the clock was winding down to start the next round. They want to talk things over.
Yeah, Robin being quite vocal in the backlines there. Not always the most vocal if you watch them play, but clearly having a lot to say about this one. 12-10, however. You're seeing the answers being made. Oh, no, thank you. This is why I like Australia.
Yeah, reason number 173 why Australia is great. Well, here we go, back into it. 12-10, FaZe, a tenuous lead. Double up setup as well for Guardian and Nico. Astralis has picked up the aggression these past few rounds. Fast plays towards the B bomb site back to back. This time, mid smokes, maybe want to mask their play towards A, and it's going to be speed again. Exist is going to be hiding behind the smoke. He's going to hear all these footsteps. He's calling the rotate, but it's the bomb here in A main. This is so important, and Device holding it. What a good read, and FaZe might be put out of this round immediately.
I'm pretty sure they're done for. Nico's actually committing pretty far out. That Molotov forcing him further than he'd like. 50 HP here. Device with the back lines and the other two so far away. Nico's in trouble. He's got to be really careful how he plays this one out. Trying to escape now. Might have to take a bit of damage from the molly. 10 HP. Holds the line. Dupree goes down, but the retake impossible. The save now comes to mind, and Astralis. What a turn of pace from them.
Yeah, it's been all speed, hasn't it? And FaZe hasn't been able to match it. Nico just gets around the corner, goes for the peek, he goes down. They need to save as many of these weapons. The double op would have been great if you can buy the CZs around 2 ops in an M4, but now Astralis wants to take it all the way. 2 Molotovs for the bomb site as well. They've been spotted out. Rain sees it coming, but can they do anything about it? Here comes the attack. Molotov, Rain can't handle it. Guardian just trying to hide, not give away his position, and he just narrowly escapes.
11-12. It's game back on. We need to see the response from FaZe here on the CT side. How much depth do they have to go to? What can we expect from them? Because it looks like Astralis have found the answer they needed. I don't know what FaZe have up their sleeve, but it won't be this round we probably see it.
No, the tough part is because they've been locked in this kind of battle back and forth of who's going to reset the other first. FaZe hasn't been able to have all the nades, so you can see that's likely why Astralis is going so fast and aggressive, is because they can be early on. There's no Molotovs or smokes to stop them from the CT side. Guardians boosted up with that AWP towards the A bomb site, and once again, Astralis already out mid, already with control. They can pressure both bomb sites from this angle. You even got Magisk at B and Zipnix in A main to provide some kind of a pinch depending on where you want to go.
Magisk getting a little bit of a glimpse there towards B. Maybe not liking that anymore, might have to consider other options, trying to herd them towards this, the danger man. Boosted up. And that might have done the job, actually. They might have done quite nicely at that.
I think this is FaZe just stacking B early to say if they come B fast, we'll have 3 players here. Now they want to rotate over to help out the AWP, and Guardian.
Device. He might have a shot at this one. We're going to see the bait coming in. Glaive going to try and show a little. Gives away a lot, but Exist even finding Dupree is big. They're kind of getting locked in here. They have no control of the back lines. Karrigan could have pushed up for all they know, but not the case, not the timing. So here we go.
They're hesitating. They're actually calling the bluff, and they are going to fall back, and there's no one from FaZe over at the B bomb site. Karrigan with the AK, not going to expect the boost, but he does spin in time. Missed opportunity for Magisk, but they're booking it over towards this B bomb site. Exist has to get into position.
Oh, Guardian, what a way to do this. And now a 1v2 for Zipnix. Incredible in these situations, but going through the checklist mentally. Exist is up there, forced away. Zipnix gets the cross. Bomb to be planted now. Nico's working his way back through. He's got himself an AWP. Exist looking for a gun as well. Of course, no kits here. And Zipnix needs to pick the position. Opting just for that little cubby corner. Both players coming back in through the vents as well. Going to make some noise on the drop. And now Zipnix needs to land some beautiful shots. One is good. The second's better. Nico gets sent away, and we are back. Looking like we've got a real matchup on our hands. 12-12, it's all even.
He just smiles. He knows you almost think he knows that he's going to win those rounds. It didn't even feel like that strong of a position. I feel like once he hears the footsteps coming out of vents, he's kind of like, well, that's exactly where I didn't want them to be. Gets both kills. The benefit, perhaps, of lack of armor on that FaZe side, even with the picked up weapons, just not able to react in time. All tied up at 12-12. Here we are again, just a default spread from Astralis. What we've come to know out of them is they consider all their options. Well, they have been delivering some fast-paced knockout punches to FaZe recently. This time they know, as the losing bonus has built, there's going to be some of those extra nades and Molotovs to stop them and to deal damage early on. So slow it right back down and kind of confuse any of FaZe's reads.
Nico, a bit of late aggression possibly coming through here. The flash isn't bad, actually. Dupree's completely blind and it somehow goes his way. You've got to feel for Nico in those situations to a degree, but you take those risks, and now that might be the go signal, or at least a pressure point for Astralis to build on. Exist going to try and stem the bleed as he puts a Molotov down towards the door, slows down the pace. And Astralis have to, again, steady themselves here. Can't quite go straight for this one. Device making them scatter towards middle.
There's going to be a brawl coming up. FaZe actually read this, and actually because of that, I think Astralis realized that the shots that came out in mid when Device was boosted up, they wanted to rotate back towards B, and it's not going to happen. And look at the play from Karrigan. He's going to have such a sick timing on this flank. Exist and Guardian to hold off the initial hit. This can be so good for FaZe. A tall challenge for Astralis.
Karrigan is about to place a knife in the back of his ex-teammates. It's all lining up one. That's all he can get, but he's buying time. This is all going terribly wrong for Astralis. 14 seconds, Guardian chomping at the bit. They've had to go forward into the blender, but Device is good for 2. Where did that come from? And now with the bomb plant. Again, it's on this man. They have no idea until now. Glaive didn't hear it. He was unaware. Now surprised, caught off guard. Karrigan fights his way forward, but Device right behind him. Delivers such a blow in that round. 3 kills. The 2 were integral. The last, cherry on the cake.
I actually do not know how Astralis took that round. The flank from Karrigan throws all the timings off, and all FaZe needed was just a strong defense. Oh, the double is going to help. Yeah, the 2 for 1. That's beautiful. Exist and Rain go down. Fortunate for Astralis. FaZe just needed the smallest hole, just delay a few more seconds for Karrigan to really make Device nervous, and it just doesn't happen. But you have to say that flank was poised to really shut it all down. Karrigan's going to have nightmares about that, but starting to, you know, maybe come back into his own.
You gotta face your nightmares sometime. Well, with the first bit of blood drawn this round, Nico fancies getting on the action. Not so easy though. Glaive delivers a swift headshot. Gets it all back all even. Of course, aside from the fact they are only on CZs and a scout for FaZe, so not exactly ideal, not exactly primed to go, but we've seen stranger things. Device up on the boost. Keeping control over by middle. And it's going to be just Rain over by B if they do go for this.
I have to say as well, I mean, as much as we talked about Device with 0 kills for a lot of that first half and having a really tough first half, it's a testament to his mental fortitude and his focus that he's able to bounce back and not let that sting him into the second half. He's been great as they've transitioned into the offense, the double kill with huge impact. And sometimes with your star players, it's all that matters is that they can have impact when you need it most. Guardians here, 2 players to defend initially, and Rain just goes for action. Molotov into the bomb site. Nade is going to do some damage, but it's not enough at the moment as Karrigan, he's going to be pinned down, but he's tagging up Device. He's trying to help out as much as possible, and Guardian, the dink, but can't complete the kill. That should secure things for Astralis.
I don't know how Karrigan's alive, and Exist did find a rifle. They are low, but that's an issue. Exist finds 2! He's got 3 already! And Zipnik's now maybe a little worried. It was never meant to be this difficult. It was never meant to be this hard. Exist just made this worse, but the positioning from Zipnik's is beautiful. Exist has no idea, clueless. The mastermind waits, he sprays, and he gets it. Astralis outdoing them now. Watching his FaZe fall.
Zipnik's doesn't get nervous. He doesn't get worried at all whatsoever. And it's his positioning when all the action is happening towards Vent. When all that is going on, he just puts himself in just the checkmate spot. There's no chance Exist knew he was going to be. There's no reason for him to check that whatsoever. Time and time again, we'll say Zipnik's well done in the clutch. 14-12, he's put his team up down the stretch. Guardian's got the op back in his hands, though.
It's got to be now for FaZe, otherwise Astralis do get towards that point. They get 15 on the board. Good nade, though, keeping Guardian a little tamer, but long way to go yet. Best of 5, of course. As said on the desk, it is a marathon at this point. Got to keep that tenacity at an all-time high. Exist as well, trying to respond accordingly to that utility just being thrown in. You've still got Zipnik's in the door too. That could be a huge problem, but look at this. Timing is everything. Dupree's a little further ahead from where they expect. Oh, they line up for him, but the flash is excellent. Good work, sets up Exist well, and they finally get that opening kill without the trade going instantly back through.
It seemed that there was a possibility he was going to get a double, and I was so scared for just a moment. Exist and Nico, nicely done. They're actually going to stay in front of the door as well. They don't want to challenge on the cross back. They're going to boost up. This will allow them. Ooh, they cancel it. They made a noise. They don't want to give up the game. Device in middle. Chance to challenge if you'd like to. It's Guardian here holding. They're all going to reconvene towards this A-bomb site. Nico and Exist to have the initial fight. Guardian on the quick rotate. Not a lot of utility, not a lot of nades for this defense over. Just one flashbang on Nico to hold them off as long as possible. And that could be tough.
Here comes the late round aggression again. Relentless from FaZe. It doesn't work out this time though. This could be the point. That's the fuse being set, and now here comes Astralis exploding towards the site. 3 players working their way out. Zipnik's now with them, but Nico's right there. Dying to get in on this, dying to turn the tide of this round, but with 15 seconds he tries to make up for it, but it's too little too late. And it looks like with Magisk at the helm, it's going very well with the bomb plant now imminent. We see that 3v3 retake. Device misses a shot just to get out, gets away, but Karrigan's crept further forward. Glaive needs to be ready. Flash coming in. Nice work from Karrigan. He's on the bomb side. Guardian towards Magisk. And now it's on Device through the bomb. Oh, the adjustment, but he's on the defuse. He can't stop it, surely. With a kit in hand, his job done. FaZe stay alive.
Device does go down in the end as well. Nicely done from FaZe. The aggression from Exist doesn't pan out. And actually, around Astralis, it felt like they were going to win that one. They feels like they haven't had to worry about players inside the actual bomb site themselves. FaZe is playing it far out. They're playing for the retake, get some kills as Astralis comes in and go from there. And it's almost bitten them a couple times, and once again, they just barely get away. The plant not for Device and A-Main made that near impossible for him to win. But that is a big round. That's
It's better than XD. I'll give you that.
That was, I mean, that's a round FaZe desperately needed. That stops a 5-round run for Astralis. And Astralis have a decision to make. A couple players hovering around 4,000, couple players low in the 3,000s. Wouldn't be the strongest buy, but they know they have FaZe on the verge of being reset. So very tough call, and they're going to make it at 14-13. They're going to invest. All on the line for FaZe Clan this time.
It's got to be good for FaZe now. It's got to be this round. Again, is this more aggression coming in here, Exist and Kerrigan? This might be the case. SMG to hand. They're about to set this one up. Flash is good again. They're so good at this, but this time the fight is going right back in. Dupree and Device combined for Exist, and it will be Dupree on his own, of course, to get Kerrigan, as we did see Device fall, but a 4v3 is exactly what you want to be seeing, and there's still pressure towards B, completely unaware. Guardian so focused on Glaive, he didn't see Magisk on the corner, and winning out in these 1v1s has set up Astralis pretty well, but that bomb's still not really being played out here. Rain still challenging as well. Has to get away from that Molotov, but where's Nico in all of this? He's your danger man. He's the unknown quantity.
I think he hears these footsteps. He's actually peering to make sure he doesn't get caught, but he's going to rotate over towards A. Rain is still sticking around at the B bomb site.
Timing.
Yeah, they're going to beat him here. They're going to get this plant, and Magisk coming around. Now he's going to be an element of danger for Nico, depending on the speed of this flank.
Oh, this timing could be ridiculous. So Rain sitting this fight out, it looks, for a little while there. And Nico on the flank. They're not going to expect it, surely. Spot. Did they just spot him? I'm not sure if they spotted him. He certainly saw them, though. Zimnix and Dupree now, a little confused. Nico clearing out everything he can. The information's being poured across. Now Rain goes down, but here's the trade out. Nico comes back in, but where's the other player? He knows there's another on site. He leaps around, he gets Dupree. Smoke goes in, nade goes out. Magisk in the 1v1 with the time ticking.
Oh, he's held his nerve.
He held his nerve. What a player. Oh, and he comes around. Deagle to the chest. Nico is not breathing after that one. Welcome to the Astralis side, Magisk. You just earned your stripes and then some.
Oh, Nico almost had it so close on the flank, on a knife's edge as well. If you had just held it in defuse, you obviously can't know. Even finds the second player coming in. Nico almost had this play. And remember, Rain got into that fight at the B bomb site against Magisk earlier that dinked him down to the low HP. If he had just been able to complete that kill, it's a round win for FaZe. And unfortunately, it goes the other direction, and it's FaZe. This is why we said that round was all in for them. It's going to be mostly SMGs, a couple CZs coming out as Astralis take another timeout to talk things over. Their last one of the game.
The desk said that this was going to be a brawl, at least on the first map, and it's certainly lived up to that. We've seen FaZe being informed that we hadn't quite seen throughout this tournament. We've seen a slow build from them.
That's the tough part, is if you lose this, if you're FaZe, you've had a lot of things that you knew you would need to win this game. You have had Rain, who's been locked in.
Yep.
You had a great performance from Exist. You had Device and Guardian locking horns, and Guardian actually winning those, most of it. All the recipe, and here's Dupree, but he gets shut down. There's the CZ, AK in his hands now, peering around the edge of the smoke. Astralis, you have to be careful how you handle this. Kerrigan going for one more, and he's gonna get it.
Oh, this is a shutdown. FaZe, they want OT, they want it all. This would put it right on the edge of it. Ditmix left in the 1v5, only a UMP to hand. Keep in mind that money for Astralis, it is far from good. Both teams in a little bit of a predicament here. Up, ooh, up and over we go. Nico goes down, spots out another. Don't you do this, Zimnix, don't you dare. Rain is there in the end. And with the quickening of pace from Astralis, it is met with sheer and utter aggression from FaZe. And Jason?
Yes.
This looks like OT.
It does look like overtime. It's we saw Astralis win one of these earlier. That I think they might be a little upset later on today about this call. if they're not going to pick up that trophy, they might look back to that on map 1 and just say that might have been a huge mistake. The money problems for FaZe were there, but because they've picked up so many weapons from Astralis, no longer. It's a complete role reversal. Only pistols on the Astralis side to try and close this out in regulation. There's an open Guardian, rifles on everyone else, plenty of kits, plenty of nades. And what do you do here if you're Astralis? What's the call this time?
Oh my god, not again. Okay. Quiet on the boost this time. Do manage it. Astralis looking for options, looking for what to do. Glaive still commanding the troops here. Device taking a lot of damage. Very close towards Guardian now. You can see FaZe, aside from Exist to a degree, being pretty far back here. They do not want to let much get through. They don't want any kills coming in for free. Got to keep this one as clean as possible. Get to OT, start building back in.
Guardian can challenge that. And Device just shoulder peeking, just pre-firing the shot, and a little bit of luck goes his way, and Guardian could go down, but it's not going to happen. He's had enough of that. Swats Device down like a fly. And all that's left is this set piece. Exist and Nico, they've been challenged so frequently on this bomb site, and they're going to get one more to close it out.
This is it. This is huge for Exist. Teammates are smoked off. Flash goes in. He's still good. One. You could have done with a second Dupree. He's going to trade it back in. Oh, that's great from Zipnix. But the trades come back and forth. It's all on Glaive in a 1v3. It looks like OT is on the horizon. Glaive trying to bait in the shot. And you can't bait Guardian. It's 15-15. This is what you want from a final. And this is only the first map. We have 5 more.
This game deserves overtime. It's been so back and forth, and both of these teams a chance to crumble at some point and just haven't done it. Astralis has had to win a desperation round earlier in the half. FaZe has had to do the same thing. And now with 16K, no one's going to be challenged in terms of their money for the rest of this game. Double up setup for FaZe coming out right off the bat on the CT side. They haven't been able to go to this too often because they have been punished. Device likewise has his AWP. Won't have to challenge Guardian with the deagle like we just saw. Look at Guardian, he's on the hunt. In towards Checkers, has the angle flashed off of it, but not gonna give up.
No, giving up seemingly not part of the dictionary when it comes to FaZe. Not part of their vocab. It's not gonna do too bad. A little bit of damage, but it's not what you're gonna write home about. Guardian getting so close, but it's Nico to catch Dupree there. I'm not sure if that was through the door, I'm pretty sure it was, but that's his home. Don't go near it, leave him alone in there.
That was actually in through A main. I don't know if he spammed it or if he actually peeked in and actually saw that, but more aggression in A main. That's pretty wild.
Wow.
Smoke down in the main choke point over at the B bomb site. Reigns gonna get aggressive. We know that FaZe like to do this. Pop flash him in and he's gonna push forward, gonna find the angle. Magic's not ready for it. Glaive right around the corner, but doesn't want to challenge. A 2-on-5, and it's looking like first round of overtime. That smoke bounced way more than he would have liked. Took a long time to plume, but it doesn't matter. In the open, Rain is supreme, and Zipnix left, and we know he's a clutch master, but that's too much to ask. 16-15.
They've stabilized FaZe, looking pretty darn good here. The AWP's really coming through. Nico had his way with him on A.
Yes.
And if he's starting to come alive, that's when you get nervous. That's when you're realizing maybe the underdog wasn't the right title for these guys. But we'll see. Plenty of time yet.
We've already established that Kerrigan just likes to say these things to just alleviate some of the pressure. He's done it plenty of times in the past.
Yeah.
And fair play. I mean, why not go for it? Why not see if you could just help out in any way you can?
Well, Rain asked so many questions already. Had the answers. He might just have to do it again. Any sound would give away the game.
Might have to do it all alone as well. He's the only one here.
This was a bit of an A read, it looks like, from FaZe. They have a lot of players dedicated towards it. High weight. Rain. This is going to make you nervous. This is when your steel gets tested. Molotov towards Checkers, starting to burn, and Rain knows he has very limited options. He does have Nico in support, but they're going to check on this. How much damage can he do? 0 is the answer. Dupree takes his head off, and now it's the go signal. It's time to hit that bomb site, get the bomb down. Molotovs are in, no one is there to stop them. And Nico just goes right through the smoke. He's wild, but it doesn't go well. But Guardian shows him how it's done. And now can he find any more? Molotovs begin to burn. And it, close, but gonna happen there. The hit coming back through from Kerrigan felt disjointed, trying to strike while the iron was hot, but for now, the 2 players remaining for FaZe in a very dire situation. And look at this, Device, the timing, excellent. And now Guardian 1v4.
1v4 and blind, and yeah, this is going to be a round to Astralis. Not even enough time for him to find all 4 kills. Nico tried to do something through the smoke, gets slapped away. Rain actually has the perfect, oh, that's nasty. That is disgusting shot through the corner of the box.
It's the right kind of nasty.
It is the right kind of nasty. That's tough. Rain, that flashbang that comes in, actually it's pretty cool to watch FaZe on this defense. Throughout this CT-sided half, they've been using pretty much those kind of pop flash peaks to get aggressive in towards A main and now B main as well. That's what they're using to find their information, to find their aggressive and assertiveness on the defense. And that time they already had the angle, they just spray him down blind.
Can we have a little look at Carrigan just to see where he's going in this? Okay, it's not too much of a bother. He does have the auto sniper, of course. But it is again towards B. Guardian now under pressure, flashed up now. Players pouring forward. He's already going to be losing out on his life. That Molotov burned so fast, but it's Rain still standing tall towards B, and they've held them back. He's holding all of this together, and it looks like Astralis peeling away from this very quickly.
The last time Astralis ran that round, it was Rain who got a triple kill initially to save Guardian's life. Not to be this time. The defense is pulled in all different directions, and you're right, because of that auto sniper on Carrigan, Exist feels much more comfortable heading towards mid. This is going to be centralized, and we're going to see the Dak get some action.
I'm a little worried about this. Carrigan lays in wait. Smoke comes in, and you know he's getting excited now. He knows this might be his opportunity to make it hurt. Round the corner we go. The Massacre only good for one. Couldn't get much more, but Exist lines him up, knocks him down. FaZe looking so strong now. And Magisk, phenomenal throughout the tournament until this point. He needs to dig incredibly deep here. One on site, one by truck, and one's going to be on the highway. Does not matter. Nico is there for it. FaZe looking very good now.
Looking for 19, that's the winning number, and FaZe is one step closer than Astralis. Nice double kill from Exist, holding down the forklift. Really well done from him as Glaive and Dupree cannot find him in time as players ready up, and we are set to go live again after the switch. It's going to be Astralis' turn. If they want that double up setup, they can have it. We've seen them dabble with it a number of times with Dupree, with Glaive. Usually not, but I mean, if they want to get frisky, they can, and they are. Glaive's going to pick that up. Xyp9x is 30 and 20. That is an incredible performance. Guardian's at 29 on the other side, so going head-to-head there.
Big aggression. We have 2 players encroaching on middle here. Magisk and Dupree getting very close. And this could be the perfect boost if it happens. This is all possibility. Rain, obviously, on the very verge, quickly going towards A, and it's a very quick hit. Xyp9x now needs to somehow stop the flood. He can't do it. Simply too strong. Device might be up to the task. Finds 2, but Guardian there to shut this down. Magisk tries to get around the back lines, but Nico's so aware. Stops that before that begins. And now Glaive and Dupree on the retake. Burning alive is Glaive. He can't time it right. Guardian happily deals one of the killing blows in that round. Exist to wrap it up. But this is the perfect starter for this 5-course meal.
18-16, FaZe only needing one more. This is a really cool hit. They actually turn to the left. Usually you smoke that off and attack the bomb site, but they get Rain in position inside the smoke. One quick pop flash, he finds his way to forklift, and he attacks the bomb site from a reverse position. That's really well done. Even Device with 2 kills couldn't stem the bleeding, couldn't stem the tide of FaZe attacking in towards A, and now 2 chances to steal a map away from Astralis.
FaZe tipped for greatness here. What a turnaround that would be, considering how they've played thus far, having some real turbulent times throughout the group stage, barely making it to this moment, but they are here, and you can see as to why. This is what you want from FaZe. This is the form that they can bring. And these are the rounds they could do it in. Map 1. Sitting well with them for now. Still time for Astralis to get back here, but of course no mistakes. And Rain up on the boost. Magisk not far off either.
This is quiet from both teams. You can hear a pin drop, and Guardian not even peeking in towards mid yet. And Magisk is going to have a tough time now. They're starting to attack. The drop down from Rain, not expecting it. Exist up next. He's been delivering round after round, and again he finds the equalizer. The bomb is creeping over towards A, and Glaive is actually committed to middle. Great reaction from Guardian. Shifts his aim over. 35 seconds and plenty of time for FaZe to choose things, but Dupree might actually shrink this map.
He's so far away though. There's so many players about to come towards Xyp9x. Device over by B. It's all on Xyp9x right now. Device can get there, but it might be a little bit late. It might be just behind the curve. Let's see what he can do. Gonna have to gamble on position. Highway is a huge threat. Gets the first, Exist is down, but look how many other players are coming in. Now we're gonna see if Dupree can get into the matcher at the right time as well. Spots out Guardian, tags him up, time is ticking. It's a 2v2 and the HP is low for FaZe. The bomb to be planted, oh! The strike comes out, it's a 1v2 Carrigan. Can he win it for his team right here, right now? No, is the answer. Astralis live to fight another day in OT.
Nico felt like he had to go aggressive with that flank coming in. Once Guardian goes down, he feels like he has to take the fight on top of Redbox, try and force Device away, give them a second front to play the post plan in, and it just doesn't happen. Really well done from Device, holding his nerve. A patient shot as he transfers to the top. One step closer to the second overtime. 17-18 as freeze time comes to an end. Weapons picked up as they exit spawn, and here we go. 2 ops for the FaZe side of things. I think that might just be to try and get an early pick on Exist and drop it off for an AK-47 afterwards. He's just holding for a push towards that B bomb site, so yeah, he'll transition into his regular AK-47 as soon as he makes sure no one's getting aggressive here.
All right. 1 for free on Magisk there. I'm pretty sure that's what they're trying to boost. Very nice.
Heartbreaking if you're Magisk and Astralis.
Yeah, absolutely. Trying to have a little bit of a, I guess, a feather to the cap there on towards A. It's been mostly Xyp9x on his own with the support from Magisk, maybe from Highway or, you know, being aggressive in middle. They don't have him there this round. Now they're looking for a way to exploit it. 1 minute on the board here. Double OT or FaZe close out map 1. That's what we're waiting to find out. Glaive up on Highway. Plenty of utility left for both sides.
This is a great call from FaZe. If they take this mid control, Astralis can't really fight for it because they're already down a man. But now both of the bomb sites are pressured and they have to get aggressive. If they want to get a player in position, it has to be Xyp9x pushing forward, and he's doing just that. He's going to be challenged by Nico when they turn this corner. Depending on the timing, Nico's watching for it. There's Rain with the big fight in mid. That forces Xyp9x hands, and Nico's waiting for it, and FaZe might be closing this out. Dupree inside the smoke. He's going to get another one. He's keeping them in it. It's a 2-on-3, and now it's Device's turn with the ult, and he finds Nico in the open.
With everything they have, Astralis are desperately trying to keep this together, but Rain now pushing further forward. He's up for the chance. No, he loses it out. Is this double OT right now? Again, it falls on Carrigan's shoulders against his old teammates. He knows what he has to do in the 1v2. And now we wait. He has the Molotov. The bomb's planted, kind of showing maybe this is for main. But these two players for Astralis have to work their way back in. Carrigan now. Here's them towards the site. Molotov goes in. He takes the first life. That's Dupree down. But the 1v1 begins. Device is on the bomb. Carrigan. Oh my God, this man. What is he made of? He comes around and he does it. FaZe in map 1. Send more than a statement. That is a knife through the heart of Astralis.
FaZe is here, and you love to see it. Great win for Carrigan. Shaming his teammates in a 1-on-2. Map 1 for FaZe. We're going to go to the desk after the break, and we'll get map 2 underway.
Sydney, you've brought the fire all week long, and now FaZe Clan have two. We have got a grand final to enjoy and indulge upon. Astralis came into this as hot favorites. The first map, Cash. Admittedly, Astralis had never bested FaZe on this map, but with the weaknesses in the roster coming up to the grand final, with the absence of Olofmeister, this was staged to be rather one-sided affair. But in overtime, they thrive, and now I have my analysts to go ahead and try and piece that one back together. Janko Paunovic and none other than Chad Birchall joining us. Gents, I'm going to maintain my excitement, but I am starting to have some hope for a grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we were talking about FaZe coming into this one. Their T sides looked really weak. They started off on the T side here on Cash, winning pistol, losing the anti-force by being 3-1 down, and then they picked up the pace, right? We saw some very cool strategies from them. The one in overtime that we saw where they didn't smoke off between Forklift and Red really and took that fight. That's a bit unorthodox, and that really threw Astralis a little bit off guard. So on top of that, they had the Guardian clutch and everything, but that's like just the bonus. It's good to see them that they got the fundamentals down.
Nice and poetic there to have Carrigan clutching a 1v2 against two of his former teammates to win the map. I think that's something that he's going to remember forever. If that was in the 5th map of a series like this, that would be nuts. But the fact of the matter is, Exist, you know, the guy who I thought was going to be more of a liability in this team, he stepped up big time and time again, and I think his impact is definitely being felt right now.
We talked about the T sides of FaZe. On this map, no less, they looked floundered. They looked miscommunicated. They looked awkward. They now come into this grand final against undoubtedly the most practiced and prepared team in Counter-Strike at the moment, and they get double digits on their T side. It's been quite the revolution in what has been, what, a week, Janko?
Yeah, absolutely.
They got it together.
Absolutely, and we were talking about how they are comfortable playing against Astralis, and there's a good chance that they will step it up and play, you know, better Counter-Strike than we saw up until this point. And another thing, they basically lost 2 pistols, right? Won the first one, got immediately force bot on, lost the second one. So FaZe really had to grind this game out. They defended 2 match points towards the very end of the game, so you have to give them props for really being relentless.
Something I want to note here just quickly is it seems that Rain, in terms of, I know we've just plug and play, we're putting Exist into the same positions as what Olof was playing, but it feels like Rain is doing more of the Olof job, more aggressive, and it seems like if you look at his stats with opening kills and deaths, he's had the highest in the server out of anybody, which means he's initiating these fights, he's getting involved, and his impact there, it's almost 50-50. I think it was he had 8 successful duels and 7 of which, you know, he went down. But with that in mind, he's kind of changing his play style, and Exist might be going into his more passive positions.
Testament to how much of a brawl that game was. If you take a look at the multi-kills, everyone is like between, what, 6, 7, 8. I'm seeing across the board. Everyone was having their own rounds where the round just went their way, and it was, you know, truly kind of exhilarating, especially this. This was so much fun to watch. Device in such an awkward scenario and getting taken down by the man they put on the bench. Ooh, dish best served cold, revenge.
You can't script it, right? You can't write it any better, an ending like that. And this is what you love to see, because now you're hoping that FaZe has the confidence coming into some of these other maps, that especially Carrigan as the in-game leader is aware, okay, this is what might work, what might not work, that the individuals feel like they have the upper hand. We were talking about, you know, this is FaZe's first pick in a best-of-5 series, so you do expect if they're going to win any map in this final, it would have to be Cash. Now they're moving to Overpass, which we've seen them veto across this tournament.
Yeah, this has transitioned, Chad. It's made quite the evolution from being the map you should fear FaZe on most to the map that FaZe fear the most. It's been quite the change since the loss of Olof.
It's a weird mix, but I think, you know, now that I can see that everybody seems to be playing to a decent level, this one might not be as one-sided as I had painted the picture of before, which is fantastic for the crowd and everyone viewing at home. But the preparation of Astralis kind of gets more of a chance to shine here. They can set their defaults on the T side, which is where they're going to be starting. But maybe those grenade strats that we were talking about, the use of those HEs that Rain is so scared of, once you establish that default, once you get that map control, you're actually going to get to see some clips here that we had from Marseille, where this was against Liquid, I believe, and they tried to target with the HEs, but it didn't land. Just the idea was fantastic. I think we're going to get some examples of them retaking the B bomb site on Cache as well. This one right here. And this is
grenades or something?
Yeah.
You know, it just shows you the great use of utility that Astralis have. They really take it to the next level. You know, teams, you have players just throwing random nades, you know, around the area. They hope that they can really nail it down. While Astralis, you can tell that they've been practicing this, dry running it on the server and just go, okay, this is the lineup and let's do it right.
Yeah, so 4 HEs, you're on an eco, second round bye. It was actually versus FaZe. You get to see what they got up to here, and it is just collaborative effort and goodbye. 2 players in window melting. Like that's stuff
Little
you just
details.
don't see.
But this is the tiny details, right? The thing is, they're actually going for more of an approach of Counter-Strike, which is tactically based, whereas what we've seen from teams over the last 6 months is more playing off of your teammates via individual skill and making the right decisions.
Sure.
This is using the utility, the strategies, the timing, the fakes, the pressure, and then forcing the kills from that point. And they've got the stars to back it up. So disappointing first map. I feel they might be a little bit shaken after this one, Yanko.
Yeah, it might be the case, and the silver lining for FaZe is coming into this one. Overpass was a great map for FaZe, and if they can somehow reignite that spike, reignite that fire, we might have another competitive game, especially with Guardian being on fire, right? We know that Overpass is basically his playground at times, but it's the same case for Device. So Device was having the upper hand in some of those head-to-head duels on Cash. We'll see how it unfolds on Overpass.
No, absolutely. Guardian is scary, but I think what's so interesting, you know, from an analytical point of view is that Exist is a player that you don't expect to see leading the fray for FaZe Clan. But this is testament to what he is capable of. I mean, there's not many players, Chad, that you'd probably put in a similar category that you're not surprised, well, you're not necessarily surprised when it happens, but it's not something you're expecting.
Yeah, especially when you've got Guardian, Nico, and Rain around you, right? You don't expect him to step up to that level. We've obviously seen Carrigan do it with a couple of plays here, there, and everywhere. But people are quick to forget that back in 1.6 days, Exist was a fragger. He wasn't an in-game leader. If you look at only CSGO stuff, sure, he's done a lot of that throughout his career, and that hampered his playstyle over time. But now that he's back in this role where he can be a little bit looser, he can go off Carrigan's calls, he's actually an asset in lots of ways because Carrigan didn't have anybody experienced to give him ideas. And now he has got someone who has won majors, who's been a top dog in CSGO for a long period of time.
And also considering Overpass is coming up next, he holds that B bomb site with Nico, who has been, you know, struggling a little bit on Cash, so it's great to have him having a good performance for that CT side. And you do feel like Nico, this is where he would need to step up on Overpass. He has that role towards B on the T side where he's looking for fights, but again, it just feels like it's one of those positions where everyone knows what he's going for, and people just deny him those easy fights, those easy duels early on.
To build on that, though, of course we have them holding over towards that side, but if I'm FaZe right now and I'm starting on the CT side going up against the structure of Astralis, keep taking the brawl to them. Go hyper-aggressive on the CT side, not only over towards that party area, but be doing it towards water. Get control of that, because we highlighted at the start of the show that be execute and how powerful and potent it can be. You remove that territory, they're done.
You can also see how much more fluid FaZe was in this game on Cash, right? You could see time and time again on the CT side. Pop flashing A main, let's try, let's not leave anything to chance. Mid-round towards B, you saw the round when Rain got a double kill. Smoke off B entrance, they've lost control of checkers, Guardian pop flashes for him to clear. That's something that's been missing from a lot of teams and FaZe on their CT sides. Very static. We were talking about it earlier on in the tournament. Too much reliance on, you know, we have great individuals, they'll just kill whoever comes their way. They actually realize against a team like Astralis, you have to try, you have to constantly take it to them. You have to constantly be on top of your game.
And God, imagine what you've just described over the course of 5 maps, I would be exhausted. You guys were tired after 1 intense show match, never mind 5 of them on that crazy stage. We may very well get there. Chat.
Yeah, the elements from outside of the game, like sure, like getting exhausted from playing so much, but I think there's a mental element here as well, right?
Talk to me.
There's been the history of when Carrigan was a part of the Astralis roster, the fact of the matter, they would always choke. They wouldn't win the grand finals. They wouldn't even, you know, get to the grand finals, not making it past the semis. Now that it is Carrigan versus the old trio, Zipnix, Device, and Dupree, in this roster going head-to-head right here, right now, and Astralis are the favorites this time round, maybe it's a chance to prove for Carrigan that it's the other 3 that the chokers in the grand final and not him.
Well, I mean, if you look at the track record, it is rather bleak for FaZe Clan. So many finals and so few trophies. It's been this kind of turbulent tale of close but no cigar. But this time, where the odds stacked against them, they're poised to cause quite the upset, quite the stir here in Sydney.
Yeah, especially in best of 5s, right? They lost the last 3, really. They lost Katowice, they lost Oakland, they lost Pro League finals, right? They're not doing great, really, in this format. And that's why you feel maybe with a change of... They were basically favorites in almost every single of those finals. Yeah. I think the SK one is a bit questionable because they used to struggle against SK all the time. And against Astralis now, Astralis is the favorite. FaZe has nothing to lose. So that really alleviates a lot of pressure for them. They can play a bit more loose, which is what we've seen, again, using, I think it's a good term, they were a lot more fluid in their game here on Cash. So they need to keep keep that up across the series, and if they can do that, we can have a very competitive grand final.
And when we talk about, overpass, there's a couple of kind of players' tendencies that I think we can highlight when we do resolve. It seems to be a quick audio issue on the stage, one of which is Device and what he does on that CT side. Now, just quickly give me a kind of TLDR of what we can expect from him.
Actually, that's a great dynamic they have in the team right now, because Magisk is playing with him towards A, right? And Magisk, a very aggressive player. Device prefers more passive angles. Yes, he can go for, obviously, aggressive peaks too. So they have a very good balance. They found very good balance between the two, allowing Magisk to go for those aggressive plays sometimes, fur rest, pushing all the ways towards the fountain while Device is covering his angles, and vice versa. Magisk covering the close, like where angles where the rifles can just, triple peek Device, and he gets all the positions covered. So it's very nice seeing them how they managed to do that.
Yeah, and when with that kind of on the other side of things, when we talk about the CT setups, we used to talk about where do you go, but I mean, there are still some strong spots on the map. Do we want to get that rain toilets conversation going?
Look, we've had that one many times.
So many times.
I think, we can just say it one more time. We've got Guardian Rain over towards A.
There it is.
But even if you're ever going to talk about a team that can find a way to minimize his effect with utility, it would be Astralis, right?
Yeah, that's true. They'd like to set the pace. Look, we highlighted the fact that Molotov over towards sandbags towards that B site from Zipnix is pivotal. The idea there is there's ways that you can mitigate that, right? You can play heavy connector and you can push out into the sewer area. You can take that part of the map away, and that's going to force the hand of Astralis to try different strategies.
Yeah, and talking about water, and I think Astralis, you need to keep an eye out for this on their T side. They have a very cool execute where they basically are faking that they're going for another default towards A, throwing the smokes towards toilets, right? Pop flashes, Molotovs, like everything's going the same. And then they just rush down connector into water, into a B execute. Like, it's the timing of that is so amazing. The players that have been throwing utility towards A, they're just rushing down B, while the other guys who have utility saved, they're throwing it over the B bomb site. So the timing is as the guys are coming down connector, pushing towards water into the side, flashes are popping off, smoke for heaven.
Where are they throwing it from?
Water. I think it's from water on B, like outside monster, outside
as the
water.
rest go in.
Then they just go for it, right? It's just so beautiful, the timing of it. And we've seen Fnatic. I think it was a Pro League game where we saw it the first time. Fnatic had no idea what was going on in that round. So obviously it's been done now. Maybe FaZe did their research, but I still think it's a very cool execute from Astralis.
They must have so many different strategies up in their head. Like I was thinking about the other day, how many maps, how many different sides, and how many different approaches they have to have.
Yeah, you heard Carrigan say in the interview that the old Astralis, their plan was to have rounds 1 to 10 planned, and that was an issue. And I think now that it's a bit more brawly, Counter-Strike could be anywhere.
It certainly could. All right, word on the street is we're about to be getting into this one. Overpass the map. Leveling out the series, that's the thought?
Yeah, I think this is where Astralis is, again, like really, really comfortable against any team in the world. And for FaZe, there's always a chance with these individuals, but I think it's a tie here.
Looking to go 1-1. Sydney, we're ready to get back into the battle. Let me hear you. That guttural roar as you fill the Kudos Bank Arena. Lauren, Jason, it's over to you.
We've got a game. FaZe shows up huge on cash to take it away. Overpass next, and we should have another brawl on our hands. Both these teams being effective on this map in the past. Look at the aggression. Getting right into it, and Kerrigan's gonna go down first. Guardian now, he's surrounded. He's gotta fight his way out. And they're out of position, and he's out of time, and 3 kills the way of Astralis.
This is a dominant beginning as Rain now left in the 1v5, feeling very alone here after his teammates got completely swarmed as they went for a bit of aggression. And Astralis fired up. The perfection from Rain, truly accurate in what he does, but would he expect this? No! Zipnix does get the better of him, and it's Astralis with a very clean, very precise, and perfect beginning.
They didn't give anything up. They kept up that aggression the whole time, knowing a second player, Guardian, not able to find his way out. I mean, obviously, they want to win some of those fights, and if you have the opportunity, you retreat through the door to join up with your teammates over towards the B bomb site, but Astralis made sure there was no chance of that. And again, we see investment from FaZe, but not everything. No armor purchased on any of these players. Scout dropped over to Guardian so that he can still have an AWP moving forward, and double nades on Exist and Kerrigan to try and find a timing and a choke point to do some damage in that fashion.
Not a bad plan at all. Plenty of potential, considering there's a lot of SMGs up against them. Only one rifle, bear in mind. And Rain's the one to lead his way forward. Trying to be obscured from view. Does get himself up towards the fountain. Dupree and Device on the other side, depending on who plays up first.
You're just kind of flipping a coin if you're in Raiden's positions. You have two different angles and they're so far away from each other, and obviously you're hoping for a sound cue. He doesn't get any of it, and he still hasn't pushed forward, so no information gained. Guardian's pushed up as well, so no chance to cheat a player over towards this B bomb site. You have to hope that Exist, Nico, and Kerrigan are going to be able to hold this hit off as long as possible for Rain to have impact on the flank. Just a few kills, thin the herd, and here we go.
We've seen this hit before, we'll see it again. Magisk, the first man in, and so far this is very clean. This is very nice from Astralis. Great deals of power with the way they're approaching it. Vice does get caught off guard, but the support system's there, and Magisk puts a couple extra bullets into the body to make sure he's dead.
I wasn't happy about map 1. He's just showing off a little bit. Props to the boys on the desk. That was the strategy that was highlighted by Sponge, especially with the Telestrator and Yanko talking about it. That curve to the right to clear out towards Monster. The no-scope tag comes out from Guardian, but that's all he's going to get. FaZe is wiped off the map, and Astralis takes 2 in a row.
I guess this was a wake-up call for Astralis as well. Map 1 was never going to be easy. It was meant to be a brawl, but in their heads, they probably imagined that was going to go their way. Never thinking for a second that FaZe would come out as strong as they did.
You were, we mentioned that Kerrigan tweet, take the pressure off the boys, and as we were walking back, we actually overheard the conversation between Robin and Guardian, and it was, oh, what are you going to eat after the finals tonight? Where are you going to go? What are you going to get? You going to get a salad? You going to get a sandwich? What was it? So obviously playing a little bit loose on this FaZe side, not too worried. Map 1 goes according to plan. This might be a different story, though. Astralis very, very good on this map. They did lose confidence on it at a certain point. At one point, you could call them the best team in the world on Overpass, and they kind of shied away from it, but looking solid at least to start here.
I think that's just the cycle of CS, though, isn't it? If someone gets excellent at something, everyone kind of guns for them. They become the #1 target. Everyone wants to learn how they play. And I think we heard a bit of that from Kerrigan as well in that interview, echoed by Glaive, too, that you can't maintain dominance for too long. People are always gunning for that spot. And these two, you could argue 1 and 2 in the world. You could put them wherever you want after the shuffles, or how it's sitting now with obviously Olaf not in that roster right now, taking that time. So again, quite tricky to dominate currently, but a double AWP is the instant thought from FaZe.
Guardian's got no armor, and he's tagged up down to 26. Great utility usage. And actually, Astralis going for an economic slingshot. Even Exist is brought down so very low. There's a lot of SMGs on this attack.
But Rain's positioning, again, pretty paramount in this. He's got so much room building for him. It's giving people like Nico confidence to sit in these positions and feel like maybe we have a really good step to this, because Rain's still building around in the back lines. The adjustment was decent. He didn't get the full damage he wanted, but now Rain quickens the pace. He could be the absolute downfall of this team. That's going to remove a huge aspect of this hit. It's all coming from short now. Glaive and Magisk working their way in, but Kerrigan stands tall, as does Exist. They find the 1-for-1 trade out, but a 4v3 doesn't tip it either way. But Rain in the back lines does. 2 kills for him, leaving Glaive in an impossible situation. Has to remove Rain, get past Guardian. Kerrigan still there, and Nico too. Rain making this so uncomfortable for that SMG. It just simply might not be able to do it, even against such limited HP. He does somehow make that shot count. But now 40 seconds. What's the game plan, Glaive?
Yeah, Rain's already won everything, but it's okay if you're Astralis. As I mentioned, they had 4 SMGs, so they still have plenty of money built up. And obviously 2 kills is going to help out. The big thing for FaZe is the double ops setup still alive. They don't lose one of those, and that's kind of the heavy investment they're going to have. They can actually pass over some N4s. Still not going to be great in terms of what's behind the weaponry. But FaZe is going to be happy with their first round, and this is something Astralis is going to have to be worried about. Just considering the map that Rain had on Cash, he was very, very impactful. He did a great game, and here on Overpass, he's one of the main points of strength for FaZe on the defensive side. How he plays over towards Fountain Playground in these bathrooms, that's huge.
Guardian again fancying his chances. This time strikes well, but does take a lot for it. He really can't. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide pretty much there. Rain tries to help him out, bail him out of that situation that was spiraling. But dominance shown early by Astralis, winning out in those opening battles. Now they control that side of the map. What do they do with it?
That's one way to deal with the problem if you're Astralis. You want to temper Rain early on, so you just go right at him and you let him know you're not going to be afraid to take those fights. Guardian may want to second guess. A couple rounds in a row now that first one he was naded back, he was damaged. This time he's just dropped clean. Does get a tag, but Nico now, you can see him playing behind the wall. He's pop flashed off this position last time, and he waits for the sound cue. Another leg, but no kill, and they need those, and they need him now. The hit through Monster coming in, and Nico just narrowly avoiding the danger. Kerrigan, the flank's doing work again, and now Nico can chime in.
What a response coming out from FaZe here. Device pushing further forward, trying to find a free fight, but I don't think he's going to get it. Oh, Nico bouncing up and down.
Please don't hit me, please don't hit me.
And dupreeh in the 1v3 now. 40 seconds remain. 3 players to try and acquire if he wants to go for it. Bombs within reach. But there's no way out here. dupreeh knows he's kind of stuck. How does he try and plan his way forward? Knowing Nico may be pinned, dupreeh fakes the bomb. Here's the steps on short. That's Carrigan. And it's a game of cat and mouse, and so far, dupreeh does get a bomb down. There's the swarm. Carrigan comes in, and it's Carrigan's round from start to finish, really. Those 3 kills for him, especially after losing Rain and Guardian, was so big.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is 2 rounds in a row now. Astralis is going to be worried about their backside and these hits moving forward. Rain comes with a flank through T-spawn in round 4. Carrigan down the stairs as soon as they're hitting this bomb site. And I mean, it is born of desperation, right? You're in a 3-on-5. You know someone's got to make a play somewhere that they're not expecting, and Carrigan does just that. Allows Nico some safety in that position to get 1 more pick, and this is a calm and collected FaZe under pressure as they build back into it. The plant helps out a lot, as it's going to be a very strong purchase again for Astralis. They built up so much money. They only lost 1 player across the first 3 rounds. And even after this one, as the losing bonus builds, they'll have another buy coming forward. So FaZe still having to face a lot of AK-47s. Great damage. dupreeh and Magis put on notice.
Again, such great reads from FaZe. You know that dupreeh is eyeing up that angle for the booster. Anyone trying to jump spot that. He does that so often. He's very good at it too. The nades are impeccably placed. But what's even better is Guardian finding Glaive for free.
dupreeh gonna go for the boost up. Oh, a triple nade. That's very cool. And Carrigan brought down to 14. That would have been beautiful to find. Probably a little bit shocking for him. He sees absolutely nothing, but that little trick doesn't work for Astralis. Still 3 players at the speed bomb site, and with the low HP, it's going to be so difficult. Device with the op needs to provide an opening, and Xyp9x is going to have to be way more aggressive than he's used to. The bomb is dropped back. They're going to have to pick that up as well. 40 seconds on the clock.
Device against Nico here. Look at this angle. Ugh. I don't see how this works out for Device. That Molotov has really helped. Forcing him away from the angle, it does lead them in, but Xyp9x is the one to provide the opener, removing Carrigan. But keep in mind where that bomb is, Device has to back away to pick it up, so even though they have some of the site, the bomb's now being just carried over, but the spray comes out and Nico delivers towards Magisk. Exist, lovely play towards dupreeh. They're being peeled away and removed away from the site. Device in the 1v3 situation himself now. 14 seconds left. And there's surely no hope for this. Great work on towards Exist, but instantly Guardian replies with a much louder statement. And FaZe are right back at the door.
They do so much damage before that hit even comes in. It's not necessarily easy to mop all of it up, and it makes it much easier for the FaZe clan to play passive on that bomb site and wait to just spot an arm or a leg or any movement across those smokes. And obviously the ops have been so effective for FaZe. This double op setup, Guardian and Nico doing work to open this map, and it should be a little bit easier now for FaZe, although you never know with CZs and Deagles on the board. They've put Astralis back into a weaker buy, and again, they're going to be presence out towards Picnic. Guardians here again, but the flashbangs are so effective. They want to chase him down, but he does get away, just barely, as Device leads. The tip of the spear for Astralis.
He spotted 2 out of this as well, so he's going to really humble them down, knowing what they're coming up against. And the instant fallback adjustment comes in for FaZe. You can see Rain playing up by that kind of, I guess, signpost. Guardian trying to find a way to keep some sort of tabs on the bathroom area. Spams away. Xyp9x receiving a fair bit of damage as well, trying to hold the back lines. That's going to sting. Blocking out the smoke. Good moves from Guardian, trying to give himself a little bit of an angle to work with. Could make the difference, but apparently dupreeh's Deagle does just that little bit better. Goes back in for more. Guardian is not backing away from the fight, but dupreeh doubles up. Oh, it's a third as well. Astralis somehow making this site seem so close. A leaping SMG, however, will create room for this build back to come in. Magis willing to take the fight, willing to take the challenge. He loses out as well. Carrigan bullishly working his way forward, and this 2v2 looks tricky now.
Device has that op though, and great positioning from dupreeh wrapping around. They have no idea where he's been, and I think Astralis is going to win this one out. They've played it so well. They don't want to drop the ball here right at the end. The bomb is tapped, and there's Device chiming in far away. Nothing to deal with him. Nothing to deal with Dupree from behind. And Astralis is going to steal one away. Some mistakes from Rain getting caught out in the open initially, and Guardian missing some critical shots, and Astralis have responded.
Well, we all know what can happen with Dupree's Deagle on this map, and I think he's showing us as well some classic moments from him. Always so potent. But 4-3, that's the answer you need.
But even with a 3-round win streak for FaZe, they took so much damage in those rounds that the money just never got comfortable. So Astralis just applies barely enough pressure to be able to just reverse their entire fortunes in that one buy from the CZ. And you can see kind of the danger of it as well. The double op setup, the way that FaZe was using it, Nico's the next one to rotate over. And all of a sudden, once Rain goes down, you're defending the A bomb site against the most mobile and effective weapons in the game, and all you have is 2 ops. That's just not going to cut it. Astralis taking advantage of the weakened defense. And FaZe going to call a timeout to get that extra time to talk things over if they want to invest, and surely they are. All in Guardian's hands still. 3 M4s and a CZ is left on Kerrigan. Money management has been phenomenal for Astralis early on in this game.
Yeah, somehow sitting relatively well with cash in pocket still after this very good purchase. You see Device up for that opening fight. Takes the angle, commits to it. Guardian's looking for something new this time, however. Still supported by Rain. Kerrigan trying to find a place in that CZ. Up we go, that's a curious one. Nade doesn't quite do what it wants. Glaive might be surprised by this. He certainly is by that. Rain takes the corner in underpass and puts him down.
It's pretty aggressive for Glaive all alone. There was no one even to trap them in stairwell coming from above, and no one to trade for Glaive. This is a disaster for Astralis. They don't have map presence over towards Fountain whatsoever. Rain's getting spammed down. That's a good return through the wall, but the tough part for Astralis is they know there's going to be a fast flank coming in if they hit this B bomb site, but they also don't have a way to rotate back that easily. They're going to have to fight their way into an opening, and the absence of pressure means FaZe is going to give up the position that Astralis knew they were in.
Magic's going to hear this, though. Hearing them fall away, back down towards the site. So good information being kind of passed through the side. See Xyp9x and Device now trying to find a new avenue of approach, but 44 seconds isn't a massive amount of time. A little bit of utility shown towards long. Might not be where they end up here. This could be a bit of a double around.
They have to. I mean, Xyp9x and Device just did a cursory clear of back towards Playground, back towards Fountain, just to make sure there was no quick flank coming in. They've been punished by that a couple times already in this game, but they have to hit this bomb site. They've just got nowhere else to go.
Well, this could be one of the patented hits to a degree. We do have Molotovs up, but the boost is huge, and dismantling this is going to make it incredibly hard to make this count with 15 seconds. So many players here. The spray's good. Dupree gets down existing. Oh no, Xyp9x finds him, but he just goes wild! Xyp9x, how many kills are you going to get? Bomb planted, he needs 2 more if he wants this to spray through the smoke. He gets a reload off, he gets another smoke down. How is Xyp9x alive here? Smothered in smoke and players at the doorstep. Goes around the corner and Rain does manage to find him.
You got to feel for Xyp9x there. He does everything he possibly could to make that happen and just not able to. What a tough situation to be in. Survived as long as possible. A good win for FaZe. Obviously that initial kill on Glaive just keeps them boxed into the B bomb site that entire time, and FaZe has a perfect read of this scenario. Even the boost up to get one more frag before the set piece comes in. So 4-4 all tied up. An unfortunate TK as Xyp9x does what he can to make up for it. Can't really blame him too much. A hectic situation to be in.
That's just how it is. Now, doesn't seem as though the timeout has been called again. Might be for...
This one's Astralis, right? They want to talk things over. They've got plenty of money, so it's just a matter of figuring out what tactic they want to call, what they've seen so far. Haven't really taken a gun round towards that A bomb site just yet.
No, we haven't actually. We saw obviously the Deagle doing work. We saw a good bit of damage being done with the CZs too, but long way to go here still. This back and forth matchup, both teams bringing us world-class Counter-Strike on this stage here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Sydney.
Which has been incredible. FaZe has had to build into this mode, and they've really had to, I mean, this tournament's been a struggle for them from start to finish. Here in the grand finals, hitting a good peak. Double op setup again, that's been ruinous for Astralis in this game.
Astralis having to be careful, trying to take their time on approach, considering that Party did have presence there earlier. I think Device might have seen enough of maybe Guardian leaping up there that just kind of made the call happen, so they're going to have to clear through this. It takes time. You can see the adjustment already. Guardian's elsewhere.
Yeah, there is an entranceway towards this A bomb site, just a clean march all the way along bathrooms. Zipnik's watching for pushes. When does Guardian get the idea? He's got to be careful with how he plays this, considering they can go through bathrooms towards short, and he backs off, finds a timing. The internal clock tells him to back away. Just minimal amount of pressure being applied from Astralis. They haven't really picked a bomb site just yet. This is going to be tough, though. Nico and Exist are ready to hold. If Astralis tries to rotate down these stairs, they have not cleared out this portion of the map.
No, this could be a huge issue. Dupree might give a bit of a full safety report, but we'll see how far he gets before the call's made. Exist does find Device, but Magis trades it out well. An uncharacteristic miss. Nico outdone, and the side is there. Was nearly 18 seconds left as well. The shots are not landing this time for FaZe. It's all going to be Astralis here. This retake is never going to happen.
Such an important trade from Magisk, and obviously the follow-up onto Nico as well, who misses the flick, was expecting someone to peek from below. Not ready for that. A fifth round for Astralis now, and they've punished the money once again, so Guardian and Rain going to have to bring these guns into the next round, and that's all they can really do. The follow-up as Kerrigan tries to rotate over, just the speed of which Astralis took that bomb site was too much. Not ready for the follow-up fight from Dupree, so well played from Astralis, a good reaction.
Yeah, this is certainly a good bit of play coming back in. The pause clearly coming through well, and Astralis finding that room to work, but FaZe trying out new looks, trying out new things, it seems, trying to find those pressure points to really punish the Astralis side, but for now it is a step in the right direction for Astralis, but FaZe, it seems like they always have an answer to this.
That little bit of pressure that Astralis applied over towards A, I mean, they kind of gave up the fact that they had presence on the T side towards bathrooms, that they were encroaching upon the A bomb site before rotating back. That was huge. That kept Kerrigan frozen as long as humanly possible. Not realizing the presence out of door was actually a commitment from Astralis. And if you're FaZe, you unleash Guardian in this round. You tell him to go hunt down some opening kills, and Device equally is going to try and stop him here. Waiting for the pop flash, turn from it, just narrowly misses that timing, but he's going to grab a new angle. He's not ready to give up just yet.
Doesn't need to give up at all. Guardian claiming the first life in this round. Takes away Glaive. Device maybe a little baffled by that, just didn't expect that play on his own, and Guardian already adjusting. Astralis trying to find a new way to approach this with only their 4 players. They do have that full set of utility, but where do you put that to play?
Guardian's the only one on the A side of the map, and he's not even at the bomb site. Astralis doesn't realize that yet, but he's been mobile. He's pushed up. Magisk is going to try and flash him off. He peeks the angle. Guardian going to slide out, gets a second. He'll be pressured by Dupree next, but he's scoped up, and he's not going to miss that. All 3 kills for Guardian gives FaZe the advantage, and Device steps up to the plate, but can't land it.
Oh God, Guardian could be on for more as well. 3 to begin. Is the 4th going to be happening? No. Device keeps it in check, but what a turn of events that is. Looked like it was all going to probably go back to Astralis only having 1 man, but that 1 man when it's Guardian, that can be something completely different.
It's the luxury of having historically one of the best hoppers to ever play the game on your team, and that's what I talk about when you say unleash him. Just have him go make every play that he wants to, and he finds you the 3 kills. Still going to be a pretty tough hold. It's Rain here with an M4 and Kerrigan with the CZ, who swings out, takes the initial flight. That's big. They now know exactly where Device is, and the off angle from Rain is too strong. He might close the round, but Guardian is the one that sealed it early on.
Absolutely, and what a matchup this is. Back and forth it feels. Slapping Magisk into the wall. Oh, it's just too much to go towards that sort of thing. Well, let's look at the money here, because it looked good for Astralis for a while, but where's that going to go?
Well, we just saw them, we saw them win one of the rounds with the CZs. They were much more aggressive and much more faster paced than we've seen. This time not as much utility. 2 Deagles, 3 CZs, Flash and a smoke still on the board, and they're going to do it again. They're going to head up towards the A bomb site. Rain and Guardian falling back, and Device is the first one to apply pressure, but with no backup and not beating them to the angle, he's just going to fall away. Equally so are Rain and Guardian, but it's good to deny that map control as these pistols spread across the map, and really you're relying on the Deagles to find you something.
It worked before, but surely not, 2 times. I don't see that being the case, but still, Nico going to get Magisk almost for free there. No damage being dealt at all towards FaZe so far in this round. Astralis looking a little bit bruised at this point. As Exist looking to close in as well. He's dying to get involved, but no one's going his way just yet, but there's plenty of opportunity. As Monster contains 2 players, Glaive towards water. Here we go. You're going to see FaZe prepare themselves, because they know that something's coming their way. Flash, not bad. He does get 1, he gets 2 as well. Exist wants it on the action, but he just can't find it at the right time. His teammates are taking it from him. And Astralis this time not going to have a chance in hell at this round.
It's pretty important that FaZe actually has a clean round with only losing 1 player. They need to build up some money to just kind of sustain them. Astralis has applied so much pressure, and they've done such a good job of keeping their money strong that they've really maximized the amount of times they can punish FaZe. Another buy coming out here. They've never had to do more than just 1 half buy in a row before they can get the AWP and the AKs out on the board again. At least this time they'll be missing that AWP on device. But just 1 round behind, keeping in this game as much as possible. Again, towards Fountain initially. Smoke on the staircase, and Kerrigan changed his mind. He wanted to run down those stairs, but I think it was Rain that probably called him off.
Yeah, looking for a different angle. They're going to go for a bit of a boost. Actually, boost across the map. There's a Guardian there as well.
There's a gap in that smoke. Xyp9x needs to be careful with how he approaches that, but thankfully the boost has been given up by FaZe.
Astralis getting that map control building, trying to get some presence across the board. And Rain's been so good so far. Supporting whether it be Guardian or Kerrigan on this side. Molotov doesn't quite spread too far to worry them too much, but the smoke will go up regardless. A bit of a pre-fire, going to make it a bit uncomfortable. Kerrigan's a bit of pressure here. The return fire comes in, but they're going to walk away from this.
Seemed like Rain considered firing back, but didn't want to take the 50-50 fight through the smoke. They'll be content with trading damage on a Xyp9x and Kerrigan. Pretty equal exchange as well. Now the bomb rotating back. Remember, last time Astralis was able to pressure onto this A bomb site, it was a pretty deadly B hit. Although Nico and Exist are pretty close up, and another smoke out towards Monster is going to help him out. Could be a small fake. Utility being lined up over at A. Dupree or Magisk could drop down those stairs and go meet up towards the B bomb site. Actually, it's going to be both of them. Kerrigan's aggressive enough to where he can tell FaZe that nothing is coming. It's a fake. Exist going to be called upon first, and Xyp9x looking the wrong way. Dupree shuts him down, but Nico now has a decision to make. Towards Monster, he finds the bomb, and he holds on as Guardian with the off, rotates into action.
Magisk. Not enough time for the round, but starting to warm into this matchup. Great work between Nico and Exist there. Guardian never too far away either.
No, that's a really timely rotation from Guardian to provide the long-range firepower. And Astralis, those B hits starting to be ineffective, and they haven't really been able to establish success towards A. They haven't really gone for it quite yet still with the AKs.
See that money as well for Astralis. Kind of bruised and broken here. Magisk, of course, still with the rifle, but the others, CZs. Bit of utility. FaZe on the other side, of course, looking pretty flush right now. Everything they'd ever want. And they're not relenting either. Rain going to have a little look towards underpass, but Guardian getting humbled there on the nade. Going to have to be forced away from that one. You're going to see the response as well from Rain, having to back away too. Does not want to be isolated.
Yeah, once he doesn't have that cover from Guardian towards Fountain, he just gives up his aggressive stance. Just 1 nade causing a lot of rotations. Nice utility work from Astralis, but that's not good enough in this round. They need more, and Magisk had the 1 AK-47, and Guardian, yeah, he's been naded down to 50, but he's not going to give up every single angle.
No, definitely not. Well and truly up for the fight. Boost still into practice as well towards B. Nico there maybe watching for the play towards short, but certainly able to swing and adjust towards Dupree if required. It's Glaive and Dupree trying to build in, but Glaive's not giving away too much. Dupree, however, runs a bit of a gauntlet. I wouldn't be up for that fight either. Already down to 3 players here. A bomb plant would be almost a miracle at this point, trying what they can. There's still 3 players, of course, for FaZe on this side. The flash is really good for Glaive here. Buys him a bit of time, but in the meantime, Nico's found his teammates. Glaive tries to bail him out a touch, but they're down to 2. Xyp9x is the walking wounded, and Glaive trying to find any angle to find a kill on. 2 bullets left is all he's got. A rifle he picks up, and Xyp9x does get a bomb plant as Guardian removes his teammate and leaves Xyp9x in the 1v4.
Well, Guardian removes him easily. It makes it look pretty casual. Nice hold from FaZe, only losing Nico once again. Astralis, that plant is going to help out, but not as much as they would like. They don't have the full losing bonus yet. All that work what they did with the economy early on, it's netted them 5 rounds, but it's not being too effective. We're going to get another timeout from them. Here's the final 2 kills from Guardian as he shuts them both down. Eight to 5 for FaZe. They are showing up in a big, big way in these grand finals. No one really knew if we could expect it, if we could hope for it. Everyone, I think, was holding their breath to see which kind of FaZe came out in map 1, and they've continued it here onto Overpass.
This gets scary for Astralis as well. I mean, if you're them, you're coming to this final, you are predicted to win this one. There's no 2 ways to say it. You've always got to keep FaZe in mind. There's no ever writing them off, but you've played phenomenally recently. You've picked up trophies with this roster. You've looked better than everyone else. You've had a hot tournament as well. Grand final then waits, and FaZe decide today's the day we turn up.
Which has got to be unfortunate for Astralis, because usually FaZe is the team that doesn't necessarily show up in the grand finals. They usually slip here, stumble and give it away, and Rain wants to be highly aggressive this time. It's actually, remember, he did this kind of a flank in the 4th round. He hasn't gone back to it since, and now he's found a timing, and look at all the information. He's almost won this round, but there's actually only 1 player initially on the defense. It's Nico playing retake with an AWP. They've got to get over here quick, but Nico's going to find the first.
Really good work claiming Dupree. The site will be taken, but for how long is the question. They're really going to try and pressure Nico down, but he's up for the fight. And oh, I felt a third then was going to be coming through, but not to be. But Rain in the back line is going to make this horrific for Astralis. Surrounded all fronts, Device to claim Nico, but there's nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Glaive, the nade will do well towards Exist, but a 1v3, no plant to play with. Severely outgunned, severely outnumbered. FaZe is striding in this game now.
Rain is an assassin, and Astralis got comfortable. They got complacent with the fact that that flank hadn't come in for such a long time, and Rain found an opportune moment to bust it out once again, to go back to it. What a punishing round, and Astralis is now just, they're reaping the, I mean, they've gone to this B bomb site so frequently, and now FaZe is just, you know, if you're not going to go A ever, if you're not going to win rounds there, and you're not going to be able to find kills, FaZe is going to take advantage of that.
Absolutely. And again, Carrigan this time, the one to look for information. Rain's going to be playing up towards long. He's going to be the next pressure point for Astralis. Are they ready for it this time? Seems like the answer is no. Rain already being such a nuisance, such a pest, such a bother. Good damage on Magis, but a very quick shot there keeps them in good position. And the flicks are so good from Guardian. Tearing Astralis limb from limb here. And that has gotta hurt, as Glaive and Zipnix have watched their teammates being torn to pieces. The spray is desperate from Glaive. It gets the damage through, but again, they need kills here as Guardian. He's hungry for more. Unrelenting ability from this man, and Carrigan just seals the deal on the half. 10-5, FaZe are leading in this one. A shocker for Astralis. They need to pull themselves back together for the second half. On the half, Astralis looking worried, but FaZe, what a moment to come alive for them. Guardian playing out of his mind so far.
So is Rain. He's been very, very aggressive, taking control. Nico's playing solid as well. It's a nightmare for Astralis. And FaZe ended that first half on a 6-0 run as they dominated their way to 10 rounds. And Astralis is going to have a phenomenal half, but this is where you have to expect. This is where Device needs to take over with that AWP. We saw the impact Guardian can have it. We saw the impact that Nico can have with it, and that weapon on this map can really dictate how the offense is able to play. And you got to hope that he steps up to the plate.
Storied history between these two, of course. I just want to make that noise, but my mic would make it really loud.
Could just be one person. We could just be going insane.
Honestly, insanity might exactly be what's happening. We've got a best of 5, and apparently FaZe as said, have turned up in the finals after a tournament they have not looked phenomenal in, and this is a very different beast we're seeing. But it's CT side time for Astralis and FaZe on the T side. Let's see if they continue this deadly train of ability that's been thrown towards the Dames as Nico prepares for battle, charging towards Device, who is in real trouble here. Got to be careful, he's the only man on this site.
I think that's the only thing holding FaZe back is the fact that they just don't know how many players are here. They would have continued forward. Device, that might be a fight he likes, but he gives it up, and Device is going to play retake. The bomb will get planted. It's all on the flank. Kerrigan's going to be the first one. Rain tapping away at heads. Magis comes running out. Good trade so far into a 3-on-3.
Zist holding the line here. Zipnix Dupree working the back lines. Nico looking for the fight. Device did find a little bit of work there. So now Nico up on the ledge. Did he get spotted? I'm not sure if he did. I think Zipnix might have seen that. So Device lingers forward. Great positioning from him, being such a nuisance in the back lines. He needed that bullet to land, and Nico now wants to rain terror. The bomb continues to tick. The kick gets picked up by Zipnix, but Nico is such a problematic player to be up against in these situations, but Dupree's a little bit better here, and the defuse will be coming through. Window of opportunity here for Astralis to come back into this game.
You're exactly right. Zipnix had to pick up that kid. He actually got aggressive just to give himself the cover to be able to find that kid as it was dropped on the stairs. A little bit of a tense moment there, but Dupree holding the line, and that little hesitation from FaZe as they gave Device a lot of respect at the A bomb site, or at least Astralis a lot of respect, not knowing if it was just the one player. That small holdback is what allowed Astralis to rotate, get those responses in so early. Plant comes in on the pistol round though for FaZe, so they're going to save up for that next round. They don't want to buy here. No tactical drop of the AK-47s. No investment into this round of armor. I think it's just a P250 on Guardian. They want the AKs in the third.
The stampede of players going forward. Not particularly subtle. Damage comes out, Magisk sprays in, this is nice! 3 kills. And there it is. Shuts the book on this round, Astralis keep it clean. It's down Magisk, but it'll be all right in the end.
They did lose the M4 though. Magisk have to reinvest in that, so not the biggest issue in the world, but small one to make note of. And here comes the buy in this next round. Good control from Magisk coming through the smoke before Guardian can put him to rest, but teammate there to help out, and this buy from FaZe is quite nice. 5 AK-47s. Everyone's got full head armor, and a lot of utility as well on those 4 players, so they can go pretty deep into the strat book, all things considered. Device trying to find some information early on. The nade does decent damage onto Nico. Dupree's going to be the first test, and are they going to clear this corner? It's a 50-50, and no one's cleared it just yet. He's holding his nerve. He can't get any. He's done great damage.
The information isn't bad either. That can be passed right across to the others, and now got a good look as to what was maybe being tried there by FaZe, but FaZe hit the brakes for a second, see if anyone's going to try and capitalize or pounce on it, but no one did. Magic's pushing forward towards the toilets. He's kind of the most, I guess, further forward man. Device there eyeing up as well. And FaZe turn their attention elsewhere. They've completely changed plan. It's over towards long now.
That's the tough part. Yeah, the information that Dupree gets is nice for about that 5-second period right after he dies, but it's in the middle of the map and there's no one in position to punish it, so it's still the opportunity for FaZe to go to either map. So you can see still very much a 2-2 split on this defensive side. Zipnix and Glaive sticking over towards the B bomb site looking for information, but the fact that they don't find any doesn't tell them anything because FaZe can still be slowly working their way there. Device now spots the arm and he takes off the wrist.
That's so good. That's a missed smoke as well. This will create a chance for the players rotating in towards this site, but Magisk is your big ace up the sleeve. He could be the downfall of FaZe here. Can't get away though. Nico catches him as he tries to disappear back into the smoke, but he's not down and Glaive is right next to them. Work his way. Oh, that's so good from Glaive, but Nico again, his chance now to try and be on the back lines. One man does come forward. The trades continue back and forth, but Rain against Glaive now. 10 seconds remain. Glaive's still out there. Bomb now recovered. Rain going for the plant. It's a fake. Oh, and it's Rain again. So good at doing this. Consistently outsmarting opponents.
That is incredible. Challenges Glaive to a standoff. Calls the bluff. That is really beautiful work, and it's so difficult for Glaive to make that call whether you want to push forward or not. That is so, so good. And that is a huge round to win it on as well. The third round investment in this second half. And Astralis very quickly is going to be put on notice. They're going to be put on their back foot with their own economy. Magisk is 17-13, Device 14-14, single digits for everyone else. The level we're seeing Rain at in today versus the rest of the event has just been completely different.
Timeout continues to tick. 11-7 on the board. Felt like it'd be Astralis right back at the door, but no, the answer was right there from Rain. It's not the first time he's done that this tournament either, so he is certainly calling players' bluffs. He is really in it. And now let's see what FaZe have for us here. Leading the charge, existing Carrigan, first men forward. Zimnix on the other side, probably the closest port of call, and he is completely deleted. dupreeh now asked a huge question. I don't know what he can do about this one. He's being surrounded on all fronts. He's good for one, but that's just Carrigan gone. There's 4 more players. Oh, he's got another. dupreeh finally put down by Rain. Sends him to swim with the fish, and Device is there. Matches from up above. And exists now the 1v2.
dupreeh has done his job. He only gets 2 kills, but he buys time for the rotations to come in to pick off those just a couple players to make this easier, and Exist has a tough task, disappears into the smoke like the ninja that he is, and rotates around to play out this 1 versus 2 from a new location.
I was waiting for that, Jason. Let's see how he plays this one out now. The retake begins, smoke goes up. They don't have a kit either. He still has a flash on himself. And then Fuse starts the lineup right there. Now position noted. Does Exist have what it takes? Sprays in again. Magisk denies, but the time. Do they even have the time for this one?
That's going to be close, I think. Actually Exists. Yeah, he already looks defeated, and Astralis does win the round in the end as it's a little bit sketchy. Really well done from dupreeh. The double kill, surviving as long as possible. Not only that, but when he falls into water, he takes a very close angle, and he's making sure they have to wrap so deep to be able to find him. And that would have been the knockout punch for FaZe. That's exactly what they were looking for. They pick up the pace, they get into the action very, very quickly, but they're not able to find the punish, which is tough. Barely holding on as Astralis. 11-8, a timeout comes from FaZe. Even though they get the plant, they have decent money, but I think they have to hold their nerve and play it conservative here down the stretch.
Yeah, not easy for them going forward now. Gets a little bit trickier. But if they can pressure Astralis at any point, you know that money can be broken down so easy. That CT side can be such a cruel mistress when it comes to that. And FaZe, plenty of talent, obviously, individually to make those deagles, pistols, whatever they decide to go for, if they do. Now this is going to get fun. I'm seeing the buy coming in. We've got 10 more seconds until this one starts back up, but it's going to be a little bit spicy.
Risking a lot for FaZe. Bought down to the brink, 2 AKs. As Astralis trying to claw back in this game and equalize on maps at 1-1. FaZe taking cash, and here's Guardian pushing forward. He's gotten past the utility. 3 players here initially for Astralis. Glaive close up in bathrooms, Magisk and Device out towards long. They're going to be in a double stack.
Oh my God.
This round could all hinge on this play.
Steps have heard. They know what's coming their way now. Magisk prepares. Surely the call's been made, though. He tries to take the fight in the corner, but do they get Device down as well? They trade into it. This is pretty good from FaZe, and that's incredible from Exist. Glaive gets removed from the situation, and it's a 3v2 now. The bomb's still up on long, but that'll be there in any second. Carrigan's trying to secure the side itself. Smoke walls go up, and FaZe might be doing just enough here.
dupreeh's going to have the long flank, though. He's coming all the way up the steps and wrapping around all the way towards long. He's probably got them fooled. Exist is looking for it. He's got full HP. There's the challenge, the immediate kill from dupreeh. That's huge, and Nico at low health. Zipnix can't find him.
Time to run, time to get out of there. FaZe, the buy was shoddy, but the way they utilized that, especially Exist, great play.
It was actually frustrating to watch, though. They had so many flashbangs out towards long. They didn't use a single one to just clear that one corner. It felt like they weren't even trying to be quiet or sneaky. They were running at that point. He could have just used one flash and made that easier, but yeah, the trades, they win the fights. Nico, obviously, 2 big kills. Carrigan, low-key, has big impact coming from bathrooms and is able to dink out, I forget who exactly that was. It might have been Zipnix. Dink him out to help Exist finish off that kill. 12-8 as FaZe respond, not giving up an inch.
I don't think you can in these situations. It's one of those. These back and forth timeouts as well. There's so much to be said.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. That's the pressure that these teams are feeling at this moment because the economy is playing such a huge role down the stretch that they have to keep control of it if you're Astralis. You cannot afford to get reset with FaZe in striking distance of the second map. The fact that they're using them all here tells everyone that this is where they think this second map is going to be decided in this stretch of rounds. And if they give up too much, if they lose this struggle, not only the map might be all over, but it could even be the grand finals and a second bid for the Intel Grand Slam.
Well, it's all up in the air now, isn't it? Everything's kind of changed. This was never meant to be the way it goes down. We'd all seen the form coming into this from both sides. The timeout coming to a close. It's back underway. 12-8 now. Astralis need this one. They need to do some damage here because FaZe is starting to build into it. That confidence is starting to get there. 12 rounds in pocket now for FaZe as Guardian leads the way forward. Device stills his hand as he stares towards long.
Good position from Dupree. He's actually going to start pushing through the short sewer tunnel. A lot of information, but if he goes too far, Exist is waiting, and that might be the most frustrating way to die. Just some player sat in T-spawn. We're going to get a quick abort. No damage has been dealt. So small technical issue, and everyone can breathe easy. The tension built, and now we just have to take a step back.
Yeah, I think just a couple of keyboard issues there, so they just want to sort that one out. I'll take a little bit of time, but as you said, a lot of nerves coming in for these teams as well. Not sure whose keyboard it is. I think it's on the FaZe side. We're having the issues. So hopefully that does get resolved nice and quick. You don't want that being an issue going forward, obviously, in the back of your minds, but still.
This is going to be so tough for Astralis to come back into it. I mean, everyone, the nice thing for them is that it's not like FaZe is flush with cash. They don't have the strongest situation either, so it's kind of tenuous for both teams at the moment, but I mean, we just got done talking about the pauses coming back and forth. You can tell just how much this kind of tug of war between the money means to both squads. And Astralis, perhaps, what is that?
That's a look.
That is a look.
I love the way the cameraman's like, is this what I want to be seeing?
You know who'd look good in that look?
Who?
Henry.
Henry looked good in anything.
Yes, he would.
Got the Astralis fans in the crowd. Got some Vox t-shirts out there. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, got some Virtus Pro ones as well. I've seen some Cloud9 jerseys wandering around. We got it all out here in Australia.
Oh, look, Chad said at the start, and I think it's very true of this audience, they do just love good CS. They also like to see an Englishman getting beaten down. Obviously, Henry getting a good battering.
Yeah,
firm crowd favorite. Everyone loves a bit of that.
We all love that.
But credit where it's due to this crowd. They do just love good CS, and that is what we're getting here. This is probably one of the better finals we've had in quite a while. It is the ongoing joke of normally the semifinals being the better of the matchups in the grand finals. Like, oh, it's a bit one-sided, but this is delivered so far.
Well, especially when you consider, I mean, we've had the conversation about Astralis so much, we can just rehash it real quick as the king of the crowd is in there. But I mean, if you could even go back to Marseille, the dominance that Astralis showed winning that event just a couple of short weeks ago. And then coming into this, the dominance they showed in group stage, and not just that, the weaknesses on the other teams as well has been kind of the highlight of it. It's like, this is why Astralis is going to go on this tear. You know, we're all talking about having the conversation, can Astralis just win 4 Grand Slam events in a row? And then FaZe has stepped up in a huge way in this Grand Finals. All of these players reaching a different level than what we saw. Everything has not been solved. The music got us all excited.
All right, as it continues, let's have a little chat, Jason. How you liking Australia?
I'm loving Australia, Lauren.
Yeah?
You can, yeah. We were here last year. I was super pumped to come back. Got another week off after this, so we're going to stick around.
Oh yeah, you're going for a nice like little week holiday with the boys.
Yes, all the boys. Gonna play some Kenny Loggins on the beach. That feels appropriate.
Is it gonna be like the Top Gun moments? You know, everyone's playing that volleyball.
Jean shorts and volleyball.
I do love a pair of jorts, Jason.
Yeah.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, that's a good point. Nico even wears them.
He does. We saw that. Maybe
Yes.
that was a key to his power. Or maybe they were holding him back, who knows? I think we'll have to discuss that.
One or the other.
Yeah, we are still working on the keyboard issue. If you are just tuning in or if you're just wandering in the crowd, that is being resolved as much as we can. But there is always a bit of fun with this audience and the fact that we can talk to them if we need to. Right now we're good, don't worry. Just keep watching, keep being serious. My tea's just arrived, so life's going very well.
It is going very well.
But the one thing I do like is the fact that, you know... Oh, you kind of wait. Oh, we've got some beautiful faces in the audience. That's attractive. I'm liking that. And yeah, no, it's always the joy of this audience is you can have a bit of fun with them, you know?
Yeah, you can have a little bit of fun. They have a lot of fun on their own. I don't really think we need to encourage that too much.
They're a little bit hungover today, so we've got to be a little bit quiet.
Yesterday was a bit weird. Yeah, turn the volume down.
Yeah, voices at
Lights
an
off.
all-time low. Yeah, just a nice quiet one.
There's only one real way to solve a hangover, Lauren.
How'd you do that?
Never stopping.
Oh?
That's gorgeous.
Can you do one eyebrow and then the other? Ah, just baiting chat. And the audience. Oh, there is the old, we could get the phone lights out, we could do that one. You know, that's a bit of a Katowice special. I don't know, do you reckon they can do it?
I think they could.
All right, guys, here's a challenge. Bit of an interactive one. We've got the clap. Very nice. Let's get a little louder, come on, folks. The louder it goes, the faster the pause happens. That's what I'm talking about. That scares the living shit out of me, folks, just so you know. Terrifying, the Stampede.
Well, we do have a quick feature we can actually bring up. Astralis did something, trying to describe a word. I think it's like a whole Pictionary type thing. So we're going to send it over to that one.
Okay, so it's somebody we played against a lot this last half year.
Okay.
In tournaments, different kind of tournaments. It's an American team.
Probably Liquid.
Yes. Okay. So when you kill 5 men on the server.
Ace?
Yeah, an ace. Some things that run around on Inferno, especially.
Chickens?
Yes.
Ooh.
We have Device, and he does this a lot for us, or at least sometimes.
Sniper?
No.
Hopping?
No. It's like you can have it on your shoulder, like something you
carrying.
Yeah,
Backpack. Carry. Okay.
And the last thing, I'm not really sure if this is what I think it is, but it's a guard, an old guard.
Zeus?
No.
Hades?
No. It's with the lightning god.
That is Zeus, right?
No.
Poseidon? No, not the god. Lightning god.
Yeah, and he has a hammer.
Oh, Thor.
Yeah.
All right, you ready? So if I say pimp, wearing glasses, you know, Wingardium Leviosa, and
Harry Potter?
Yeah, exactly. All right, so really bad players in CSGO, like they run around like but they run around like really bad players, and like they act like machines. They're really bad.
Bots?
Yeah, exactly. So the most common used weapon as a terrorist, B31, I think. Yeah.
Like
no, B41, so it's a rifle. The most common used. Yeah, exactly.
B42.
Yeah. If I say Vapiano, you say.
Bolognese?
Almost, but
pizza?
No. What's in bolognese? What type
Pasta?
of? Yeah, exactly. And what do you have on your hand?
A watch.
Yeah.
Lovely work. Good game of heads up there.
They've done it. I mean, that just shows you the communication they've got with each other. That was a really nice display.
Just so you guys know, things are readying up. It looks like the issue has been resolved, so don't worry, folks. No more interaction. You go back to just having a drink. It's all good. Apologies, you know. But it does seem as though things are starting to warm up. I think it was just Exist keyboard. He's trying to work that out. So, we'll see. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. But it does look like we are back underway in game, so we can stop staring at their beautiful faces and get this one started up. Of course, FaZe up on the T side, Astralis on the CT side. This is the second map of the grand finals, of course, here at the Intel Extreme Masters out in Sydney, and already damage coming through.
Yeah, Kerrigan's put back. That one hurts. The nade. Stack Guardian swings out wide to try to use the cover of the grenade. It's not going to work. An important first kill for Astralis. They've only got 2 rifles, and already one has had impact. FaZe is very spread across the map. Kerrigan and Rain essentially at this moment can't do anything. It's Nico and Exist who are the only people poised to get control, poised to attack. Exist just gonna patiently wait, looking for information, looking for any pushes, for any kind of a punish that he can have. 4 on 5, and Astralis still being proactive across the map. Flashbangs allowed Dupree to peek in towards those short sewers and see nothing. Just past the 1 minute mark as FaZe takes control of stairs.
Slow and steady here thus far for FaZe after that first loss, of course. Guardian. Now, on the other side, we do still see just those pistols. We have the rifle, of course, on Dupree, but outside of that, Scout for Device, working with a lot less than they'd ideally want. Magic's probably the furthest forward. Trying to find an angle to play with, but timing is everything. Exist. Hey, new keyboards, feeling real nice, but Device still shows him how it's done. That Scout does damage. And you can see the support coming in from Glaive. The CZ still good as ever. The 3v2 makes it very tricky now, as every angle could contain a threat, and Dupree is one of them. The 1v3 needed from the god himself, Nico, known for brilliance, and he needs to call upon it right here, right now. Device cowers in the corner, the shot goes off. Oh, he's got it! And now the 1v1. Dupree closing in, he's got the rifle as well, but Nico, you know what he can do. And he looks, he waits. Dupree edges forward, and Nico's a god in these situations, and he's just shown you as to why.
Oh, Astralis normally so good in those scenarios, and Nico punishes him, finds his 3 1v1s. Gets a little fortunate in this duel with Device. He knows he's got to hunt him down, but not expecting to be in the deep angle, a missed shot. But that is immediate, that is first bullet accuracy. And from there holds his nerve. What a tough scenario to be in. Almost, you could even call it a 1 versus 4 with the clock ticking down as well. 13-8, and that is a huge punish. Right before that break, don't forget, the important factor of this game was the jockeying of the economy between the two teams. All the timeouts that were taken to give Astralis that one chance of responding, and they had it within their grasp.
Always the threat when you play against the likes of FaZe. Always able to go to those depths that not many others can. Now the economy shattered for Astralis in this round, of course. P250's up, but that's about your lot. Oh, Dupree's hoping for anything he can. And Kerrigan says no to it. The MAC-10 through the wall, pretty much. Blow through the window. Close, but no cigar. Guardian now, edging a little closer. Well, Glaive's head gets removed. And this is systematic destruction so far.
Astralis just has to save as much money as humanly possible. They don't really have a whole lot of tools. They didn't come in with a whole lot of tools to do damage to FaZe. They've got to look towards that next gun round, but they won't have a whole lot of opportunities after that. Astralis going to start getting a decent read, although Rain ends Device trying to pinch down, trying to find that, and Zipnix is the only one left at the B bomb site with just the USP. Same with Magis, so this will be that 14. That was quick. Guardian building up some bonus money. FaZe starting to look really good, really clean, and I know there was a big conversation. The analysts thinking, what, 3-0 for Astralis?
Yeah.
3-1 for Astralis. Well, FaZe is looking like they might set themselves up to get that 3-0 run.
Gets a little worrying at this point, doesn't it? Next map in the series starts to be considered. And that would be Train.
Oh, I love that guy.
Why did they cut away? It's all I want to see. Just teasing me constantly.
One of the greatest actors of our generation.
He is phenomenal, isn't he? A peak of what men can be. Kerrigan's got knifed?
No, that is
Wait,
that is a glitch.
It's a spot.
That's,
It's a spec bug. Okay. So
there we
we go. So the next map, bearing in mind, that would be Train in this series, and that was the one that you're going to look at FaZe being the one to pick up. They love that map to play with, but right now we are into this, so we can talk about that later as a quick hit comes out. And it looks like Astralis want to get aggressive, but Exist meets fire with literal fire.
I think he was spamming as well, and actually Dupree trying to fall back into the flames, and just enough damage was done to finish him off. That is a disaster. Up on Device, still hasn't gotten involved. It's over deep into the A bomb site, running out of nades as well for the Astralis side. Under a lot of pressure, and FaZe with that kill so early on, and this is where they get dangerous, when they have that man advantage. With so much time left on the clock, when you get them into these scenarios where they can win by trades, where they can be in open spaces and find some map to work with. It's Magisk right now just holding the tide at bay, and there's the kill. No one to trade for Guardian. Kerrigan and Rain not coming out. There's the swing, and Kerrigan needs to complete it, but he can't. Magisk and Zipnix chime in. I think Zipnix even spamming. That is really well done.
How have they recovered this? You've got Nico and Exist. Nico first step in the right direction. Still Molotov, still smokes, but your next task is Device and Zipnix. Not an easy one. Device has the angle. Eyes trained on this. Exist trying to negate that. Play a bit of peekaboo, but he's having none of those games. And now Nico, you've already done a 1v3. This is a little bit too far, too hard. Too hot to handle. Astralis keeping themselves building.
I swear, man, every time Astralis needs a round, it seems like Magisk is the one delivering these double kills. He has been such a big help for this team. After that pickup, it's worked out phenomenally for the Danes. And 9-14, they're going to need more of him. They're going to need more of that impact. One more buy to burn through for Astralis as they get started on closing the gap. Device has the opso, but so does Guardian. And this is Grand Finals Guardian. He's been spectacular. Somehow gets past Device's crosshairs. But Device's aggression with the op is allowing 4 players to stack over towards the B bomb site. And look at this play. Dupree and Magisk taking control, getting a lot of information, but they stop just short of running into Exist.
Round we go, and the call's gonna be made. You know, Device, get ready. We've seen no one either be an underpass, coming your way. They have cheated over Zipnix and Glaive. They're both there now. Bit of a boost. Kind of the early warning system. The radar would go towards B if one of them spots another, but still not moving either. He's all the way back, expecting a very late flank here.
Just keep an eye, you know, his job is just to make sure that they can fall back towards that B bomb site if they need, and just making sure there's no kind of aggression to be able to punish any of it, so deny information if anyone from Astralis had kept moving forward. Guardian's going to be challenged here. Device far back, baiting for Glaive around the corner. A deep smoke will isolate Glaive, but there's no AK-47 player to turn this corner, and actually Glaive's just going to push up. He's going to catch him with a nade in his hand. Rain is up next, but the flashbang helps out. That might have even been Guardian's flashbang that he had cocked that blinds him. And Glaive's going to be able to get away. Rain trying to punish, trying to get through, but I don't think he can do it. And Device now, with 1 kill, is given his team a 4-on-3 advantage.
This is great so far. I'd be surprised if FaZe can get much further. The rotations are good, the flashes are lined up. They're still going to try and get this one on the board. Zipnix watching the cross, going to make the strike towards Rain as only Exist slips through towards the bombs. He actually, no, gets denied. Good work from Zipnix there, sprays in, hoping for that. And Nico does get the AWP, but does he get to keep control of it? Dupree, not quite able to find him. So for now, Nico lives to fight another day. The AWP will be retained, put a round on the board for Astralis. A desperately needed one as well.
Yeah, they really did. No bonus money, no losing money for Nico, who has that AWP, but it's the only weapon they can really bring forward. Everyone else hovering right around 2,000 or just below it. And if you're FaZe, you've got to start playing conservative. You can't really buy this round either. Saving up as your losing bonus builds up. It's only at 2 right now.
That's a horrific bit of a joke on the old tweet there.
I didn't see that one. What was it?
If you're allergic, stay away from the stream because this game is nutty. I mean, why did you laugh? You've encouraged this now.
I like those jokes.
Oh dear. We call you Creamy Daddy for other reasons, all right? Stop laughing at the dad jokes. Anyway, Nico is going to be your danger man this round if there's going to be anyone. Everyone else is on pure Glocks alone.
Yeah.
So send them in.
You essentially throw the Glocks into the open to help find out, and actually Rain almost just straight up finds a kill. Nico's going to get involved, but right, you want the AWP. You want the Glocks to find you where players are, and the AWP to be able to punish and trade those frags off. Obviously not happening with that first engagement as Magisk gets all the way back to the A-bomb site. Nico not being too aggressive with this, so not finding any openings. A desperate scenario, but at this point, even just taking away guns, forcing the rebuys is huge.
Absolutely. Smallest of margins can make huge impact, especially in this game between these two giants. This is the final we've been dreaming of. This is the final you don't get often. Now Nico slowly working his way up again. Just looking to be that danger man, looking to find these hits. Zipnix does find Carrigan. Nico still biding his time. No real opportunities given over. Astralis just showing some real patience here.
I mean, they've had to fight through the low economy. They don't want to go back to it, so obviously trying to preserve as much as possible. No one falling would be great for them because they still have a long comeback to go. This would get them up to 11. Still 3 rounds behind, and then FaZe would start having those AKs back out on board. Nico, is he just going to save the op again? I think he is, because they're going to buy in the next round, so he just keeps it alive so they don't have to invest. Maybe an AK-47 dropped over to him, but it's all decided if he can keep that op, and he does. 14-11, and here it comes. The op is passed over to Guardian. Kerrigan, Nico, Rain, and Exist all with the AKs, but Astralis have very strong buys as well.
(14-11). FaZe still very much on the verge here. If they get 2-0 up in this series, it does get a little bit questionable for Astralis, of course. Mentally, starts to really tear at them, but still room to work. Nico, though, maybe fired up off of this one now. Having to be reserved in the last couple. Z Device looking for an opportunity to strike there, but falls away from this.
Obviously knows the angles, and they talked about this, Magisk being the aggressor between Magisk and Device at this A bomb site, gonna force Nico back, and that Molotov is the indication that someone has controls. Someone that they don't want to have control. Over towards Fountain, Magisk almost looks away, can only get the one. A good trade from Guardian.
You know when you're playing games with your friends and you're just pushing up aggressively and just go, they're literally in their spawn.
Yes, yeah, but I mean, you have to expect, if you're going to throw that Molotov, that should give away the game that someone's pushing up. Yeah, it's keeping them back from being able to punish you as much, allowing you to gain a lot of ground. Here's the tough part. Glaive is starting to push up long. Device is going to be on that side as well. And when this B hit comes in, they're going to be so far from providing help. Dupree and Zipnix, this setup has got to be effective. It has got to be destructive to the attack.
Dupree's sitting anti-flash right now. Swings on this one. Zipnix still alive. Oh, what a time to come into the matter. Dupree lighting up the scoreboard. That is a round to remember for them. They were so isolated from the others. The two other players were so far away. Those two right then, between Zipnix and Dupree, had to lock that down, and FaZe had the approach. But now the problem is, where's the money at?
Where is the money at? It's not looking good. It's going to be, it looks like another investment coming out. Exist is already bought up. 14-12, a timeout's going to be taken. Actually, they're saying that is a mistaken buy, so going to go for a reload as well. 14-12, and this is the tough part. Towards the early stage of this half, you can tell, I mean, FaZe was just this momentum-based team. They could be so deadly when they have the advantages and when they are able to pick up the pace, but they haven't been able to be aggressive. They haven't been fast. They've been tempered by some of the utility usage by the up from Device. They're worried. They don't want to get picked off by it. Starting to get stale, and Astralis is starting to be able to read what's coming. So if you're FaZe, you've really got to throw in a different look. This might be the perfect time for it, considering you're only going to have those upgraded pistols. You can be fast-paced, you can be mobile. CZ's, Deagles, and a P250 coming out, flashbangs as well.
Golden opportunity. See what they do with it. Could be fun. And Magisk completely eating that flash. Going to back away with Device. Glaive does get a little isolated if they do fully back from this, which is probably in the back of his mind, certainly. And especially with this wrap coming in, they're going to go towards long, so Magisk now needs to be aware. I'm not sure if he's heard steps. He might have. He's going to see him now. So the charge continues. They're not slowing down for a second. This actually means Astralis are a little out of position here. Nico can play off as well. This is a bit problematic. The Molotov is good, and the kill's even better. Magisk retains control with Device, and the speed might have been there. The power for the momentum continues for Astralis as Nico left. No. In the 1v5. Not gonna happen. The build-up, the wind-up, the tease. It doesn't come through.
Well, Nico still has 25 kills in this game. He's been incredible. Magisk is actually beating him as well. 27 for the new Astralis player, but 14-13, and they're gonna need, those two players need to step up. This is really well done from Astralis. You have a lot of pressure coming from behind as well. I was about to say they communicated it very effectively, but even a player running into his crosshair.
But we've got a new double AWP here. Dupree picking this one up. I haven't seen that yet really this map. We've seen him a couple of times here toying with it. We've around Dust too a hell of a lot. So this could be fun. That's not, if you're an Astralis fan, Guardian getting one for free. They're getting complacent, and Guardian will punish that every day of the week.
That is one of the first opening picks FaZe has had in some time, it feels. Astralis has been dominant in that department. And again, two players out towards long, two players at the B bomb site. Zipnix and Dupree might be called upon again to do something incredible. FaZe winning this would put them on map point and get two chances at it. The opening of the doors, Dupree peers in. Rain not gonna fall for the trap. The But the rest of the map is pretty much in control of FaZe. They have control of the stairs, they have control out towards B, they have fountains, and they're going to start gaining control of bathrooms as well.
Yeah, a bit of a hit squad roaming for the CTs then. They do eventually settle back towards B. And last time they delivered when they held this. It was double stack towards Monster and they were fine, but this is a different round here.
This is a lot of time, though, for FaZe not to be pressuring anything, not really actually moving as much as I thought they would. Look at the utility on Astralis. Keep your eye on that, because the third smoke is just used. There's still 2 remaining and 2 Molotovs as well. There's utility. Once FaZe gives up the game, they don't have time to readjust. This next hit from them has to be the final play, so the Molotovs can be very, very destructive to any idea they have.
20 seconds remain, and it's... Oh, this is lovely. Look what they've done. Dupree, Zipnix, they're all running away. It's going to be this B here. Dupree might have just changed his mind for a second. He's considering maybe they're not here. Oh, and now maybe cometh the hour, cometh the man. Dupree, he delivers. Guardian goes down. Zipnix goes forward. He gets punished, but he needs to wait on support. The bomb's planted. It's a 3v3 retake. And FaZe are locking this one out. This retake is not easy at all. Rain sits in the corner. The trade comes through, but it's Kerrigan, the headline star. And Device now left in the 1v2. Nico up on short. Device looking for where he can go, but Kerrigan, his position is so paramount right now, and he has just outdone them. Kerrigan, the one-man army, has pushed FaZe even further.
It's Kerrigan that won map 1 with the clutch, and he's done it again here. Not won the map quite yet, but he's put him in great position. He gets all the kills in a tense situation in the post plant. 2 kills that allow Nico to get in a position to help out if needed, but it wasn't. He closed it out with a third. Nice fake call from FaZe. Astralis had the same thought process that I did, that play was going to be their last one. Utility used towards the A bomb site, rotate down the stairs in towards B. They set it up throughout the round and pull it off perfectly.
15-13. Astralis may be feeling a little doomed here, and I would be too. FaZe bringing some real fire to their performance. This second map, it's a best of 5, keep in mind, so it's not all over. We do have another one to go after this. That'd be Train. Another stronghold for FaZe, of course. But now this round still needs to be dealt with. OT was what was called upon in the first map. Astralis would have to obviously get this in the follow-up to even consider that. Ooh, bit of a boost up here on long.
Yeah, but if FaZe just marches up with this hit right now, if they just make it happen right at the start, this is going to be tough to defend against. It'll be Device and Magis out towards long, and they'll kind of be stuck out of the fight. Question is, can they stop the plant? Kerrigan's going to come in. Magis, Device, and Glaive are all here. One player's going to lurk out towards long for FaZe, but Glaive trying to get through. There's Magis. Nico wasn't ready for it. It was so quick. Device coming over the top is going to burn, but Glaive is holding them off still, and Magis still doing work. He gets a follow-up, 3 kills. I mentioned he always answers the call for Astralis. He's done it again.
It was a fake last round. This time it was real, but FaZe get reminded Astralis are certainly up for this fight. Magisk, as you said, an incredible play from him. Glaive being such a nuisance as well. And Guardian trying to back away from this, but look at these guys. They're hungry, they want it, but Guardian's no free food. He's gonna make them work for their meal if they get it. And away we go, trying to keep hold of this AWP. Desperately needed if they want to close this out in regular.
Yeah, they absolutely will. The money's not great. Exist is going to be stuck on an upgraded pistol. This is a pretty harsh reset, all things considered. They're going to be scrambling to try and find AKs. They need that AWP, and he will keep it. He'll frag Zipnix right at the end. Keep the AWP in his hands. And we'll see what FaZe is able to buy if they want to try and take this second map in regulation. We could be facing another overtime already on map 2.
Let's have a watch of this one again. How do we play this out? Such a good player. All right, FaZe on 15, Astralis on 14. This could be OT in map 2, and that would be ridiculous. What a matchup we're getting here in the grand finals. Guardian wants to get this started with a bang, but no one wants that fight. Dupree's just like, nah, I'm good. I don't want to go down there, but he's actually going for this one. Dupree just off to the left. Guardian, if he gets this, that would be insane. Dupree now has to wait. Fire comes in, but he gets the better of him. That's a big blow to FaZe. That's why the big gun's removed. They still have SMGs. They do have the rifle on Nico, though, so maybe there's still hope.
Here it comes, up sandbags. They're held off at the moment. Flashbang's utility being used. That smoke might just stop FaZe in their tracks. Kerrigan's going to come up and try and get that AWP. I think it might just be out of his grasp. He's gonna swing around, and the rest of his teammates can't do anything. They were relying on an opening pick from Guardian. You have to love that call. You put your star player in position to create something for you. Too tall of a task, but Kerrigan holding the angle, and no one from Astralis is going to challenge it. They're so mindful that now they don't have anyone to hold it. No reason to go back with the man advantage.
Flash is so good. That's going to force Kerrigan away. He does pick up the AWP, so they know that, but it's Zipnix towards Exist. And a 5v3 sits very well like we're going in towards OT. Kerrigan tries to do what he can, but it's Dupree at the helm. And it looks like he wants more rain. Charges in. He's got two. The third is not going to happen, but OT will. This is what you can expect from world-class Counter-Strike and one of the best grand finals we've seen in a while.
This has been an incredible back and forth. This is a phenomenal performance from FaZe that we were all doubting coming into it, but Nico, that huge clutch he was able to have in the second half, they did so much to try and win that, and Astralis able to claw it back. They've got plans for every different circumstance that they can hit. Double up setup coming out for the CT side, and I want FaZe to go back to it again. I want FaZe to be able to call Guardian's number here. Tell them not to shy away from these fights. And here we go. Device is going to challenge first flashbang out, and Guardian couldn't find the angle quick enough, and he's going to be stopped. So yeah, letting him off the leash a little bit, letting him be assertive, but obviously trusting him to make the right decision of backing off if he just doesn't have the fight, and almost finds it there.
Your heart almost skips a beat when you see that sort of thing happening. How does he get away with his life? And now FaZe looking for that next moment. How do we try and crack this round open? Who's going to give us that chance, or do we have to fight for this one? And fight it might be. Out towards long we go. Magisk and Device will be the ones to meet this play. You might have heard these steps. I think the call's being made. Device's eyes turn. Where will they go next? We know the fakes have been good from FaZe, so they can't fall for this wholeheartedly. Magisk now wants to pounce, and that is a complete read. That is such a play on the other round where that happened, but that follow-up, you can't expect that.
No, that's beautiful. Is Nico actually going to go through this? I think he missed his timing, but he still wants to do it anyways. Flashbang going to hold him back, but he's found a gap. The rest of FaZe is here. They want to hit this, but Zipnix has the first. There's the swing. He's got the follow-up. Can he hold the line for just a little bit longer? Yes! Zipnix is playing so clutch. And now a blind kill. Kerrigan is forced away. A two-man advantage has been shut down.
The man will not be moved, and they're reading this final moment coming in from Exist. Oh, that's a shot, though. And now the 1v1. Oh! He's done it! How does he do that sort of play, Glaive? I know how you feel, buddy, because I don't think any of us understand that.
The difference in reactions, Glaive is stunned and he's so confused how he doesn't get it, and probably frustrated and well, but he's got to fix the emotions quick. He's got to call a tactic in this next round, and Exist, you can see, just happy as ever, and this is going to be the thing of nightmares. He'll never forget that round. FaZe steal one away from Zipnix, who is stellar. 16-15, here we go again. Dupree running through the flames, wants to make a play. The AWP coming towards door. He's going to open it himself, and he finds nothing, and that's a nice flick. Excuse me.
Jesus. 5v4. FaZe put back on notice. Exist. Oh, Dupree's had enough. He's had enough this round. He's like, all right, guys, I'm just going to do this all myself if I have to. 3 now remain for FaZe. Not much ground gain throughout the map. They're still over there by the fountain, working their way up. Device keeping control of those toilets, and let's see if they can read the plan now from FaZe, because they've been so hard to guess.
They have been, but I mean, you know, look at Glaive. He's all the way pushed out, so that's huge for him. You can kind of start to piece together the information. And if you're Astralis, you have the luxury of being able to play this passively. You can, yeah, Glaive spots it out here, and he's just going to fall away. Drop the smoke, that's going to delay. That'll be 17 seconds. So 31 seconds on the clock when it clears out, and he's already disappeared back to the bomb site, and Guardian's going to have to waste even more time clearing out all those angles close up. So tough scenario as Guardian uses a flashbang here, jumps through the smoke. He wants to get in right as it fades. And I don't know if FaZe can do this.
Not particularly believing in this one. Bit of utility obviously left on the CT side too to make it even trickier. And that's going to make it very hard. Glaive finding a kill, matches toward Nico. It looks like this might be that step too far, and Astralis are right back into it. Guardian is good for for the kill towards Magis, but 4 more in his wake. And Zipnik seals the deal. We are back, all even. No step without an answer. 16-16.
That double up setup, I mean, Dupree, who would have guessed he would be the most impactful opera. Device has just dropped himself an M4 back in CT spawn, so if he needs to fall back, he can swap it out, he can be versatile. But it's Dupree to find the openings, and we know he likes to be far more aggressive with his peaks with the AWP than Device does. Got a little taste of it there. Here we go again. What does FaZe bring out this time? Looks like Astralis wants to challenge down the stairs. 3 players. Glaive, Magisk, and Device to hold. The boost up onto the shelving.
This is a fun little stack. Let's see if Exist can dismantle this one. Not easy. Glaive not going to give anything away.
Oh. He's been so good, Exist, and he finds one, calls out the information for the second.
There's no one on A. Obviously, FaZe have no idea of this.
Dupree's starting to rotate back right now, and I think he's going to beat them there. So is Zipnix, and Device is going to have a fast flank. They never actually saw Device there, so he can pounce much, much quicker than they thought, but he's actually evacuating the staircase altogether. Here it comes.
Hit coming in, Molotovs go forward. Dupree now under pressure. Molotov starts to burn, and Zipnix to find Nico, but Kerrigan right back at it. So far, so good for FaZe. The bomb should be planted, and it's safe for now. The Device in the back line's coming through. Nade comes in. What's the timing like on this flank, though? Kerrigan already considering it. Device so close by, but precision is paramount, and he's got just that. But it's Guardian now starting to linger forward. Takes down Device and looks for the follow-up. Rain towards Bank, and now Glaive left in the 1v2. Heartbreak on this site just moments ago. And it might be something similar. Guardian up on long, Rain up close. The steps have been made, and there it is. The AWP to the chest will do the job, and FaZe lead on the half.
It's so important to have someone like Guardian who's willing to go hunt down the next fight. I mean, if they just sit in their spots and wait, they can't help each other, and they're eventually going to get picked off by Device on that flank. So Guardian just doesn't want to sit it long and just wait for the next move. He actually goes and finds Device, which allows them to feel safe from that angle and really shrinks the amount of positions they have to worry about, makes them comfortable. And off the back of a miraculous clutch from Exist, FaZe is going to be up. 19 once again is the magic number. FaZe need 2, Astralis need 3. Back to the T side, Astralis goes. They really struggled. Remember, this ended on a 6-0 run for FaZe in regulation. A good kill from Guardian. Gonna try and get away. Rain is brought down low, but he's gonna disappear as his teammate is taken out.
Yeah, that was absolute madness to start off the round. It looks like Astralis just bringing that aggression now. They want to take those fights and take over that real estate, but they do lose out Magisk in the meantime, but so much damage done, taking down Guardian and taking Rain low is a big, big start.
And Rain can't actually get away. He's got to stand his ground here. Zipnix has made a play out of Monster. Rain's still waiting for the next piece of action. He's got no one to help him out. He's called out that I'll play for myself. Don't overcommit trying to save me, and now he's going to get aggressive. He wants to find the information. That might be the biggest play that he can do here. Where does the flank come in? He's being quiet. If he turns, the timing of this is huge, and he's going to find him. Rain, he's going to get both. Sprays him down, and Kerrigan. Oh, a missed shot from Device. That's not good. FaZe is going to be on 2 map points. The nade does the damage. Device in a 1-on-2, 30 HP. If he somehow pulls this back, it would be so miraculous, so huge, but I think Exist has him out-positioned.
How do you expect Exist? I don't think you do. Device, he doesn't know what trouble he's walking into, and there he is, Exist in the back lines, but it was all Rain on the positioning, and FaZe poised to get this map under their belt.
18-16, one more round, and FaZe will be up 2-0 in this grand final. Appropriately, a timeout called as Astralis feels the pressure.
This feels very similar to what we saw on the first map. Very similar. Astralis fell a little short. Please don't. Just wait on that timeout. Let's come through.
That is I think the last time out of both of these teams. They've both exhausted theirs during that tug of war earlier on in the half for the economic advantage. 18-16. Astralis need 2 in a row. Device on the up. Gonna lead the way. Would love to find this pick on towards Guardian. Guardian gives it up quick though. No reason to risk it for him. A deep smoke for Exist, and actually you can see Astralis scramble a little bit, thinking maybe that's going to allow for some aggression, allow him to get pretty deep through Monster before they notice him. It's not actually coming at the moment, but all of Astralis is huddled behind these smokes. There's 5, 6 smokes on the board at the moment. A lot of utility used by FaZe. Kerrigan, Exist, and Nico about to be tested. There's about to be an explosion onto this bomb site.
Is this the hit they go for? Does Kerrigan read it? Does he know? You can't see it. The damage is coming out. They've read the play. The nade is good though. Magis lands the touchdown on Exist, but do they go on it? Is that the springboard? Do they hold? Do they wait? They adjust. Nico and Kerrigan unsure of that next pressure point.
It has to be. It has to be the move because Rain has got them trapped in. Another flank coming in. This has been a disaster for Astralis throughout the match.
Back to the wall. CS now coming in. Dupree's the first man forward. Zipnix, he delivers on Kerrigan, but Guardian is there. Adjusted well, but the read's perfect from Astralis. Oh, and up and over the head we go. Astralis bring us further into this matchup, and it's the final round of OT.
That triple nade stack once again. It earlier got Kerrigan down to about 15 health. This time it clears out Exist. And that had to be the end game for Astralis because they had all 5 players towards that B bomb site at that point. There's no falling back from there. Still needed the great entry, still danger with Rain coming on the flank, but the fact that FaZe couldn't mount any defense means it's a pretty useless flank at that.
It's happened before. We'll see how this unravels. Last time it was Kerrigan dealing that final deadly blow in that 2v1 on Cash. Now, Guardian gets completely decimated as Astralis fight tooth and nail for double overtime. They don't want this to end now. They want this map, and they want it damn bad. And right now, 3 players working their way up towards long. Rain's adjusting, but they've still got options across the map. Astralis don't need to be so quick. They can slow down the pace if they want to.
The tactical bombardment with these nades has been so deadly for Astralis. It netted them the previous round. It might just get them this one as well. Nico's brought down low. And this FaZe Clan defense has been spread thin. Rain is getting tagged through the smoke as well. He's looking for something, holding his nerve, and now gonna fall away, but the entire map is available to Astralis with a minute left.
Let's see how they approach us now. Smoke's being lined up, Molotovs go in. They've kind of gone all in towards A here, and it's just Kerrigan alone. 5 players right at the doorstep, and this time Dupree wins out. And the smoke's going up, everything's looking good here. The bomb's on the way. 3 players on the retake look unlikely, but with this caliber, you never know. And that's a great beginning for Rain. Dupree eliminated. Where's the next step in this?
Surely not. I mean, they have so many players to find. Not a lot of time. They do have kits, but they've got no smoke to cover the defuse. They have to find all the kills. And Astralis is just waiting for the indication of where they're coming from, and they're all going to be able to pounce. Device holding the line from far back. Here's Exist swinging wide, dropped immediately. It's Rain up next, and there's the precision. There's the accuracy. They've got so much more to do, and Nico is going to get caught. We're going to double overtime.
It wouldn't be right without it. 18-18, of course, we do go into double OT. What a matchup this is.
Yeah, both of these teams just matching each other blow for blow. This has been great, and obviously if you're Astralis, the coordination of these triple nades that you've found out, this is really cool to watch. Guardian just gets dunked in that previous round to start things out. All tied up here as freeze time comes to a close, and still FaZe Clan going for this double op setup. It didn't yield them that great of results. It was great in regulation. It was Nico and Guardian show. They were finding frags left and right, but now that we've gotten to overtime, Astralis has really found the counter for it.
See if that continues now. See what they can bring going forward. Astralis really need to pick up the pace. Do remember FaZe were leading, kind of how this one went for a good bit of time. They had their tear, but Astralis now starting to claim back some of that pacing, some of that pressure. And they build themselves into this heavy lean towards B, but aggression towards short from Nico can exist. Supporting each other, the flashes come in, they can be out of position, but this could play well. Not off to the worst beginning when you land that sort of shot. Dupree gets reminded, flash goes high. One comes back in, Kerrigan, while all this madness was happening, took the time to adjust well, and they're down to 2. This hit is completely disjointed now.
Yeah, they didn't have any cover to get up the ramp from Sandbags. It came in too late. Nico was able to get that pick, and that pretty much stops it, and now the reinforcements have arrived. FaZe looking solid, at least this round. The Ops have netted them 3 kills, and Nico, that's a missed shot. He's gonna go for it with the pistol whip, and he's gonna get it. Device, some frustration at the end. 19-18. Looking for 22 in double overtime.
FaZe building well now. Nice start. See, Astralis probably very frustrated in that, but
This is where it can start to get scrappy because remember, both teams are out of timeouts entirely. So they have to make things up on the fly. They have to play a lot on memory. They can't just hit pause and call some kind of set piece that they can rely on. It's all figuring things out as you go.
we'll find out how creative they can get, how much they can get done in that very limited amount of time they have here. Obviously, Magisk working his way forward very quickly. He's got real fire burning underneath him. He wants that presence. He's been let off the leash, but Dupree's the one to get picked up first by Guardian, who found that room to operate somewhere. Rain now from the depth comes around. He can't get more than one, though. This time it's Kerrigan. He's carrying on. Kerrigan, what are you doing? 2 kills. Adding insult to injury, Astralis do what they can, but FaZe have picked up pace that they just cannot match.
This is what I mean by scrappy. Never-ending aggression, and FaZe knows the flanks have worked out for them in the past. And they're going back to it, and there's unrelenting. As soon as Rain gets punished for the flank, Astralis thinks they're all done. They're in the clear. They can move forward, and it's Kerrigan to follow things up and Guardian to finish it.
What a statement is being made here from FaZe. This is very, very powerful play coming back out, and this is what happens when you don't have that OT, when it kind of goes off script, when nothing continues to work like it used to in this follow-up. You're just not expecting it.
And Astralis needs this last round. It is so disheartening to go into switching in overtime when you've gone down 0-3. No cushion, no safety net if Astralis loses this round for them. Here we go, Guardian. And Nico still with those ADVPs, haven't been taken away from them. And he's gonna be perched up in bathrooms. An early warning system. Smoke goes, gonna try and find the timing and just narrowly misses it. Gonna still go for more. He's gotta be careful he doesn't hang around too long, but at the moment, some semblance of control for Astralis across the map.
They've had to fight incredibly hard for this, and you're still so worried that, you know, where are they gonna try and push us from now? Where are they gonna come from? We've had Kerrigan and Underpass, and look at Range, still creeping pretty close. He doesn't want to let go of this. You can hear some of these steps. He's going to call that out to Guardian. Information's passed through. There are players now building up on long as well, so keep that in mind. This is not just one position being worked out. Smoke's going up, shadows being seen, and Rain wants to do so much damage. He's toying with it now, turns, the flash comes back around, but Dupree outdoes him. But Guardian knows what's coming his way, but does he expect Device this far forward?
I don't know if Device expects him to be there. He's going to sink back behind the truck. Here's the swing, there's the kill. Guardian hunting him down. Holding onto the A-bomb site. Device still not being able to get involved. He's at such advanced position and he gets punished for it. There's the clean sweep. FaZe take all 3. One away from going up 2-0.
This is savagery from FaZe. They are looking so formidable right now. Those rounds back to back, aggressive, potent. All the words apply as Astralis look dejected as they've just been pushed around this map. And they now have to do back to the wall CS the whole way to another round of OT if they even want a chance at this one.
And they even had to fight to make a comeback happen in regulation. I mean, that was a tough battle for them to even get into overtime. And now another one faces them, a daunting task in Magisk. In the staircase, counter Molotovs being thrown out by each of them, and FaZe exists, he's blind, he's gonna try to spear to the smoke, and the spray comes through, and who's gonna win it? They've equally tagged each other in the drive-by, doesn't finish him off.
They have at least quelled the aggression for now. They've contained some of that initial threat that was trying to come through. They've humbled them, but look at the damage continuing here. Straight up on the double open. Actually, tell a lie, the aggression is not stopping. FaZe are going right on in. Xyp9x gets punished for the nade from the grave as Magisk and Glaive block this down. They're fighting with everything they have to try and even take it into another OT just to stay alive here. And it's Guardian in a 1v3. Nades, Molotovs, orbs, everything's being thrown at FaZe. And Astralis the first step in a very long climb back into this OT here. Not an easy one at all.
That is very scary, though. You can tell FaZe have just picked up the pace in this second overtime. They want to be aggressive at all times, kind of going for that shock and awe feeling. Astralis, the defense, barely holding on. A low rumble as this round gets underway.
Why'd you say it was a low rumble? Now listen to him. Damage on Dupree, they're getting so tagged up early on, trying to get this information towards water. Look at Dupree and Glaive, though.
Listen,
very aggressive.
Yeah, it's all well and good. They have the position they can want, right? So even that damage isn't too critical. I mean, obviously it's not great, but they got exactly what they wanted, but they're going to fall away from it. Door is opened. This is a deadly angle with the Guardians on the other side. What a big fight this would be for Dupree to win.
Did he just predict the boost? Ooh, Guardian. Incredible approach, but it's Device who's going to receive the first real port of call here, unless Magis maybe swings on it. Up on long.
I think this is miscommunication. How does Magis not realize that he turns now and somehow wins that fight?
That nade could be deadly as well. There it is, it does land. Guardian goes down, and Device doing wonders for Astralis in the final throes of this OT. Eyeing up the second go of it, and these nades are just finding their marker.
Yeah, Astralis' utility usage has been on point throughout this map. Exists, going to be challenged next in this slow pace from FaZe. It's exactly what an opera like Device wants. He's so comfortable in this scenario, and Rain has been spotted out. He's got to fall back, but there's no retreat. Device is here. He's going to hold you in. Rain hunting for him, but he's not going to get anything. 20-21.
Double OT or heartbreak in the final round of it.
Ooh, nade coming in, quite nice.
Not bad, huh?
Device has been stellar, and FaZe, that's one of those rounds. I just mentioned how aggressive they've decided to play these overtimes. That one they slowed down and just get feasted upon.
All right, well, another round of OT looms above us. And we'll see how this one goes. Aggression on the CT side. That's a ballsy play at this conjuncture. Already aggression from Magis coming out. He wants to keep map control, but look on the other side of the map here. Dupree, are you up to task? You've got players coming your way right about now. The flash is so good from Rain. Is this going to be it? Is this the swan song of this map? Glaive says no, and so does Zipnix. The bomb's on the site, but there's only 3 players to try and defend it, but Nico is one of them. Short under his control for now. Zipnix finds Guardian. Exists replies. It's a 2v2 after plant situation. Nico towards Short. Exists on the site. The fight is his. And now it's Magis, the boy wonder, left in the 1v2. He's got all the utility in the world. He's got the kit. But Nico, he's got the position, he's got the timing, and he might be the one to finally do this. There it is, FaZe! Map 2 underway, underbelt, eyeing up the third. Incredible performance from these boys. This game is going the distance.
It took 3 players on FaZe and 30 kills to counter Magisk on 40. We questioned if the individuals would show up, and they are here. We're going to a break. When we return, the desk in map 3.
78 rounds of Counter-Strike, and we're just finishing the second map. This grand final is starting to deliver in ways we didn't think it could. Astralis came in as clear favorites, and FaZe not only unfazed by this stage and by their opponent, they're also putting on quite the show here in Sydney, and it's no longer the open and shut case we considered this final to be. Now, Astralis are on the ropes, the team that looked untoppable, incomparable to anyone else, and now they're looking at a 0-2 deficit. To break down that second map, I have Yanko and Chad joining me. Oh my goodness.
I don't know if I'm the best person, Alex, to be here, because I tweeted the other day that whoever wins the Tyloo FaZe game is just going to get crushed by either Mousesports or Astralis, because both of those teams were playing so poorly in comparison to these guys, and now FaZe show up. Not only do they win their own map pick, they actually take a break from Astralis by winning Overpass.
Overpass, a map that they are banning. This is craziness. They have been banning a map that previously was considered good for them, and now they've beaten a team that's basically been undefeated on not only this map, but all of them for the last 14, 15 maps prior to Mousesports.
It's insane. I said this was going to be a 3-0, maybe it's going to be a 3-0 the other way around, but the fact of the matter is Astralis are getting tested in a way that we haven't seen for them thus far. FaZe are making this so much about the mid-round, so much about the clutch scenarios. Exist only had like 11 kills in that entire game, but he had a very pivotal 1-on-2 situation on that A bomb site, and it was just clutch scenarios time and time again that were getting FaZe these leads.
This is another game where FaZe loses both pistols. Like, they lose the pistol round in the first half, 3-0 down, and still make it 10-5. That's so impressive against a team like Astralis, who we really praise for their gun rounds, right? It's like, once they get to the gun rounds is where they have the advantage. They tend to struggle when their economy is low and everything. They had all of that going for them, and FaZe still put a stop.
I honestly, I cannot comprehend what we're witnessing here. Not only did we have suddenly FaZe can play T-side cash, now we've got FaZe can play Overpass. It's madness.
But you can see how FaZe is still playing with a lot of confidence on the CT side. They're very dynamic, they're very aggressive. A couple of times when Astralis was setting up for their executes, they were already being flanked from a down connector, right? We saw Rain or Carrigan going the other way. So that just tells you, doesn't happen very often to Astralis. They usually do a very good job of securing map control before they go for a certain execute. While now they would be entering the side. They would get 2 kills entering a side, but the flank was already there that the round would turn back into FaZe's favor.
Say you don't know what we're witnessing here, Alex. It is the 3 stars, Guardian, Rain, and old mate Nico stepping up, and there's one of those big clutches that he had. The trio are doing it. They're doing what they need to do. They're stepping up to the occasion. They're doing it on a grand final stage, and I think, you know, potentially that underdog tag has worked wonders for them because they've been able to play a looser brand of Counter-Strike. But right now, Astralis, if they want to win this series, they'll be the first team in a Tier 1 tournament in a best of 5 to ever complete a reverse sweep. We've never seen that before.
It just doesn't happen.
There's 2 mental mountains to climb right now. One, Astralis to get their head in the game and get back in this and put some map wins on the board. The second now is FaZe. They look like the better team. They look like the one. Sure, these have been overtime games. These have been nail biters, but they're in the driver's seat now. They're only 1 map away from taking it home, putting another notch in their belt for the Intel Grand Slam.
Yeah, and while these highlights continue to play out, Yanko, you had an interesting observation that something in comparison to Marseille into this event, it was a criticism, in fact, you had for FaZe.
Yeah, the FaZe had that game versus Cloud9, the winner's game in Marseille, and they were making a comeback on the T side in 15-14, and FaZe goes, Carrigan calls basically a rush towards Monster. They went through the smoke, really, Bob flashing, and Rush just mowed them down, and they won an easy round. He calls it again here on match point, and this time it's different because Astralis, you know, you have to change the pace. Astralis was doing so well at using their utility to slow FaZe down. He calls a change of pace. They get that entry kill because they were running through an incendiary that caught Astralis a little bit off guard. They get all the trades early on, and they managed to secure that all-important round. So this time, same call, but much better call than it was versus Cloud9.
And when I see Glaive's name at the bottom of the scoreboard, I'm not necessarily checking out his numbers. What it does remind me of, though, is his reaction to Exist's 1v2. He had like 5 or 6 bullets before Exist could actually adjust onto him, still couldn't convert it. I think that sent him off the deep end. I think for the first time in a long time, one of the more composed in-game leaders got upset.
Well, this is the thing, right? We're seeing him in the bottom of the scoreboard this time around. In Marseille, he was one of the best players. We even granted him the MVP award just because the team was turned around, and we're assuming, you know, he as the in-game leader had a lot to do with that. Now here he's struggling. The other players on the team are still doing what they need to do. I'm very impressed with Magix. We had that 4-on-5 scenario where he was in water. He had a pivotal round there. Look, he's playing up to a decent level. The other boys just need to get on board.
That was right after the Nico 1v3, so really saved Astralis there, kept him in the game. And for Glaive, it's very difficult as a player, right? You feel like you had that, but to be honest, Astralis shouldn't have even been in a position to win that round it was, I think, a 5v3 for FaZe, and then Zipex stepped up with a massive triple kill. So, you know, it always goes both ways, and he is the one who needs to be cool, calm, and collected more than anyone else. As the in-game leader, he needs to lead the boys.
And one of the most satisfying things as any analyst desk gets to do is you highlight something in the pre-match, and we get to see it in the post-match. We talked about the nades. Chad, I'll let you have the honor of talking about this
Magic's the man we're talking about here who actually gets the kill, but this is what we saw in Marseille, and this is this little tactical nuke, I suppose, getting thrown out here to counter this position here towards Monster.
So nerdy.
That's the thing, man. You're starting the round with a HE kill. You haven't had to really see the bad guy. This is just preparation at its finest.
2 rounds in a row. They do the same next round to Guardian, who was trying to be aggressive towards mid. So you can't, like, it's very difficult to describe to, you know, a viewer how important, how easier it is to play when you have a 5v4 like that, especially when you take down in the second round Guardian at the very beginning of the round. It really enables you have so much more room to work with. You can go for more strategies. You know, your opponent's in a difficult position. They are forced to take risks. So really, really important, and coming off from such a simple thing as throwing 3 nades.
Yeah, we'll be talking all about that and Train, and it's a big conversation to be had about how Astralis and that, it may be shifting the meta or adding something to the meta and all of that good stuff. But right now, lost in the crowd somewhere is a wild stunner. Anywhere I can see him? Where are you?
Alex, can you hear me?
Hey, handsome.
Oh, there we go. Hey, guys. You know what? We're on the verge of a map 3. FaZe could be taking this one to the hole. But in all reality, are FaZe going to take it to the hole? Australia, is FaZe going to win this best of 5? All right, so we're going to have a quick chat, and then I got something special for you guys. We're here with Haven. What do you think about the matchup, man?
Very disappointed in my voice.
Wow. Tell me more.
They're losing when I thought they would win.
You can't win them all, and I think that is the moral of the story. Either way, I feel for you, man. I'm sorry you're not enjoying your time. But either way, I've heard Australians like the wave. Is that true? Okay, I mean, I guess that sounds good. Let's kick it off over here. Is that cool? 3, 2, 1. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it. Yeah, there we go. Nice, nice. All right. I got my fun out of this. Come on, send it back. Here it comes. Oh my goodness, what a crowd down here at the Intel Extreme Masters. Let's go and kick off this third map. Take us back into the game, Alex.
Okay, I'm going to start it. You have to send it back, Chad. Send it back.
We did it.
Good.
All right. First and foremost,
our best work yet.
I think so.
$20 is $20.
Dude, have any of you got any cash?
That's from Bali.
Have any of you guys got any cash?
To Bali, and they bought those shirts. There's no way about it. That's the classic Aussie way.
And the like $3 neon sunglasses that you're going to have 6 pairs of.
No. You stock up on the fake Ray-Bans. Everybody here has a pair of fake Ray-Bans, 100%.
From Bali. Anyway, we do have some Counter-Strike to talk about. We're going into Train now. Admittedly, we don't have all the time in the world, but I'm starting to fear this is going to be completely turned on its head. Train for Astralis. What's the thought process?
Yeah, mentally more than anything else. We haven't seen that much Train from them either, but you just wonder what happens if FaZe gets a good start, right? They had to struggle with a bad start all 4 halves in this game. They've been grinding out the gun round. So on a map like Train, where we know their T-sides are again shaky, right? It's going to be difficult for them without that good start to get things rolling. And Astralis, they just need to, you know, stay composed, keep grinding, because they're facing match point.
I think what I would struggle with so much, if I try and put myself in their shoes, is the concept that this win, this exhausting map of Counter-Strike, is only 1 map of 3 that I would have to win if I want to lift that trophy.
Yeah, reverse sweep is something special. I think if we get that here today, the crowd is going to be on their feet because, look, we're going to get a marathon of Counter-Strike, but coming into this matchup, I've been very critical of Exist and holding the inner bomb site on his own. Sure, they're going to get to start on the T side this time round. That's even worse for FaZe. We know how flat their T sides can be. Unless they can keep trading like they have been, I expect Astralis to show up right here, right now.
Yeah. I was talking about Nico prior to Overpass, that he needs to step up, and step up he did. A massive 1v3, he was fragging throughout that game, really had a lot of impact. On Train, that guy is Guardian. Like Guardian, the amount of times he has bailed out the T sides for FaZe with just having amazing entry kills, or, you know, in 3v4 situations on Yard, he gets 2 more kills and really secures rounds for his team. that's going to be a win condition for FaZe here. You know, I don't think we've seen enough depth from them when it comes to strategies, coordination, and so forth, so it has to be the individuals.
It's time once again. Are we seriously going to see these underdogs take it in 3? And I'm describing FaZe Clan here. Astralis against the ropes. Jason, Pansy, have some fun with this.
Yes, it's map 3. Astralis have to stay alive here or else FaZe is going to take home the trophy. And if you're expecting a classic comeback, there's no better 3 maps than we have coming up. It's all the classics. It's Train now, Inferno next if we need it, and Dust 2 to close. But Astralis backs against the wall.
Astralis have to be absolutely ferocious in this game. They need to bring everything here. And FaZe, one more map, and it's theirs. That trophy beckons. Standing their way, obviously, are the Danes. Good damage on the cross, but not enough. They're out here. The bomb's going down. This is a big retake already going to be coming through. Bit of a 1-for-1 trade out, but already with the T side pushing further forward down by the old train, this does make it pretty tricky. Zipnik's eyes up the first wait. Magisk lingers forward. Is this the first man? Struck down by Magisk, and he looks for the next victim. Players up on the rafters though. Zipnix is very good at this. Guardian trying to buy a bit of time, trying to get those clean headshots to come in. Rain dives in on it. It's an absolute travesty for FaZe, but 4 alive and Diffuse coming in. Good work on the retake from Astralis.
That is well theory crafted. A massive bodies along the wall. Everyone sticking together, eliminate one half of this bomb site and focus on everything else. Rain even had a chance to line him up. Not able to do it. I think he got stuck on the ladder, but that is a very good retake from Astralis and a very bold pistol round. I feel like Kerrigan might have forgotten to buy a smoke. He had $300 with no kills, and they had to make their way down that lower ramp without that utility. Regardless, they had a chance, but Astralis off to the best start you could hope for. And FaZe gonna go for that 3rd round buy again with the plant with that extra $800. So this round is kind of a throwaway. Kerrigan getting out into position to try and keep some attention, but he's not going to stay alive long enough. Glaive is going to be able to chew these guys up. No armor, they're spraying through, it's a massacre. 3 kills for Glaive, and the nade to finish it off. Blows the body against the wall, and 2-0 for the defense.
And the buy is going to come through now for FaZe. Of course, the plant in the first. Completely absconding from weapons in the second. Puts us in this predicament. Rifles are out. But the buy is good from Astralis. Of course, the scout there with Device and UMP with Glaive, but certainly very workable on this map. 2-0 thus far. Astralis need to be relentless in how they approach this matchup. There can be no flaws in approach. FaZe are so close to doing something that many of us thought was actually possible.
No, I don't think a lot of people saw this coming with the way the event has played out so far. Aggressive play towards box halls, and again, much like Pistol, all 5 players here, there's no presence outside whatsoever. You can see Magis and Zipnix both doubled up inside. Glaive is starting to cheat over. Dupree can have a fast flank as well. Oh, this defense is poised to shut down this hit. This is not great for FaZe.
Well, see if they can hit some incredibly good shots. Smokes are going up, flashes are going out. It's about go time right now. Rain, the first man in. Impeccable normally, but this is a very, very tough situation. Great work from Zipnix, holding his nerve and the line. The follow-up is excellent as well. It exists. Oh, it exists! 2 kills. There's still hope here, but it's very, very minimal. A 1v3 is an incredibly tall task. Position duly noted, no bomb plant to toy with. And destruction from Astralis. That's 3-0 now. The first real buy coming in from FaZe gets swept aside.
It was Glaive all along, waiting in the bomb site. 3 kills to end it. That 3rd player that cheated over. Small note as well, one of the very good pieces of utility Astralis puts out, a Molotov right on the other side of that smoke. Rain wanted to walk along that upper walkway to get the angle and behind the bomb train to eliminate those players there. There were 2 of them. Zipnix was one, Magisk was the other. But because of the Molotov, he couldn't actually do it, would have taken too much damage. That saves Astralis in a big, big way. Early on, the money is great behind these 3-round wins, and Glaive being proactive. Pushing up to get some information. A Deagle on Nico, just barely misses the shot. This hold from Device. And Rain is the only Deagle left in a P250 on Kerrigan, so not a whole lot of damage, and Guardian and Exist are just praying to the gods that someone is going to be silly enough to try and flank in this scenario.
Good communication between Magisk and Dupree there. Magisk spots him out, Dupree takes the fight. And that's the Deagle removed. And the P250 just got a lot of damage put towards it. Trying to get anything they can. Magisk reigns supreme thus far. And it looks like that's going to continue exist. Your last man alive is, and Glaive is looking hot right now. He's really taking these fights. 4-0 for Astralis. The good start, but now the buy comes back in for FaZe.
Listen, Glaive had that massive mistake of missing a kill in overtime that might have been able to help Astralis seal overpass, and that's one where you have that mental talk to yourself, and you definitely come out swinging in this map. FaZe down 0-4. Guardian has that op though, and now the real danger begins. We know what a monster he can be, especially on a map like Train with this. Device doesn't have one out quite yet, and look at this, Astralis, they're gonna get aggressive towards inside. Rain waiting, Rain getting punished, Rain getting destroyed. He was waiting for the timing for Nico to pop flash for him, and it just wasn't even allowed by Astralis.
There's a fire burning with Astralis right now. Individually, they are playing a very big game. They're being assertive throughout the map. Nice quick hit, certainly going to keep FaZe tamed in this moment. And where's the next hit from FaZe now? The initial plan truly kind of put off the rails. As now we'll see if they can create some opportune moment. Guardian still with the AWP, of course. Very capable of doing some real damage.
FaZe has gotten caught a lot of times with a massive amount of bodies towards box holes. They're gonna have to hit this inner bomb site. Zipnix has great positioning, Glaive is there as well. No Molotovs for them, which I guess is a small benefit for FaZe. They don't have to deal with any fire as they come in. Dupree now rotating over though, and he's got one. He's there at the perfect moment. Device hears nothing over towards Ivy. It'll be a 4-on-2 at this B bomb site when they decide to go.
They're about to raid this B-bomb side. Zipnix on site, Glaive precision. Great work on the second, there's still two men. Oh, the third as well, Carrigan. Head rolls on the floor, and this round is destroyed, it's crushed already. You're not getting a way in, no way out. Guardian trying to just stay alive with this AWP and hope he can keep this into those next round. But it looks like Astralis want to give them nothing. No quarter to be given here, not in this matchup. Not as your last lifeline for Astralis. Every map now is going to have to be back-to-back if they want a chance to win this, of course. All the OTs, it doesn't matter how far they took it in the first two, it has to be flawless going forward.
This start from Glaive is awesome for Astralis as well. If you think back to Marseille just a couple weeks ago, part of the reason why they won that is all 5 players were performing at an incredibly high level. I think most of them were even in the top 10 players for the entire tournament. Glaive in particular had a huge upswing in individual level, and that kind of play from him can bring this team, this incredible team already, to just different heights.
Glaive and Magisk. Here's that CT side aggression. Good flash, only caught one of the two. Nade even better. Guardian exist, put on notice those deagles can still do work. The old hand cannon. Certainly take a target or two. Guardian spams away. Finds nothing yet.
Only 4 kills for the FaZe side so far, and it's not that's not the important thing. It's more the fact that because there's been so few deaths for Astralis, look at the money. Already starting to build up, and you can't have that on a T side of Train. You cannot repeatedly face AWPs. Double up setups will come out later. There goes Nico. Dupree with a nice hold at E-Box.
Yep, Magisk with a spot. That's going to be called out. Glaive now needs to be careful. There he is, swings on it. Rain goes down. You can see Glaive now predicting the next response from FaZe. They heard that deagle earlier, and they're reading this very well. Glaive does get found eventually, but by that point, all eyes turn, and Astralis looking very competent in this. They mean business now. This is no more fun, no more games. This is obviously lifeline in the grand finals here in Sydney, and they know it.
Well, here comes the next test for Astralis. FaZe have another bye on the board. AWP on Guardian again, and they have started out with a very aggressive defense. We actually saw this on Cash as well. 2-man hit squads. Really pushing across the map from the defensive side of things to just get that one pick that was necessary. Choke points bombarded with utility to start this round, negating any early pressure. Look at Device and Zipnix. Device gonna peer up that lower ramp with the AWP towards the inner bomb site. Zipnix waiting to turn the corner. Molotov will hold him back, and he's actually gonna extinguish it, go for the gap in the smoke, but FaZe was ready for it.
We're trying to bait for Device here, but all too aware of the tag. gets away with his life there, Nico. Lucky to be alive on 13, but he is alive, and they did get the kill. Rain secured that. That's a big scalp to be claimed. Device removed so early on. Orping presence now taken away. FaZe finally have an upper hand here.
Nico's going to have to be passive, though, when the hit does come in. He'll have to stay at the back lines and just try and help cover his teammates and maybe pick off some rotating players. They're going to need entries as Rain blows out the windows. Magisk and Dupree playing aggressive outside. And even Zipnix with a man disadvantage gambling over towards Connector. So Magisk and Dupree will be in front of the smokes. A deadly position. But FaZe might just circumvent it. Pressure towards Ivy. Glave's going to drop the Molotov, but he's exposed to danger. He tries to get away, and he gets the kill and the follow-up. Immediate headshot, but the B bomb site is lost.
This is the problem. Bomb's already there. Molotovs are up. The wall begins to be constructed by FaZe. With the plant coming in, that retake gets very tricky. Nico being gifted the AWP. Guardian willing to sit on the rifle. As Rain continues further forward, this is very, very scary. The flank is on the way, but timing is going to be a factor here. The clock continues to tick as Nico finds Dupree. Rain gets contact as well. Magisk needs to be big in this one. He does get Nico down, but there's still two players in his way. And that clock seems to be getting faster and faster as Rain and Guardian need to stay alive. They need to defend this bomb plant, and Rain is doing just that. But oh, a swift pick up of 2 kills. But is there time on this one?
Oh yeah, there's time. He's got it. Magisk with the flank. He applied just enough pressure without going down to force FaZe into the open. The waiting arms of his teammates waiting along the back walls on top of the trains, and FaZe cannot hold on to a plant. Astralis is back, and they are looking ruthless, 7-0. Glaive having an absolute stunning performance at 15-2.
FaZe. Probably a little worried to a degree if Astralis do start to operate on this level. I think everyone would be. This could be the terror that lurks with this team.
Listen, we can feel the change in Astralis at the moment. They are looking at a different level than what we saw in the first 2 maps. Obviously having a very intense chat. Down 0-2 in these grand finals. Here comes the take, but there's the aggression from Dupree, and he's so focused. That transfer happens quickly. A follow-up Molotov in towards ladder room. Prevents the response. The rebuttal from FaZe gets slapped aside as well.
Oh, Guardian. Trying to get past this man. Dupree has been very good. Very, very good so far. He's making it so uncomfortable for FaZe. They are locked on the extremities of this map. They have very few easy steps in, and the smoke wall goes back up. Still with utility on the CT side. Not completely stripped bare of it yet, and Device understanding maybe the next pressure point coming in from FaZe. Ivy now has 3 players staring it down.
That's all he has to worry about. And actually, with this angle, with where he's playing, he can take 1 shot, and even if he misses, there's so much safety. Dupree and Magisk have him covered from the 2 choke points that would allow him to be flanked.
And Glaive's adjustment is so good too. That completely and utterly complements this. And now he gets the grey background to Rain in terror, and Glaive is there. Back lines, but certainly not in the back of the minds right now, as FaZe are worried. Guardian does find Device, maybe not understanding what he could be seeing, but it's a 2v3. This is still doable, but the clock is ticking down. 10 seconds. They've got to go right at it right now, and Zipnix says no. It's flawless thus far for Astralis, yet to be threatened with a round 8-0.
Yeah, timeout called by FaZe immediately as well. They've been so stumped. They've had, 3 to 4 gun rounds, and none of them have yielded anything. And the problem is they haven't even had a whole lot of early success. Just the 1 pick off that 1 round of Device.
Yeah.
They can't even win that. But this time, even if they have some success, even if Guardian gets a couple nice trades, there's just too much ground to cover in too little time, and far too many angles for them to clear. The claps heralding the arrival of Astralis. 2 losses in overtime in these grand finals. Not wanting to drop this 3rd. This has been their event every step of the way up until now.
What a rude awakening too.
Yes, a very rude one.
Just FaZe absolutely everywhere. 8-0 though. Keep in mind the phrasing of the reverse sweep was discussed on the desk. That would mean this is a very long night in front of us. But some incredible CS could be contemplated. But for now, this is only the first step. There's still room for FaZe to do damage. but at the moment, the brand, the level of CS coming out right now is impeccable.
That's awkward, Rain. 1 versus 3. He's got the deagle. He would love to find more kills. Anything counts. Anything matters. You have to start taking the money away from Astralis, and there's so much fire being sent his way. He's going to be put back behind the smoke, and 1 minute left. And yes, a reverse sweep, still very far off, but wouldn't that just be the perfect exclamation point to the struggles that FaZe has had in the grand finals? Good find. Xyp9x has opened up a route. The tough part for Rain is he doesn't have the bomb. If he had the bomb, he'd at least do something, but now Astralis knows where they can just hold.
Magisk is low on HP. Device's eyes trained on this. Rain not getting the response he wanted from Magisk there. Flash comes out. And this could be Rain doing something brilliant, but very hard if Magisk continues to be so patient here.
He's testing them. He's hoping they're going to get a reaction. He's waiting for the next peak. Look at Astralis just holding their nerve perfectly, but he's going to find one. And now he's in a one-on-one. Device, he's got to hold the angle. CZ is out. Rain close up. Goes for the shot, but he can't do it. Almost for Rain. And that is just heartbreak. If you're FaZe watching your teammate work that magic, you feel like he's about to do it.
9-0 is the score. Where has this Astralis been this entire matchup?
No, this has been great, but I mean, also look at the money. Outside of Device, who, fair play, is sitting at $14,000, but everyone else, those kills are really valuable from Rain. If you're FaZe, what you're leaning on for the rest of this half is just that one reset that'll allow you to get 3-4 rounds off of it, give you the economic advantage. They don't have a whole lot of time to make that happen.
No, the rounds are starting to run a little short here. As Device eyes up the angle. Gets a leg, and that's all he needs. A little bit of leg does a lot. But there's the reply, finally. A bit of a rebuttal from FaZe, who do find 2 kills, but they haven't gained much ground here, sadly. It's left Karrigan in the 1v3. The bomb let loose too. He's not had the big start yet. He's only got 1 kill on this map. You'd have to do some very heavy lifting with this ult. He had a glimpse of what Rain almost did. Maybe it's inspired a little. The high flash will allow him a step. But he needs more than just that. And up above, Device waits. He's away. And I say away, but only for now. Glaive is there. And Astralis striding forward here. Eyeing up another map in the next couple of moments.
This frontline defense for Astralis is so strong, and the problem is when you pick off Guardian, when you pick off the aggressors on the AKs coming out of these different choke points, even if you lose some players, you still have space between you. It's not like FaZe is immediately at that bomb train. So the players rotating for Astralis have plenty of time to get comfortable inside the bomb site, to get into new spots, to continue to defend. Another timeout for FaZe. They might have to use them all in this first half just to get rounds on the board.
It does feel like it, and their individual brilliance, we saw Rain almost doing it. It's not quite pushed them far enough to ever clinch around or just close anything out. Train, it's a cruel mistress like that. It's very hard to have that individual kind of flair that you see in other maps come through, but this is the next test now. 10-0, of course, it feels like Astralis are just tearing through this matchup. But there's still room for FaZe to do some damage. If they close out the last rounds, next couple, that could be the window that they need, but they've got to really start picking up now. There's no second chance at this one. Device is up for the fight. We've not seen this from him, really. It was Xyp9x last time up here. Not the Orban. Oh, I couldn't pick his target. There was 2 there. How is Xyp9x so cool under pressure? Stays alive, and Dupree, are you kidding me? Off the contact of just 2, he's decided to go for this. Rain has no idea. He actually gets back down. This is incredible. Guardian now isolated, feeling a little baffled. They've lost any control on this map.
FaZe is just getting played across the map at the moment. Even with Nico, 1 kill and a Magisk outside. That's one of the aggressors, that one of the front line, and now Nico has to make a play. Dupree so good in this position. Smoke goes down. That makes it tough for anyone to help Nico outside. Him and Glaive have kind of switched positions, and unfortunately for Nico, it's Device who's going along that back wall outside. Nico stuck in a spot, but he knows he needs to do something more. Device realizes the possibility. Smoke has cleared towards ladder room. There are so many Astralis players in weird positions. How do you figure this out? How has Glaive gotten here? No one has spotted him quite yet.
Well, All I want to know right now is if FaZe can actually get around on the board. Guardian exists and Nico are vying for it. And it's a misread all around here. This is a very weird round.
I don't know how anyone would read this round.
It's so backwards, right?
This is crazy. Nico's about to have a very good impact if he can hit that shot, but he can't. So close, and that gives up the game. Exist finds 1 kill, but the player in ladder, 8 seconds left of the clock. They've got to stick the plant, and Dupree is out here just to stop that. Guardian's holding him in place. They do get the bomb down, but a tenuous situation. They're surrounded. Zipnix is everywhere, jumping into the air, and Guardian waiting for this peek from Dupree. It hasn't happened just yet. He's toying, and Guardian baits out the shot.
You can't toy with Guardian. He's still an animal. Device is on 11 HP. The flash is excellent too. Guardian's got loose. Device, does he know it? He spots it now. They've both seen each other. There's smoke left on Device. Guardian, cautious, careful. Device goes down, and it's Guardian to stem the bleed. 3 kills for him in this round. Maybe there's a window that FaZe can close the last couple of rounds and create some sort of magic going into that second half.
But you still have to say that round did not work for FaZe. Guardian has to win a 1 versus 3. That's not like they found a solution at a clean win. And now comes to the tall task of having to build upon this. If you lose now, if you're FaZe, the half might just be over very, very quickly. And for 2 maps that we've had go into overtime, go into double overtime, this could be a very fast third map. It's all on this for FaZe.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a different approach. Dupree and Magis switching things up a little bit. Zipnix there playing very alone at B. This is a quick hit. Zipnix, are you ready for what's coming your way? 4 players side of building. He gets 1, can't create the second, and Carrigan expects the play from Magisk. But does he expect the follow-up? Dupree catches his heels, but that's not enough. A 4v3 bomb is ticking. This is very tricky now. This is first the really good, strong round we've seen come in for FaZe. And Exist in such a paramount position now, holding back any retake from Astralis.
There's Exist close up in the flames, though Dupree gets the kill. He does burn alive for his trouble. A 2-on-3, still time on the clock to make this work. A lot of utility as well as Glaive is the next up to make the play, and Guardian misses the angle, misses the shot. Rain trying to toy, but Glaive continues his tear, and he might just do it. Rain on top of the train, gets 1. But where is Device this whole time? He's been so far back, and there's no time any longer. Glaive with a lot of heroics, and he's kept the money low for FaZe, but he can't pull that one out.
There it is again. The adjustment on up. Divine work from Glaive, but timeout being called here. Discussion point to be had. It's FaZe calling the timeout.
I completely understand why as well. I mean, this is the thing. As much as they've struggled, and we've all seen it, obviously, at one point 10-0, this is a phenomenal opportunity for FaZe to somehow come out of this half with a pretty good standing. Another rebuy. Magisk is going to be down to 50. Device is below 1,000 after his purchase. It's going to be a similar story for everyone on Astralis. And if FaZe can win this, all of a sudden they have a great chance to get 5 rounds out of this half. And Astralis, after such a good start, such a dominant start, they'll probably be scratching their heads wondering how that happened, how such a big lead slipped away. And here we go. FaZe still with no money. Such a big round for this third map.
Underhand flash, play towards Ivy. Glaive playing a dangerous game there. Falls away, does only have MP though, so this challenge is pretty deadly. He's going to have to call in Magisk for a bit of support. No quick hit this time, of course, from FaZe. That could be somewhere else. They've got plenty to work with in the form of utility and a lot of damage. Wow.
Well, utility is what bailed them out on overpass, even in a loss, and it's still doing some work for Astralis here. Good chip damage onto Kerrigan and Exist. Zipnix once again alone towards the inner bomb site. They put a lot of faith in him, and for good reason. One of the best players in the world at such a difficult spot, anchoring that B bomb site on train. This round is much slower for FaZe. They've struggled to convert these kinds of rounds in the past, and when you slow it down, you give Device time to hold the angle and find a kill, as Exist tries to make an early play towards Ivy. All that's left is for this set piece, but Glaive and Zipnix once again to defend.
Now Glaive has been nothing short of impeccable at holding this back, as well as Xyp9x. Both of these have excelled at doing this. But we saw Rain be a real problematic addition to this. Rain does get tagged though this time, and Glaive now decides it's time to work forward. Good for one, but he can't make much more of it. Xyp9x gets pushed aside, and it is Rain being great at being... Oh my god, Guardian. He's got all three just off to his left. The timing is everything now. The smoke's still up, of course. The bomb is planted. Rain and Carrigan can just focus on what they need to, but Guardian can be always that final killing blow. He spots out one. When does he decide to go? Device just off to the left. He's got to play this to perfection. The timing might just be right. He turns around. Did Device see him? I don't think he did. Again, behind enemy eyes. Now he took out Rain. Oh my, it's a 1v2. This could be a disaster. Molotov goes in, Carrigan has to save the day, and he might have just done that. The Molotov continues to burn, no smoke to be had. And even with a true and utter tragedy, it will be FaZe with the round on the board.
Another huge clutch for Carrigan in this series. He has been so good for FaZe in those scenarios, and Guardian has got to be wondering, he had him outplayed for that entirety of that round. And that just did not pan out in his favor whatsoever. I do not know how that was not a more impactful play. Astralis, that's the disaster. Not a lot of money and can't really buy. They're going to invest in some pistols, a half buy on 4 players to go next to this op on Device. But FaZe still with very little cash. Here we go, Nico down the ladder, very, very quick. Magic's not expecting it, he goes down without a fight, and there's Rain to follow up. But Device and Glaive chime in, all of a sudden the 3-on-3, this happened quickly.
It's pretty much on Device at the start though. You've got Xyp9x with potential down the line, but Glaive being there too now does have a Galil, that helps, but still, Device is the one who's got the armor, he's got the AWP to hand, the kit, the Molotov, the smoke, everything he might need. He's have to call on all of this, Guardian's creeping closer. Takes the chance then. Those Guardians now very nearby. They haven't fully seen the bomb yet either. Trying to find a little bit of an edge in that smoke, and so perfectly read there. Xyp9x goes down. It's great from Carrigan, and Device position is kind of aware. Everyone knows what's going on. Can't hit the shot on the cross. And a 1v3 is no easy task. Can't land it on Guardian cleanly. FaZe still taking a lot of their time on this. They do not want to rush it. And Device tries to find a second of respite.
That's one thing we've seen FaZe do very good throughout this series is be patient when they have the bomb site, have the upper hand, and waiting to make sure everything is secured before making their play. Device just trying to save this off around the corner. Guardian takes his head off. And he steals the op away. Device will have another one in the next round if he wants to. But there it is, FaZe all of a sudden from a disaster to a solid half.
Not bad at all. Rain really coming into his own in the last couple of rounds. Been an outstanding player for them.
Glaive's at 22-7. That is pretty disgusting. But yeah, the Observer's showing us it's the rounds that count at the end of the day, and 4 in a row for FaZe, and now the uppercut, they think they've got the advantage, they think they have the momentum, and it's Device to try and stop them.
He's quelled at least that first initial blow that was coming through, the utility now being used, but Guardian's up to task. Magis goes down, Nico's crept forward. Glaive is there, Xyp9x cut off by smoke. Nico knows there's one on the side, he's just called that straight out. But Device does find Guardian, and Glaive still gets away with it. What? Through the smoke, oh, it's a complete and utter shutdown. 11-4 will be that scoreline, and it feels completely different to a 10-5, but the difference this pistol round is going to make on that second half is going to be so, so deadly. That's what's coming up in just a moment's time, but my God, Astralis putting up a real game here on map 3. It's 11-4 in the half. A change from what we've seen in the last two maps. Normally FaZe were leading, but this time it's Astralis with the upper hand, but it is not over yet. FaZe have shown real tenacity thus far, and Astralis need to close this map.
They really do, but I mean, FaZe is fighting back in this one, which is kind of scary. They really started to come alive there towards the end, even scrounge those 4 rounds. Seen both teams not really giving up without a fight across all 3 of these maps. The tough part for FaZe is you don't have a lot of mistakes to give up. I believe it actually was Sonic, though, who put out a tweet at one point that said, he was the coach of Astralis, who said that 11-4 is like the most awkward lead you can have going into a second half, because you feel really confident, but it can disappear very, very quickly. We'll see if that holds any truth here. For his team, they had such a good start, kind of dropped the ball towards the end of that first half, but they'll forget all about it with a good start in the pistol. Heavy play down the ladder room, and here they come out. Molotov flashbangs into the air. Zipnik's gonna lead the way. Nico trying to hold on. That's a nice one tap. And he gets more! All 3! He stopped him cold, but Device and Magic respond until just now. FaZe finishing off Nico's hard work.
Nico, what a time to arrive. Great work from him, and not the biggest performance yet, but that is how you start a second half off. 11-5 now, FaZe. Look at that, and it's these. Oh.
They all just crouch right into it.
Just don't make it easy for Nico, please. He really doesn't need the help. But Astralis fighting back with a small purchase of the CZ's armor, actually to supplement Deagles as well. And now on the other side, you do have a lot of rifles coming out. 1 UMP on Exist.
Nico and Kerrigan gonna double peek out towards Ivy to net their first kill. Investment this round from Astralis. Important they do some work with it. They didn't get that plant. They don't have the luxury of AKs in the next round. But these FaZe players with their rifles keeping the distance, using the range of the M4 and the FAMAS. Astralis doesn't really have anywhere to go. They don't have any nades to work with, no smokes or flashbangs to close the gap, to get close up with the CZ, so you have to rely on the Deagles to provide an opportunity.
A lot of patience here coming out from FaZe. As you said, keeping that range at an all-time high. Nico now set up for a lot then, but it's just 2 now remaining. Glaive and Zipnik's plant would be impressive considering where the bomb is, and the HP not great either. Kerrigan getting tapped away at that. CZ was doing well, but not well enough. It's FaZe closing the gap now.
Nico's got to be careful with that positioning. Almost allowed him an avenue into the bomb site. Almost allowed him a chance to get the plant. But Astralis is going to have to sit out around just the Glocks and Device with 3,300, saving for that AWP.
See where they take this through. Fast B hit coming in, or at least being toyed with, pretended. It's all but a ruse. Look where that bomb is. Pretty far away right now.
Yeah, very far away. Not committing to anything at the moment. This might just be a round they use to talk things over, calm themselves down. Actually, I mean, considering they had such a blistering start, it's been a 6-1 run stretching back into the first half for FaZe. Which is kind of a scary prospect. So making sure the next gun round, everyone's going to be on the same page. You know exactly what strategy you're going to run, who's doing what. Because you cannot afford to make any mistakes. Guardian would love to make money. The offer, they all jump down on him. Trying to be difficult targets, but Exist on top of the train is going to make pretty easy work of him. Now he's going to push up. This plant would be huge, and he is going to get it. Exist goes down. Chance for some danger, but now the nades rain in. Now the reinforcements have arrived to mop them all up. 7 for FaZe, starting to get within striking distance.
Yeah, good recovery from the team coming back in there. Rain, Nico, and Kerrigan, of course, but the bomb plant really big for Astralis here, gives them a window to work with, a bit more money to bolster up the funds. Now on the other side, FaZe though, starting to look strong. As you said, they've been on a bit of a run recently. They've had those rounds back to back. And the Ops are out. Guardian up on his, Device has one as well. A fun battle to be seen. Molotovs, everything you need being brought up right now.
Well, let's see what they've got. Device has his AWP. That's going to be a big piece of the puzzle for this T side. 4 players heading inside. Looks like they want to go very quickly. Smoke is down. Zipnik's going to bypass it. Peers over the top. I don't know if Exist realizes what's about to come his way. This is very fast, and he is prepared. He gets the dink, can't complete the kill. Takes some time. There goes Nico. That was the rotation. That was the help. And the inner bomb site has collapsed. Bomb going down on top of the train. But it's a 3-on-3.
This retake has to start real soon. Magisk already pushing up aggressively. He's going to make this pretty tough. Carrigan, Rain, Guardian all locked behind the smoke, and Dupree's doing wonders this round. 2 integral kills, cutting off that retake and rotate. Rain, though, working his way forward, spots out Magisk, dink to the back of the head, does get him down in the end, but the trade is there. Dupree will not stop, and Guardian realizes this round is not his for the taking. It's time to back away. Astralis finally get back on the board.
Yeah, Rain did hunt down Magisk, which was nice, but left him far too exposed to recover and do anything else in the round. First gun round goes towards Astralis. 12-7 as they keep a pretty sizable gap between them and FaZe, trying to come back into this series. So a long way to go for FaZe, and the tough part now with that loss, reinvesting on 4 players, they're going to be pretty much out of money after this. Nico's going to pick up an AWP, and Guardian still has his, so that could be the answer very quickly to be found in this second half for FaZe.
Yeah, that double AWP going to be a fun one. Keep eyes towards Nico there on his. Guardian, of course, the consistent. Not quite the same look, of course. Not going to see that fast just B hit straight away, but look at the presence towards Pop here. A lot of players getting towards it very fast, with Dupree and Magisk both there. Nico would be the one to control a fair portion of that if they do come through. Rain in support, of course. And Nico trying to find this. Again, Astralis have time to work with, still plenty of time on the board.
Yeah, actually, they have control of the ladder room as well, which is a luxury you don't always get on this T side. Device waiting patiently out towards T mid. With his AWP, you make it feel like that's got to be such an important part of any kind of attack that they are going to be throwing some smokes outside. Question is, where do they go? Do they drop down ladder and attack? Do they rotate towards the inner bomb site? Guardian's out of position. He's inside. Nico's here with the AWP, but Rain's already down. Dupree on the entry. They might have spotted the ankle. Yes, he does, but Nico takes off Madge's head, but Dupree's got a better angle and the follow-up. A triple kill for Dupree. Should seal this round for Astralis.
Dupree coming in hot on this round. We haven't seen him that much in comparison to the previous performances in other maps and other series. He had been a huge defining factor, so if he starts going, that is a great supplementing force for Astralis. But for FaZe, gonna have to just try and keep hold of these guns for now. Dupree not gonna get any more. Guardian denies that. Keeping that up close to chest, of course. And a 2v3 of pretty much keeping control of these weapons. Guardian not letting too much pressure build, and they should be safe to keep control of these.
It's the benefit of the early save call, but FaZe just really don't have a whole lot of saves left in them. Pretty soon, this scoreline, FaZe is going to have to go for even those rounds and just try and make a miracle happen. Astralis starting to really extend this, 13-7, up by 6. This is great from Dupree. The fact that he's able to push up so many angles, he never stops, and that's a great reaction. The fact that he's able to take out Nico as well. No chance of a follow-up after that first kill from Nico, which was a big part of that defensive puzzle.
FaZe now, of course, money being the motive. You're going to see some real problems with that going forward. Had the good start, had the good money. Very, very dominant, but now look at this aggression coming out. Exist. Oh my God, he is around every single one of them. He's just got around the back lines. This could be the downfall of this round if he can play this just right. 1 down, 2 down. That's the bomb gone loose. Exceptional work from Exist. Carrigan there in the back lines as well, and this is falling apart at the seams for Astralis. He is the man you do not want to be facing right now. What a play from him.
That's a very bold call as well, in such a scenario coming through that smoke of just one player's on the other side of it, a little bit farther back than he expects, and it almost happened with the bomb carrier. A little bit less fortunate timing, and Exist could have gone down basically for free, but he stops them at least once. Up coming out again for Device. No pauses yet for Astralis. They're not feeling worried. They're not feeling pressured quite yet. pistols though. AK-47, AWP, and CZ-75s and a deagle.
Flashing on B. Zipnix gets control, boost over. I think Nico caught a glimpse of that. It's a trade out 1-for-1. Device did find Carrigan in the meantime, so Nico gonna extinguish, back away. Nade doesn't quite catch too much, takes a little bit away, but for now, the 4v4 now ensues.
Still one off they have to deal with. That's going to be Guardian at this outer bomb site. Actually, excuse me, they still have both of them. Nico's out towards Ivy as well. Guardian going to stick around. So actually just the two ops and a set piece here could be very effective if these ops get locked out. This could be very interesting for FaZe. One player inside, that Zipnik's going to be throwing the smallest of all fakes. He's got a pistol and a smoke and a flash. And here comes this. They want to cheat Nico away or Guardian. They would just want them to make one misstep. One start to lean towards inside, and they've got it.
But the flash so good. Rain and Exist saw nothing for so long. They called for support. Nico was there, but now he's playing by the old bomb train, so he's still on the site. Zipnix goes down. Guardian tries to lurk forward, but he can't quite get it. So close, and Magus is closer. But Nico's so quick. That's a great bit of work, and the bomb goes loose. This is problematic for Astralis, and look at Exist working his way around the back lines. Glaive now surrounded all fronts. He knows his days are pretty numbered here with 10 seconds remaining. He can't get down Exist. This has been a really good reply so far.
Well done from FaZe. Nice recovery, the flank coming in as well. Now they're starting to get more aggressive across the map, and a little bit of an exhale from Glaive as he's watching this lead dwindle once again. 5-2 overall for this second half in the favor of FaZe. And the question becomes now, as well as it was on overpasses, how do we get past this double op setup? Guardian and Nico have been great with these ops.
So good. Absolutely phenomenal play from them, but 13-9. Keep in mind, if FaZe win this, they win out. They are the winners through and through. Astralis needs to reverse sweep to even get a chance, and it starts with this map right now. The bomb plant is probably what's being considered by Astralis here. If they can get that, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's all they want. As this losing bonus builds up, they'd be at a 3-round losing bonus. That extra $100 would go a long way to helping out in the long run. And Exist and Guardian playing pretty far back. It looks like they might just be able to get that bomb plant, actually.
Yeah.
A little bit of luck on the entry. Obviously, the Molotovs and nades towards the bomb trade could stop things. We'll see. There's no flashbang to even give half a second of reprieve to Astralis. As soon as the smoke clears, it's go time, and the AWP is trained in. Guardian, a shooting gallery for him. He's going to transition over, finds the follow-up, but they keep picking up the bomb as they go, and it does get planted right in the nick of time. Success for Astralis in this round.
Yeah, all their plans have been achieved, but for FaZe, it's one step closer as well. It will be 13-10, double digits now created for FaZe here in this matchup. Obviously, no one going down as well makes that money even more robust. It has to start being really quite something for them. But this shot, lovely from Guardian.
(13-10), still in the favor of Astralis, but starting to slip away. Guardians come alive. Nico's come alive as well. Actually, it's pretty much a four-man unit. Nico, Exist, Rain, and Guardian all at the top of the scoreboard for FaZe. They're doing very well in this second half. Kerrigan's pushing up. He's going to get challenged by Device. He's out in the open. Good headshot. I think the support of Nico really sealed that, but Kerrigan can't get away. But no commit. And actually, that's a lot of damage done by Magisk.
Both are low, but the reply was given as well. Magisk down to 16. Got tagged up, but Dupree's gotten out quite far here. No one's seen him make it through, so he could get some great information. But they're playing the back lines. Look at Kerrigan, look at Nico. It's Rain further forward, but everyone else is very passive. Don't think Rain heard that. He certainly didn't. Glaive actually takes him down, so this is big. If Dupree can cut off these two players, he's here in the steps. He knows there's at least one on the site. Nico's still playing by the old bomb train. Might have just seen him. The call's probably going to be made. That gun barrel gets spotted. Nico eliminates him. This is big from them, and the bomb doesn't really move just yet. Astralis not finding the way forward that they want, but Zipnix on the other side has found a way through again, but can he capitalize more than we saw Dupree do? That's Guardian, the next big thing.
Guardian just turned the corner, didn't spot him whatsoever. Immediate headshot, can he get the follow-up? Yes! Zipnix has opened up B. The bomb plant goes down, and a tough retake, but Kerrigan is going to come in on the flank.
This could catch him off. Keep in mind, Magisk Does have the AWP here, but it is just Carrigan. And oh, Magis reads him like a book. Astralis tiptoe closer, 14 to 10 now. Money still well set with FaZe, so they can get right back into this buy. But they started to sneak through those lines that FaZe previously were denying.
Glaive has really allowed a lot of freedom for his players in these past couple rounds. I mean, in that last round especially, Dupree taking advantage of all the attention towards Ivy. 2 players on Ivy, he gets out mid. He had a chance to make a huge play, but gets caught out by Nico. Just an untimely rotation for Dupree. But then while all that's going on, Xyp9x has made the decision on his own, read the game well enough to gain all the ground towards the inner sight. And that's the double kill that really sealed it. Actually, FaZe is setting up with 2 players towards the inner bomb site pretty much from start to finish. Not wanting to get caught out by some kind of a fast, aggressive play from Astralis. You always hate to lose to a B-rush.
Yes, very well put. And Nico, this time not sitting back deep at all. Last time he was playing back lines. Ash is going over, Rain needs to back from this. Finding it hard to get away though, pinched in. Nico does alleviate some of that pressure, but Dupree still got him. Bomb needs to be picked up and taken. Magis does get his hands on it, but Nico's still there. Look at him working his way forward. Trying to scope out the prey, and he does find Device. A follow-up would be exceptional, but Magis does not allow that. It's still a 3v3 here.
Oh, Dupree wants to come through the smoke. This is dangerous. Kerrigan spamming through, so he doesn't actually go all the way. Bomb still not there, which means this flank from Exist can actually stop things. This is going to be so tough when the smoke clears. It's going to be so hard for Astralis to watch all these angles, and that's where Exist counts. He's trying to get away, and he does just that, but it's Kerrigan's turn, and Dupree is left in a 1-on-2. Out in the open, FaZe continue forward. A couple small hiccups in this half for them, but largely dominant on the defense.
See what the buy coming into. We do have a pause, I'm pretty sure, coming out right now. Astralis discussing things. A lot to be spoken about too. FaZe are just clawing this game back, aren't they? They just seem it went from 0 to 100, and now it's 14 to 11.
FaZe have done a really good job of this and not letting Astralis build up a whole lot of rounds. There were 2 rounds in a row for Astralis earlier on, but they stomped that out quick, and then just the immediate response this time around, ensuring the money is low, ensuring it's just going to be as difficult as possible for Astralis. We start nearing 30 rounds. And overtime on map 1, double overtime on map 2. And this one's going the distance as well.
Just a deagle on Dupree here. The farming begins for Rain. There's the bomb plant. The goal of affection here for Astralis Exist, already stopping 2 down the ramp, the 3rd as well, and there comes the SMG. It's a shutdown as FaZe again close that gap. It's 14 to 12, keep in mind, if they win this one, they get it all.
It's not just closing the gap that is the impressive thing, it's also just straight up the level of play, the boost of confidence that we see in FaZe. That 10-0 run for Astralis in the first half just seems so long ago all of a sudden, because FaZe is being aggressive on these flanks. They're being aggressive on the rotations, and they're hitting all their shots now.
This one goes a bit sideways. You're going to see FaZe right back into this. Molotov's going over. Device on the AWP. Guardian has one. Rain still on the SMG. He's going to try and get aggressive with that. Pushing up right towards main, letting the Molotovs burn the path for him. But it's Glaive winning out against Carrigan. First real quick strike we've seen there without a rebuttal yet from FaZe.
He had 22 kills in the first half. He's at 28 now. It's gone cold, which happens on the T side of Train. Not the easiest map to rack up a scoreline on from the T side. And now they readjust. Xyp9x has control towards the stairs inside. They want to take over box halls. It's a 2-man defense here still for FaZe. They haven't budged on the rotation since Kerrigan fell. There's Guardian out in the open. Magis just leisurely walks in, and that's the bomb that rolls down the ramp as well. They do pick it up. The safety of the smoke. That gives up the game a little bit.
Look at Exist though, straight away looking at that smoke. He's in that smoke, so he knows that no one's there anymore. He's passed the information back through. Oh, right out of the air, it's Rain with a denial. He is locking this one out, and it's just on Glaive. That was so big from Rain. This is looking like it's going to be 14-13. 2 kills is good, but it's certainly not enough. Bombs in the wrong position, and Glaive goes down. Cut off for the heels, it's Rain with an incredible round. 4 kills for him.
He has been so good throughout this series, continuing it here. That's always the question, especially at best of 5s, is how long can players keep up their level? And for Rain, it seems to be pretty consistent so far across all 3. Once again, FaZe on the verge of tying things up. Somehow they've made it happen. The double op has been dominant. Rain playing so well. Even exists having some big rounds. Fast flanks down ladder, pushes through smokes towards inside. He's been a menace anchoring that B bomb site. Looks like a fast hit towards inner, but the bomb has actually been dropped very far back, and Device is going to have to go pick that up. No utility for Astralis. So once again, it feels like a plant is probably the best outcome they can hope for.
Guardian.
That was powerful.
Yeah, you're going to feel that the next day. Device, having a go. Not really giving them too much to play with here. FaZe done with playing. If they close out on this map, it would be a tremendous turnaround after a very, very decisive first half. Rain comfortable towards Glaive, and there it is. Nico shuts him down. We are all even, 14-14, and the timeout has been called. Things get a little scary now as Astralis get brought to question. You had the first half. You had it all in hand, but FaZe, they had other plans in mind.
This is a brutal turnaround, and if you're Astralis, I mean, you've got to feel sucker punched after the first 2 maps, losing both of those in overtime, but this would just, your jaw would just hit the floor if you're Astralis. If you had a 10-0 lead at one point, and then you just kind of get destroyed for the rest of the map, this would be an incredible collapse for the strongest looking team coming into this grand final, a team that everyone hails as the most fundamentally sound, the most mentally strong team we have. This would be devastating. FaZe have made it interesting. 14-14, live out of the timeout. This time only 1 AWP on Guardian.
And here we go. As said, 14-14. FaZe get this. They push themselves towards not only map point, but match point. It's where it gets worrying and scary, of course. Astralis not unknown to fighting in those final throws. This game just had OT in so many of these maps already. They spotted one out towards main. Molotov goes in. But Astralis need to be careful with every step they take.
They're being very spread out this time, not wanting to get punished by any kind of aggression. 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. Still haven't made their move, still haven't showed their hand. Device being very passive. He's not actually going for any peeks in team main. We've seen that in the past from him, that he likes to go try and hunt and find something, but this time he's been forced into a passive position. So Pop Flash going to come down ladder. There's no one in there to really challenge it, so they should get it for pretty much free. Do they have what it takes to storm the bomb site? Rain and Nico again playing in front of smokes. The benefit of Nico going away from that double op setup is that he can have a little bit more versatility in this outer train yard.
The deadly duo, wait. Rain and Nico, if they got challenged there, they were well and truly ready. 30 seconds, they're leaving this right down to the wire for Astralis. This is going to be it. The smokes go up. It's going to be go time. Carrigan, Nico, Rain all on the front lines, and Rain, he's exceptional. He's doing everything he needs, and Nico right alongside him. It's going to be 15 for FaZe. 1 round between them now, and picking up that trophy. A truly heartbreaking moment for Astralis, but what an incredible play from FaZe.
If you're Astralis, you're not applying any pressure. You're just sitting behind smokes, and FaZe the moment is loving it. Rain 24 kills, Nico 24 kills. They have come alive and they have just slaughtered you outside. This is so disgusting. No one being able to make any progress whatsoever. The hit seemed dysfunctional from Astralis. The main choke point attacked earlier than ladder room due to that smoke. 1 chance left for Astralis to force overtime, and they're gonna have to do it without a lot of nades. Someone is gonna be stuck on pistols, someone is gonna be stuck on SMGs. FaZe are in a perfect position to take this grand final in 3 maps.
I wouldn't have believed you at the start. I wouldn't have believed you on the half. But you know what, Jason? I'm kind of with you on this one. FaZe Clan sitting on 15. Astralis need to somehow make this count. But Rain again pushing up, finding position towards Pop. Astralis have looked a little flat here and so little utility. 2 smokes and that is all they have. Nico dying to get into this.
This is going to be so difficult. I have no clue how Astralis plans to pull this one off, but if anyone can do it, it is them. Again, just very cautious, but someone's going to have to take a risk. You can't win this round without taking that risk. Molotov in deep towards team main. Glaive going to be forced out. He's burning down to 44 health. That one hurts, and Nico going to push up. He's going to take all the risks. Dupree shuts him down. That might be the opening they needed. Nico wanted to end it, and he could get punished.
Now they wait. The most pressured moment of the tournament to this point. How do they continue forward? 50 seconds on the board continues to tick down. Still 4 players to get past. Glaive continues the discussion, continues to bark out the orders. They're not sure where they want to end up. Carrigan still very present towards A. Rain, Guardian, not far off either. Bomb still in the hands as well of Glaive.
Again, winding this clock down, which is crazy. They don't have the nades for an execute. They don't have the smokes or the flashbang. They just have 2. Here comes Glaive. He's going to lead the way out. There's one on top of the train. Carrigan gives up his position. Good trade, good find, but the ult being involved now, and now utility is the problem.
It's a 3v3 and it might not be for long. It's down to Glaive and Zimnix. It's FaZe at the helm with only 10 seconds remaining. Astralis are running out of players, options, and time. It takes this and Guardian to do it. It's FaZe Clan. Can you believe it? The Intel Extreme Masters Sydney champion, FaZe.
What an incredible performance for FaZe. They've shocked everyone. And Astralis looks shattered, the best team coming into this event. But all the stars aligned. It's FaZe who picks up the trophy. This was brilliant from them in the grand finals. They built into the tournament. They struggled through the group stages. They struggled so much. In Sydney, Australia, FaZe are your Intel Extreme Masters champions.
FaZe Clan have done it. Nobody expected to see them do it, at least not in this capacity. 3-0, a best of 5 versus the Danes, who were so damn hot into this tournament. Turning Counter-Strike on its head, where else but Australia? A spectacular performance. They couldn't do it. They've tripped and stumbled so many times on the grand final stage, and now, while hamstrung 1 star less, they managed to do it versus the very team with a star in their logo.
Against all odds, Alex, FaZe has lost last 4 IEM grand finals, and now, with a stand-in, looking very poor up until this point, against Astralis, who looked indomitable, they managed to close it out, and it's a sweep. It's a 3-0.
Outrageous! So many rounds of Counter-Strike, almost all of them, and some extras. We've got the full 30 on the 3rd, double overtime on the 2nd, and the 1st, and extra overtime as well. They played so much Counter-Strike.
I was a doubter, Alex, when I saw them through the group stage. They couldn't even throw Molotovs to sandbags properly, but here, right now, the stars of FaZe have shown up, and they have shown up in spades. Rain, Nico, Guardian, the trio, complemented perfectly by existing Carrigan. It was a game, a series to remember, I think.
Sydney, OJ is standing by on the stage with Carrigan. Why don't you put your hands together for FaZe Clan? They put on quite the show for you today. Over to you, OJ.
Thank you, Machine. They certainly did. You have shocked a lot of people by doing that 3-0. No one expects you to win Train.
No, when people don't expect us to win, then we win, obviously.
Is that the difference? Because it's been talked about a lot. You've had finals, a few finals recently where it's just not happened for you. I'm not going to use the C word, but it's just not happened. What was the difference here?
I think this with not being the best team in the world and lost so many finals, so we knew when they're getting tired what we have changed and what mistakes from Major and Katowice. So I feel a completely different team this time when we are in those tight situations. We have talked about how we should play way more calm, and everybody just played amazing, and it's so good fighting to have the confidence in your hair, not while you're lost.
And that's the point. I mean, you've got this rejig lineup. You've got Exist in there for Olaf Meister. Is this... No, we're not allowed. Maybe later. Is this going to be a lineup that sticks around now?
I think we have a good core in our team, and we have been improving since we got Nico. I think we have always been a contender to the finals or win tournaments. So I just think we have to keep improving with Exist in the lineup. Obviously, we took a hit when Olaf was out, but Exist have been improving this event from Marseille. So I'm just happy to move on to next event in a couple of days, I guess.
And it must be really satisfying to beat Astralis, not because of your personal history, but because they're being talked about the team that's going to win everything in 2018.
Yeah, everybody said we couldn't even get a map against Astralis, and we beat them 3-0 in a grand final. And normally FaZe don't win grand finals, do we? So we played pretty good, but I think they played really well. But in the end, we could squeeze it out, and I'm happy we did that.
We're not far off the start of the Pro League finals in Dallas. How do you take this mentality, this no-pressure mentality into that when there will be pressure? People will be looking at you as favourites again.
I think this is a different team. I mean, obviously, the Katowice and Major hit us really hard. But as a team, you have to climb down the rank again and then climb up again. That's how SK does it, and that's how FaZe is going to do it in the future.
How satisfied are you?
I'm really satisfied. It has been a long time before. It's first tournament this year, and it's only because this crowd. You are so amazing. And I have one last thing before we come back next year. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie!
Amazing. Put your hands together for your winners. They're the IEM Sydney 2018 champions. It's FaZe Clan!
Your IEM Sydney 2018 champions, FaZe Clan. Spectacular work, Chad, Yanko. We painted such a bleak image coming into this grand final, and it's understandable. We're not humiliated by this. We are just flabbergasted, astounded, and pleasantly surprised.
You love to see it. You love to see the Stars firing on all cylinders. If you just reflect back, they lost to Renegades in the group stage. They got pushed to the limit by Greyhound. Sloppy at best versus Cloud9. Things started to look a little bit better against Fnatic, but when we got here, when we got to the grand final, going up against Astralis, like I said, I was a doubter. I had no hope in these guys, but they've proved me wrong, and I'm pleasantly surprised, and I'm happy to see them take it.
Their first trophy in 2018, and it happens when they aren't the favorite. So many times they've stepped onto that stage as the favorite, Yanko, and this time, no pressure, no worries.
Yeah, I think I finally found, the cure for it, Alex. Every single time we hype them up before the finals, FaZe is looking great. All of my
Rain is so
Rain,
sick.
gotta take your pick. Where would you go? A, B, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah.
Now we present them as they've been looking not so great. Astralis has been smashing everyone. This is going to be maybe the fastest best of 5 we had in history. And FaZe just show up, take it all the way. We had overtimes on the first 2 maps, and it was just, everyone showing up for them. They had to grind another game where they didn't win both pistols. At least they won that in the second half with Nico, right? That's what gave them really a chance to come back on train.
Chad, they're 11-4 down on that train and still managed to turn things around in regulation.
I think the fact that they rallied against Glaive, who obviously went and had a look at himself in the mirror, he came out, he played that final map like a champ. The early stages of that first half, he's out there, Ivy aggressive time and time again, putting up big numbers for Astralis. For them to bounce back, for them to get into this, for them to win it, like you said, in regulation, that's impressive. This game was of the smallest margins, right? We're talking to the wire for every single match. And I'm looking at the stats right here, right now. The clutches aren't even the factor here. Look, the clutches I remember are the FaZe ones, but it was 6 clutches for FaZe, 5 for Astralis. Sure. That's as tight as you get.
Yeah, it was some great plays individually, right? The Exist round that we saw where they just had an M4 and an AWP saved, and they're coming B, and he makes a brilliant play, lurking through the smoke, gets a triple kill. You know, that was a round which, if they lose, Astralis is, I believe, already at 14. That swings the game completely. We see a fourth map. There were a couple of rounds like that. I mean, second pistol, we already talked about it, the Nico triple kill. So it was just everyone really contributing at different points of the game.
And what does this mean for the other side on that stage? It is, of course, Astralis. Now, the Danes undoubtedly put on quite the masterclass across Marseille and into this grand final, looking indomitable.
They can sit down with FaZe after this game and ask them, you know, how do you pick yourself up after this one? Everything's looking that it goes your way, and then you drop a grand final unexpectedly. But I think for them, it's just, they're obviously still a great team. They're in a great run of form. It's just, this was 2 overtime games and a 16-14. I mean, it's obvious that it's the slimmest of margins. They didn't really make any massive mistakes in any of these games. It's only the details. I think they can just, you know, proudly look themselves in the mirror and say they were just the better team on this day.
And when we spoke to Glaive, as we did crown him MVP of Marseille, he said, we won't have time to change anything coming into Sydney, but Dallas, maybe, just maybe.
Yeah, well, the thing is, for this event, I don't even think they needed to change anything, right? And we do talk about how tight this matchup was, how close this series actually ended up being, and I think that this is the first time they've been tested in those mid-rounds and having to be forced into clutch situations a little bit more than what we've seen before. All of their games up until this point have been relative stompings. Obviously, Mouse Sports taking a map off them yesterday, and that's when you saw that they're human, that they can actually be tested. FaZe have done it here, and they've done it with everybody showing up when they need to. And that's something which is the win condition for FaZe, I suppose, at the moment. They will probably be the first to admit that their strat pool, their strat book isn't very deep. Right? You can see it. It's just based off chemistry, trading, and then clutching out rounds, individual brilliance.
Yeah, they basically won the series off of CT sides, right? We saw it here, 12 rounds, CT side of Train, overtime, obviously, on Overpass, but I had 10 rounds on CT side there. First map, Cash. It is extremely T-sided, right? And it's a more open map where you don't necessarily need those elaborate strategies. You can go for a more simple style of play and rely on your stars, and that's what they did, and the stars showed up in this grand final for FaZe, which really wasn't even the case in some of the finals they lost, right? The best of fives that they would lose, no one was really underperforming significantly, but they weren't playing up to their potential, and here they really did all click at the same time.
And this is something that it makes it even harder coming into the rest of 2018, because now FaZe are showing that they can win finals without their full roster. They've just won a grand final versus a very highly praised Astralis with a stand-in. That baffles me.
Well, that's the picture we painted, right? Saying that on paper, this core of the team with Nico, Rain, and Guardian is good enough to win titles, right? It's just a weird spot where you don't know how long you have to play without Olofmeister and everything. And I think just one more time, we have to give massive props to Exist. I mean, he was just slotted in a very difficult role in FaZe where he has to do a lot of things by himself, completely different to what he used to do in NIP. And he's made some final winning plays across all 3 maps.
He got the last 2 kills of that game right there. You know, he closed the series. He closed the game. He won them the championship with those 2 kills. So, yeah, props to him for sure. But the thing is, with this FaZe roster moving forward, they need everybody to keep firing on all cylinders, and it looks like mentally they're a bit refreshed after this win.
And so is their Intel Grand Slam run. Let's not forget, they're now 2 out of 4. That's a big progress. That's going to be matching the likes of SK. We're going to now see if they can continue this run of form into, like we said, Dallas isn't too far away, the Pro League finals, and then suddenly we're in Belo Horizonte, and you never know. $1 million, of course, on the line for the Intel Grand Slam, and they've just got themselves their second. Now, I do want to quickly take a look at that Play Faster moment brought to you by Vodafone. We're going to go ahead and take a little look and see what they've selected from this grand final. It was all about speed, and it looks like this one will be down to Nico and his heroics on Overpass.
This was such a massive round. You hate to see Device miss the shot, and that could have ended it right there. But a 1v3 right after that long break, anti-eco after this, FaZe up on 14-8, and it still went into overtime. So you can only imagine if he loses that round, you know, Astralis probably takes Overpass in regulation.
That's the kind of Counter-Strike you enjoy watching, Chad. Sometimes you watch Counter-Strike and it's more frustration, it's more criticism. You just kind of found yourself getting lost in the counter.
This is the entertaining series, right? You had the back and forth, you had it down to the wire. This is the stuff that gets you out of your seats. And when you have winning clutches like that, Nico's performance throughout the entirety of the tournament, he's had an absolute blinder.
I don't think I was ever more happy that we were wrong, because we got one of the most amazing, 3-map series here. So many individual moments. When you look at FaZe, right, you had the Guardian 1v2 on Cash, you had the Nico 1v3 on Overpass, you had the Exist triple kill on Train. It took these massive individual plays for them to take down a juggernaut like Astralis, and they managed to do it in a sweep.
3 maps, 108 rounds of Counter-Strike. Just to put into perspective how much they managed to condense into a 3-map series. Yes, indeed, it was a clean sweep from FaZe Clan. And now, IEM Sydney has a champion. I guess the first and final question for us to wrap this one up is just simply going to be, you know, the lessons we have learned. Chad, you get to have a whole lot of fun here in Sydney. Home crowd, they have been treating you like a king, and you've had a whole lot of fun here.
Yeah, it's great to come back to Australia and have this kind of reception. The crowd has done it once again. They've put on an even bigger and better show this time around, and I am honoured to be here. I'm very happy that these guys do this. It's twice in a row now.
There's
2
like
years
3
in a row.
people still here, and you're still getting a cheer, Chad. That's the power of the Sydney crowd. Look at you guys. It's been awesome, it really has. And I know some people get all salty, like they keep mentioning the crowd. Come here and say it. That's my reply to that. Yanko?
Yeah, I think it's been amazing. I really hope this is a mainstay now in the circuit, that we get to come back every year. You know, last time we had 8 teams. This time we have 16 teams. A lot of Aussie teams showing up that they can play in the Greyhound, knocking out SK Gaming, Order taking Cloud9 to the limit. I think it's great for the region. We see all this development, and we always had some amazing games here. So yeah, I'm just glad to be here.
I think we'll end it with that. No complaints at all. It has been a blast. And season 13 of the Intel Extreme Masters kicks off with a bang in the sunshine. IEM Sydney 2018, FaZe Clan causing the upset. And we'll be back and see you next time, fingers crossed, back in this gorgeous arena.